welcome back to Mage Knight. This time with a lot of the new aspects of the Apocalypse Dragon expansion, but I'm not playing a scenario of the new expansion box. But we will play with Coral, of course, with the new hero, and we will also use the active dummy variant, which means that we will face Wolfhawk, which I randomly determined as my dummy player. So she will also roam the map, take sides away from me, maybe remove some spells, some units from the offer. So very interesting stuff. We will also use all of the new tiles. So there's already one new tile visible, a countryside tile. There's two more countryside tiles in the box that we will also play with. And there's two more core tiles. I'm playing a solo conquest, which means that out of the 7 tiles, 3 are new from the countryside tiles. And there will be the 2 new core tiles together with the 2 regular cities, of course. We have to roll for the order of the tiles in which they appear, because as you can see, there's really no chance for me to not see what tiles are new and which are not. So when the next tile is revealed, we will have to roll between the 5 countryside tiles that come up next. Finally, we're also playing with quests, so this is the 4th new thing that we'll be seeing in the video. So Coral, the new tiles, the active dummy, and quests. As for the city levels, I haven't decided yet. Let's see how it goes. I'm trying to aim high, of course, but there's really no gain in fixing the city levels too early. As for Coral, that's the new character, of course, in the expansion. She has a new skill set, which we will see when we level up. And she, of course, has 2 new cards, which replace original ones. Quick-witted replaces a swiftness, so it also gives move 2 and range attack 3. But it's also a promise, so it can give influence 2 or influence 4 if powered. But the main new thing is that you put the card aside when you shuffle your deck, and whenever you would draw a card, you can instead draw this card, unless it's already in this card pile, of course. This is also why I have drawn only 4 cards so far, because we can decide to draw this card instead of a regular one. There's been quite a discussion on how powerful this is, and I do think especially the ability to draw it whenever it suits you is strong, of course, but I do think some of the discussion in the forum was blown completely out of proportion, to be honest. Sure, Mage Knight is a game about snowballing, and getting this together with concentration, for example, in the opening hand, I can just decide to draw that now. I will have the combo in hand. That's nice, but it's in no way a guarantee to snowball from there. As for the tiles, there are new mines, so there's a one with white and blue, and of course there's a corresponding one with red and green, which are deep mine combinations that we haven't seen before, and I don't have a 3D sculpture, of course, for this. There's an oasis, which allows you to recruit units as in a village. When you move away from an oasis, you will get 2 movement points because you are refreshed, and you can sell and buy gems at an oasis. And actually you can also buy healing for 3 influence, so selling a gem will give you 2 influence and buying one costs 4. And it has also a new feature, which is the Ziggurat, and in the core tiles it will be a pyramid, which are somewhat like mazes and labyrinth. But the difference is that you can't use any units at all, and you have to first get past 1, 2, or 3 traps, depending on how deep you go. So it's not about movement points, but it's about how many traps you want to evade, or maybe just get damaged. But depending on how deep you go, you again get 2 crystals, a spell, or an artifact, and the pyramid will then give you also 2 crystals. The rest are details which we'll see when we enter them. I'm still using random tile orientation, of course, so this is why this tile was rotated twice, which means that there's actually a lake in my direction and a swamp, which makes it a bit unwieldy to get to all these nice new spaces. The dummy player, as said, will move around the map, and it will always have an active objective card, which will only get replaced once the objective is fulfilled. So we'll either try to conquer an adventure site, or a fortified site, or destroy a monastery, or to hire a unit or learn an advanced action offer in a monastery, or learn a spell in a mage tower. And again, there's lots more details to this, of course, which we will get to once it becomes relevant. And finally, there's the quest system, where we currently have 2 quests visible, and there will be up to 4 in a solo game as well as in a 2-player game. The first is the Fragments of Power, which gives you an artifact once you do it, but it has a lot of steps, of course, and you do need to invest something. This is also a point that was hotly discussed in the forums, where some people did not like the idea of quests because it might just give players who end up fulfilling the requirements just by chance, just an extra bonus. But this is not how these quests are designed. And I think this was quite obvious from the 2 quests we have seen from the demo game, or the unboxing, I can't remember really. But it was quite obvious that this is not about visit this, and once you have done that you get something, but you always have to do something. You have to fight something, you have to pay some influence, for example. I think this is actually quite a good example. You can start this quest at any inhabited site, so it's not about luck really to be able to start this, because inhabited sites are everywhere, like villages, keeps, mage towers, and so on. But you do have to spend an action there, so an interaction, which you might want to do anyway, but you have to pay for influence. So it's quite unlikely that you will also do something else. And for influence in the beginning of the game would net you the peasants or the scouts. So right from the get-go, you already have the opportunity cost to pay the influence just to start a quest instead of getting a unit. Then you have to defeat rampaging enemies. This is something you might do anyway. Then you have to defeat a brown enemy. Again, this is something you might want to do anyway, but it has to line up, of course. And finally, you have to visit a glade and pay a mana. Then you gain an artifact. So not only does the quest have to align with what you want to do, and you can't get too much out of your way with the usual snowballing, but you also have to pay for influence, a mana, and visit a glade that you might not have visited otherwise. So I do think this is quite interesting, and there were people who mentioned that quest will restrict the number of valid options. And again, I really disagree with this, because it does need extra stuff to do. So these options are just additional. It's not like there were 4 options and 2 align with quests that just give you extra stuff, and now these 2 are obviously better, so you lost 2. No, it's really that if you want to go for this, you can, but it will be an extra option, and you won't be able to do other stuff. So it really opens up the options spade. I think it makes it much more complicated, to be honest, but as Mage players, we usually like that if it gets more brain burny. So quite an interesting quest, and just to point that out, we do have a village here, but it's in a swamp, so just getting there already takes 7 movement. So this is something that I will most likely not do in the beginning of the game. With a starting deck, just pay 7 movement just to get to a village, unless we want to hire. But if we do that, then we can't really start a quest because it costs for influence. But there would be an orc right away. So if we kill that, we would already have solved the second piece, or gotten the second piece of this artifact. The final piece would then require a brown enemy. And this is also where it gets, well, interesting, if there will be a brown enemy, because we are not sure of that. And there would actually be a glade to pay the mana and get the artifact. But as I've said already, doing all this investment without even having the brown enemy, this is probably not something I will try now. There will be room for 4 quests, and at the end of the round, the 2 to the right, so at the current time these 2 will be discarded. But whenever you finish a step of such a quest, the position of the quest will be refreshed to the leftmost, so it's unlikely to get discarded. Actually, it will not be discarded in the round if you work on it. The second quest is the Spell Thief, also quite interesting quest. As a preparation, when revealed, you are revealing a spell, and this time it was exposed, so really interesting for full conquest or solo conquest. And to get this quest going, you have to be at an inhabited site again, so could be the village, could be the keep, and you have to put the marker for the quest, so in this case it's the 8 marker because it's the 8th quest, away from your current position with these 2 conditions. So it has to be 3 revealed spaces away from your figure, so you have to move somewhere, and it has to be in range of an adventure site, so 1 or 2 revealed spaces away from an adventure site. So that's the first step. We could, for example, go to the village, but then we could not start the quest really, because there are no revealed spaces without anything else. So it must be on a safe space with no site that is both 3 revealed spaces away, and there are no revealed space without any site on them, which are exactly 3 revealed spaces away. Actually, there is here, but it also has to be 1 or 2 revealed spaces away from an adventure site. And the Oasis is not an adventure site, the Ziggurat would be, as is the altar, of course. So we could place it, if we are at the keep here, then it would be 2 spaces away, but it would be backtracking, of course. I think we have to reveal first and see from there if this makes sense to start. But in the end, you will, of course, get the spell. That's the idea here, that you have this Spell Thief that you are tracking down. So you have to start it, you have to go to this location, pay 2 influence. Again, you have to pay something that costs you at least a card, unless you have a skill that gives you influence every turn. And then you can place this marker on the adventure side or on one which is 2 revealed spaces away. And then you put an upside enemy token there, which depends on your level. So level 1 to 3 is gray, 4 to 6 is purple, 7 to 10 is white. So we would have to fight a gray enemy, which is really nice, especially since it's revealed, it's not fortified. So then we would go there, fight this enemy, and then we would get the spell. Again, this is not just something that you just do and get some additional stuff. Starting it does not cost you an action. That's nice. It's just, if you happen to be at a revealed space, you can do that. This quest is actually a quest that is not bound to a specific player. So if someone starts it, someone else can snatch it up. For solo, of course, this is irrelevant, and the dummy, even the active one, I think does not interact with the quest system. So if you start it, you can be sure that you can continue. So this is actually free, but this step again means that you have to do an action at the place where there's nothing else and pay to influence. So again, it's an action and to influence that you have to invest. Then you have to fight an enemy. That's normally good anyway because you get fame. But again, it will be the action of your turn. So even though you are at an adventure site, you cannot clear the adventure site too. So if you put it here, for example, we can clear the enemy, but then we cannot also clear the altar. It would be yet another turn. So in total, it's requiring 2 full actions and 2 influence, and of course fighting the enemy to then get a spell. And I think if you just compare that to taking a Mage Tower, for example, that's a lot of extra steps and stuff to do. So I do think from what I've seen so far, I like these quests because they are really options, but it's not like I want to go there anyway, I get extra stuff, so this is obviously good to take because you really have to pay something extra. There's no free bonuses being handed out here. So this is a quest that I would like to at least start in the first day because I do really like Expose. And if I start it, this will rotate back to the first position as said, and we will have a row of 4 quests. Whenever a player starts his turn, if there are no 4 quests lying there, so 2 plus the number of players, but also 4 in solo, there will be a quest revealed. So in our first turn there will actually be a 3rd quest, and in our second turn there will actually be a 4th quest being revealed. So we will see what's up with them. As you can see, this is probably nothing for the new player of Mage Knight because it makes it much more complex. Unless you don't want to optimize stuff anyway, then it's probably just fun to have. But for someone like me who really wants to strategize about things, this might make it quite brain-burny actually. And as I said already, I think it gives you more options because it means that you can go to some adventure site that's a bit like off-side to the map where you would normally not go because you get an additional thing. You can fight an additional enemy, get a spell, and then enter the adventure site anyway. This really ramps up the adventure sites in interestingness and it can give you more options of what to do. That's at least currently how I see it. I will now put this thinking mark up because we are now going through the setup again and this might take some time. So as said, we are playing a full conquest, so we have to reveal and conquer 2 cities of yet not determined levels, and let's see what the setup gives us. So from the map we do have a regular countryside tile with a village in a swamp. As already discussed, it's usually not a good idea to go there unless you have some special movement skills like Brevla, because in the village you can really just get cards, maybe hire. There are thugs, scouts, peasants and crossbowmen, which are all hireable in the village. We can also hire them in Oasis, but it's day, so it's desert of course, and it's behind the lake, so it's really hard to get there. So do we really want to go there just to hire? I'm not sure about that. There's also Orc Summoners, which are easy to reach with 4 movement, and they do make us level. They are 4 famed, so they are really good. And we do have a concentration in the opening hand, and as already pointed out, we can draw quick-witted to have concentrated swiftness for 5 range attack and just kill them and level. So that's probably a really good move. The opening hand also has stamina, crystallize and improvisation. So we could play improvisation with crystallize for 3 movement and stamina for 5, which would actually be 1 movement too much to reach here and then kill the summoners with concentrated swiftness. This would only take 1 mana, this is why I'm pointing it out. Much more card efficient would be to take the mana steal, go with 4 movement due to stamina, and then a concentrated swiftness with the regular die to kill them. So we hold on to improvise and crystallize, which I think is much preferable. And then we'll see what the skills are, and we will also pick up an advanced action card. Talking about advanced actions, there's an Ice Shield, Song of Wind and Blood Ritual. Song of Wind, of course, is a really good movement skill. This would also reduce the movement cost of plains, desert and wastelands by 2, which could make it much more easy to actually reach these tiles here, because there are plains, wasteland and desert. But a reduction of 2 just means that this is still costing 2 and these are still costing 3. But it's a good movement skill and it's always good to pick one up. Ice Shield is Ice Block 3 and you can reduce the armor of one enemy blocked by 3. That can be really huge in the beginning of the game because you can block an attack and make the counter attack trivial. What I don't like about it that ice resistant enemies will just shrug it off and then it's almost pointless. So it really depends on what tokens you draw. And especially with altars like this, where you have to draw an unknown keep enemy and a mage tower enemy to fight at the same time, it really depends on what you draw. If it's fire golems, then it's awesome. If not, then it might be worthless. And there's also the Blood Ritual, of course, which is one of the best mana skills, if not the best, because it gives you 2 or 3 mana, depending on if you power it, and you can crystallize 1. You will take a wound, of course, so you must have some way to deal with this. But all Mage Knights start with Tranquility, so if nothing else, you can use this to try and heal. And there's also a Glade here, so this might also be some play. As for the units, we already mentioned that there are Thugs, which are okay, I guess. Scouts, which I like. And the peasants can be really good, especially if you can just easily pick them up. You don't have units yet, then peasants are really good to just pick up. And the crossbowmen are ranged attack and have a solid attack or block of 3 with a good armor as well. Again, we can pick them up in the village, but it's hard to reach. We could pick them up in the Oasis, which is also hard to reach. So my eye is a bit on this keep here. So after leveling here, we might have chance to do the altar, which also makes us higher, which would be nice, because if we are not hiring here and we are not sure if we can hire here later, if we can actually take that, if we have the influence, then clearing the altar to hire might be a play. But we can also just skip this and continue to the keep, take this, and maybe, as said, take on the quest, place it somewhere here with this adventure site and being the target, so we can loop around it and maybe take it later. And there's also the way to continue to the glade, pick up some mana, heal a wound, and reveal tiles from there. We also must keep in mind that Wolfhawk will try to beat us to some adventure sites, fortified sites, or the village to hire units, so it will be interesting to see how this works out and what she's actually targeting and if this actually takes away options from us. As for the spells, they're all blue, unfortunately. There's a mana bolt, which is nice, quite flexible, but for the city assaults, it's quite restricted because you do have to power it with exactly blue, green, and black to get a siege ice attack of 8 to help in a fortified assault. Unless there's some unfortified enemies or you have expose, of course, then it becomes really interesting. Especially if you have something like Blood Ritual that gives you all the mana you want. Chill and Lethal Chill are pretty much the same as Ice Shield in my book. That can be awesome, but it can be worthless depending on if the enemy is ice resistant. And there's Mist Form, which is a movement skill that also doubles as a defensive skill, since it does give all units or resistances, and you ignore the first wound and the additional effects from this first attack that you ignore. So really defensive, can be really good. So to continue with the map, we have already talked about the village, the orc of course, the keep, and the altar with the capability to hire. There's also a deep mine that can be interesting to stock up on some crystals. But at day it's quite a question on how to continue if there's wasteland and deserts, so it seems like a dead end, to be honest. The oasis is nothing to look at there right now because we don't have any crystals to sell and currently we don't want to buy them either. And the Ziggurat could be interesting to pick up a spell or an artifact. But these sites actually look like you need a lot of cards to get past these traps, because whenever you are getting attacked basically by a trap, you would have to spend some cards or take the wounds, so you either need a lot of cards and block or healing to make this actually worthwhile. In a maze or labyrinth, you could actually pay this cost up front just by having movement. This was also the restricting factor of if you could get a good result from a labyrinth or maze. But here you are rolling for the traps, and you have more choices with the easier floors of what kind of trap you are facing. But it doesn't change the fact that whenever you face a trap, you're actually getting a wound or have to block it. And the attacks are all like 2 or 3, sometimes with an element, sometimes swift or poisonous. Might even be a psychic attack of 4, that's a new tech type in the expansion. So it sounds like you should be leveled a bit or at least have a lot of cards. I'm never that fond of the easiest path where you just get gems, so my mind always goes to the 2nd or 3rd floor, which would mean 2 or 3 traps and fighting an enemy that's also possessed. So that's also what these tokens are for, so these possessed enemies will get additional attacks or bumped up attack or armor, something like this. But I think that's it for the first overview. So as for possible opening moves, I think we could go to the village to maybe start this quest, but as already alluded to, there's not a brown enemy yet, so we could keep this quest, of course, alive for at least the 2nd round, so there will probably be a way to fulfill this, and we will want to fight a brown enemy anyway, if we can find a dungeon or monster den or something like this. Actually, this is also something that I mean, that usually I do not want to fight monster dens because I don't like just getting 2 crystals, but if there's a quest for this that actually makes it worthwhile, it opens up that route to go through this in the map. Maybe it's even located better than the other options. So I do think it gives you more options, not less. But if you commit to this, of course, if you abandon a quest, you lose reputation. So if you start this, have this huge investment of 4 influence where you're not hiring, then you better actually follow through with this, I guess. So I don't think I want to start this now. Maybe it's getting this card at the end of the first day, or maybe depending on what we reveal, we can still start it so it will not be discarded. So going here, I don't think I want to do, and seeing that I do have concentrated swiftness, if I want in the opening hand as an orc where I can level and I have the movement, I feel like going to the orc and killing it is probably the best idea. And we will have an improvisation and a crystallize left for the 2nd turn, but I think it's a good opening move. We will be able to take a card, and again, what would be take? Because Ice Shield, as said, if the next possible battle is against 2 unknown tokens, it's really a gamble to take that. I think I'd rather have the Blood Ritual and then have some cards like Rage, Determination, that if powered give me a lot of block and attack, which would make it possible to actually defeat this altar. Because it will probably level us again and give us a unit, and for the first date it would already be quite some achievement, and we might go on to the keep then, for example, and reveal. Seeing that there's also a swamp here, I don't think actually there's much choice movement wise. If we go to the swamp, we can go to the village right away. We could also use this for influence, of course, but it's one of our 2 swiftness, so I'm not sure I want to do that. Although concentrated, quick-witted will give us 6 influence, so we can hire the crossbowman, for example, which will then allow us to kill the orcs if we have the other swiftness. But that's actually the problem with this card. It's an additional influence card. Usually you only have threaten and promise as pure influence cards. You of course have improvisation, and you can of course also get 2 additional points from concentration. But these 2 cards come at a high opportunity cost, whereas promise and threaten are just the influence cards, so you want to use them for influence because everything else will be inefficient. Which means that Coral has a 3rd influence card. That's huge, because they sometimes have a tendency to come out in the time where you don't need them, or if you need them you haven't drawn them yet. So having a card that you have access to whenever you like, which also gives influence, can be quite interesting, I think. But then again, it's a swiftness. There's also the option to use it with concentration for range attack 5 and get this early level up and kill. The dummy, by the way, will also re-roll dice. If it's matching the color of his current objective card, he will actually use the die to be faster and reroll it as well. So that's quite interesting, to put it like this. Unfortunately, the dummy can then help depleting dice, but it cannot or will not help refreshing dice, because it will not play a mana draw, for example, to turn a die to some undepleted side. But the dummy, if you play with this active dummy variant, will count as a player. So this is why we have 4 source dice and 4 units in the offer. So there's a trade-off of having 1 die more, but he can also screw with you and reroll dice. But it might even be able to help you. So for the tactics, that means that if the dummy goes first, he might actually rush, for example, to this space here and block you from killing these summoners. That would really suck. Which makes Early Bird and Rethink quite interesting, but as I've already said, mana draw could allow me to power stamina and a concentration for the quick-witted to have a really good opening turn of moving here and killing it. But this all banks on the dummy not being on this field. I should also point out that we did not actually decide yet if we want to draw that card, so if we would go for the village, for example, we could also target an improvisation crystallized play with a powered stamina that would play 3 cards, require only 1 mana and get us to the village. So we can hold to 2 others, and we can actually see another card and draw this if we want to, after seeing what our hand refreshes to. So we would get another card that could even help with movement. So this is not decided yet, but I do think we already argued that this is probably not a good opening move to move to the village without just fighting the orcs. So we should probably have a quick think on what a dummy might do. If he gets a green quest card, he will move to the closest unconquered adventure site, which probably is the altar. On red, he will move to the closest unconquered fortified site on undestroyed monastery, which is the keep, so he will move here. For white, he will move to the closest site to acquire a unit, advanced action, or a spell, which in this case would mean a unit, and he could move to the village, that's the closest. And for blue, he will take the closest of any of the above, so he will probably go to the village and hire. That would mean only if he's going for the adventure side, he can actually block me, which is good news. And he will actually try to avoid rampaging enemies, which also solves the issue if for this range of 3 here, there are multiple ways that they all have the same length where he will actually move to. And he will probably approach via the swamp, not the plains, because he will not want to provoke a rampaging enemy. And I do think from understanding the rules that I can decide this anyway. If there's a tie, I can just move him in my favor, basically. Which in this case would probably mean moving him through the swamp. This will be my first game with a Proxy Player, of course, or with any of the content of the expansion. So I hope I do not screw this up. Please let me know if I'm doing any rule mistakes here. But this means for us, I think it's quite unlikely that he can throw us over, even if he is going before us. Which does mean the mana steal play is back on the table. We could of course keep it slower, not draw the card right away and just move as a first turn with the blue mana die. Actually, he can screw us over if he's re-rolling this, of course. That would be bad. One question I did not find in the rules is if I can actually move through the dummy player. The dummy player cannot move through me, so it's not legal, so I can really block him. But I do think when it comes to me, the usual rules for multiplayer apply, and there it's fair game to move through the space. You can't just end your movement there, unless it's a keep, of course. So you would have to attack, and with PvP it's again a different thing, so I'm assuming I can move through the dummy player. Alright, so I think this leaves us with the idea to just kill the orc, which doesn't mean I will draw quick-witted. I will not play the right moment. I think this becomes much more interesting. Usually I said that early bird and right moment do not make any difference when you play solo with a dummy player, because it just means you go before. Technically with the right moment you go after dummy player, but if you can do 2 consecutive turns, you just catch up and you are in essence having 1 more turn than a dummy. But here it really makes a difference because you can do 2 consecutive moves, and like in competitive multiplayer, this means that you can really rush to some site or kill a token before the dummy gets in the way or some other player gets in the way. So this is really interesting. Now, great start. I don't think I want to take because we can already kill this, and I don't see what we want to draw that would make the first turn even better. Planning could be interesting if you just move and not kill it to get the hand size increase. But I do think I want to go with an earlier tactic to not give the dummy more ways to screw with me. And rethink is not necessary because I wouldn't know what to toss out. And early bird I think is just too defensive, I think. So I do think I want to take the mana steal, go for the orc, see what the skill is, probably take blood ritual and go from there. Alright, so with the opening setup, I think it's fair to say that the easiest move is to just kill the orc level, get a skill and advanced action card, and then continue planning from there. There's a lake and 2 swamps, so this is really unattractive to move through, although we do have enough movement, and since there's a mana of each color in the starting source, we could power whatever card we like basically, so we could even just power the improvisation for movement, toss the crystallize, but I do think the easiest opening move as always is to just kill orc, get a reputation, level, and then just take it from there. Which doesn't mean we are drawing quick-witted, because it does allow us to do a concentrated swiftness play, basically, for range attack 5. And for this we take the mana steal, so we are sure that we can actually power this, or this, because we do need to move 4 and then another mana for the concentration. So we are taking mana steal, and we will steal the blue die, because if the dummy rerolls this is really bad, because we can't recolor it or power stamina. So if he's now going before us and rerolling the green, we can at least power concentration still by recoloring the die. That's the idea here, but this would be our intended play, holding on to these cards. But we still have to figure out what the dummy plays and if he's really going before us, and if so, what his objective card will be. That should be enough shuffling. Let's see what the dummy is going for. And he's playing the right moment, so after us, this I think is lucky, but quite welcome, which means that Coral is going before Wolfhawk. This brings us to our first turn, and the plan was already laid out, so we will use the blue die for stamina, movement 4. So Coral steps through the portal, and with 4 movement can approach the orc, summon us. And then with the green die, we can power the concentration with quick-witted, which is our version of swiftness, so it allows range attack 3, which is range attack 5, and we just killed summoners before he can summon. That's the important part, giving us a reputation, token is defeated, and 4 fame, which of course makes us level. So very nice. The dummy did not have a chance to take this away from us. So these 2 dice will be re-rolled. We won't have any more benefit from the tactic, of course, unfortunately, but we will go first, and I think that's lucky enough. So let's see what the dice come up with. Comes up white and blue. Blue is really nice, unless the dummy rerolls it, because we do have a crystallize here. So that's the end of turn 1, and we do level, and we will see the first 2 skills of Coral. Let's see what we get. The first choice is Shield Wall, which gives you a block 2 once per turn, which, to be honest, is exactly what you need to help with these traps. And if you block an enemy with Shield Wall, every other source of block that's at least 2, so sideways card out of the question, is increased by 1. Which means that for one enemy can really ramp up block quite quickly, but you can't just play sideways card for block 2 for each. So that's a solid defensive skill. And the other option is Commandeer Vessel, which gives us the permanent ability to enter lakes for a movement cost of 2. That sounds really good, so it's a movement skill of Coral. Once a turn you also get a movement point, and I do like these odd movement points. But there's also a flipping ability, which if you do, you can for the rest of the turn spend movement points to go from one coastline space to the next for 1 movement point each. The movement does not provoke rampaging enemies, and you always have to end your movement on a coastline space. You can reveal coastline tiles at a distance of 2 instead of 1, and you can later flip this back to use it again this round by paying 2 influence. So that's a bit more complicated skill, which essentially allows to travel by boat. So at a coastline, you pretty much ignore the movement cost because you can move with just 1 movement point. So what to take here? I think it's already quite an interesting decision. Being more flexible with movement and being able to cross lakes is interesting. coastline move on a wedge map is also quite interesting, I think. And the odd move point, of course, also helps. It would immediately help me with entering the forest just for move 2. On the other hand, the block is also quite interesting. Especially if I want to try something like this, any attack or block that I can get is appreciated. And the ability to get even more block points if I invest more than one card could also be huge. There might even be a play to take Ice Shield, since there is some synergy there. So block will most likely also be immediately useful, because I already played my concentrated swiftness combo, so there will not be any more ranged kills. And no matter if I do the altar or the keep, it will probably be useful to block. And I do think I really want to try the altar to take care of the higher ring. Improvisation would be 3 movements, so that would already be enough to get me there. But then again, it would also be a good attack or block card, depending on what I draw. So I will only get 1 more card and then 2 from the pile, which could be Threaten and Promise, for example. It would be bad. But I think Blood Ritual is just far too good to pass on. Especially with a Crystallize in hand, I can even crystallize 2 of the mana I get. Yeah, I do think I need all the help I can get with Battle. And this will not help me at all. It will just make it more efficient to get there. But if I get there in a separate turn, this won't help me in a battle at all. But this will. But then again, it might happen that the dummy is actually rushing for the ruins and he can reach them. If he's drawing, for example, one of his special cards, it's already accounting for a movement of 2. Then if there's also a die that matches the color, it will already be 3. So I do think it's possible that he can actually rush there. And then the altar would be gone. Yeah, nevertheless, even if I just take the keep, then I think the block will be appreciated. As for the advanced action, Blood Ritual is in a position where I could take it later, once I have a level twice. So Ice Shield could be an option, but then again I have no crystals. And dummy can interfere with the mana play, so I do think having Blood Ritual to be able to crystallize, with Crystallize in hand, I do think the mana is far too good to pass on. And there's still a movement spell in the offer. I just think I have to take Blood Ritual. Let's go with block and Blood Ritual and see what I draw, and then let's plan from there. So we do think with all these enemies that are lining up, if we can get the altar and the keep, if Wolfhawk is not interested in this at least, we will need all the battle help that we can get, and 2 block, and maybe even 3 if we play another card for blocking, is appreciated. So this goes to the offer, as is one of Wolfhawk's skills, of course. And for the advanced offer, Ice Shield could be interesting, especially with the skill we just picked up. But Blood Ritual, since we have no crystals yet and the dummy can interfere with the mana source, I think it's far too valuable to pass on, especially since we have Crystallize as well. So we could make a turn where we just move into position, play the Blood Ritual anyway, to then crystallize 1 mana. If we power this, we will get 2 crystals and 1 mana to power something else like improvisation. So I do think picking this up, I won't regret that. So I do think we are picking up Blood Ritual. So let's see what Wolfhawk added to the offer. And it's Refreshing Bath, so a healing skill that gives you a crystal. That might be a good combination for Blood Ritual, to be honest, depending on what's in the last spot when we level up next. Very interesting skill. And the advanced action offer refreshes with Decompose, so another strong crystal skill. But that's it for the first turn then finally. So we draw up. There's the Blood Ritual, of course. Let's see what the other 2 cards are. There's a Promise. So if we also draw a Threaten, that would be so sad. And there's a Rage. So at least something that helps us in battle, and the Promise could actually be an option to discard with Improvisation. So it might actually not be bad to have a card that we can actually toss for Improvisation. But it's our hand then for the next turn. But Wolfhawk will now play. So let's see what her objective card is. And it's Crystallize, so blue. So we leave that card as her objective for the time being. And as usual, we will reveal 2 more cards, which is white and red. And also as usual, depending on the color of her crystals and the card, we would reveal more cards, but there are none. So that's lucky. So she's just playing 3 cards. And she will target the closest of all of the above, which doesn't mean it's the village, because this is the only side in range 2. So Wolfhawk will step through the portal, and her movement will be +1, since it's not an advanced action or one of her unique basic actions. So it's just +1. 1 per shield on the objective card, which is a form of attrition. So if the dummy does not achieve his objective, he will always get at the beginning of the turn, if there's already an objective card, 1 more shield. But there is none currently. And +1 if there's a mana die of the same color as objective card in the source. Which of course there is, unfortunately. So she does have a movement of 2, and she should move to the village right away, which does mean she can reach her objective. Let's reroll this first. Die comes up green, which in general is not that bad, but we don't have a green card. But again, if we can power this, I think we are fine with mana currently. So blue emulated white, which is an interaction action. So what Wolfhawk will do is he will be interacting, and this means discarding the lowest cost available unit, advanced action in unit offer, or spell that they have a matching crystal of, if she's in a tower, of course, or in a city where she can actually learn this. So she currently can only land blue and white spells, which are all the spells, of course. But in this case, it means she's recruiting, and she's recruiting the scouts or the peasants. And if there's a tie, I can choose. So I will give her the peasants, I think, because I usually find the scouts much more appealing. And the scouts I can actually hire in more places as well, so I will give her the peasants. Which does mean the objective card is now discarded. And I think I will put it in the original position so we are not getting confused with the colors here. And she already achieved her first objective. But it's turn 1 then for Wolfhawk, and we are getting to our second turn. Alright, so we should probably move. And the only movement card we do have is the improvisation. And as already discussed, the promise is probably the best card to toss at that point. Because if we are attempting this, then we won't need it to hire. If not, unfortunately, we will have tossed one of our 2 influence cards and improvisation. But the question is this enough for a turn? If we just get 3 movement points, move to the altar, we will see the defenders of the keep, but we will not attempt the altar, of course, and we won't have any use for mana. We will not attempt the altar, of course, because we have only 3 cards left. That's insane. So I do think what we could do is power this, at least. So we have 2 more movement points to reveal this tile. And we could actually divert to the keep if we think that's worth our time to just press on and just take the keep. It will increase our hand limit and we can then hire afterwards. We could, of course, also just crystallize, I'm just realizing, because if we don't need the mana here, we can use it here. The idea here being that Blood Ritual could be played to power this, crystallize, and get another crystal would be quite efficient, but we would be left with a wound. We would play this all and replace most of the cards, but we would have a wound, so we will only draw 3. If we do it like this, we will also only draw 3, but we will have much more mana than for the cards we're actually drawing. And we will already be in position, of course. So I do like this a lot, and we will probably crystallize the red, to be honest, so we definitely have red. Because we have no idea what the next die will be that she rerolls. Yeah, I mean, playing this doesn't do much for us because it will just replace the card with a wound. We will power this to reveal. That's a plus. So 1 mana is actually used, it's taken care of. And we will have 2 crystals then, of course. But we can get almost the same effect. So 1 crystal next turn. We will not have powered this, but we will be much more flexible with the mana next turn if we keep that. And if we draw a Tranquility, it will actually be quite efficient to then heal the wound. So I'm not sure rushing this makes any sense if we can play 3 cards. As said, we should crystallize this to make sure that we have red, because we have so many red cards and we need red to just kickstart this, unless we are not powering it, of course. But this can just give us a red crystal. If we power it, we'll get 1 more mana and the crystal we can just choose. What I do like is that we are then sitting on the altar, so Wolfhawk cannot take this away from us. She can, of course, rush to the keep, but it's a chance that we need to take. She might also hire again, which would remove the scouts. She will do that in blue and white. But the scouts are not a reward I would just take. I would probably take the crossbowmen, and these are the last units she will remove. I do think it's a solid second turn, and it prepares us well for the coming battle, so let's just do that. So with the promise, we will use improvisation for movement 3. We will not power it because we can then use a red source die to crystallize, picking up a red crystal. So we are sure we can use Blood Ritual and get all the mana we want and any crystal we want. But we are not casting it now to not have the wound clog up our hand. This already plays us 3 cards. The movement 3 at day will get us into this forest here, to this altar. And depending on what we draw, we might actually want to take a stab at that altar. At least we have a rage and some block and all the mana we want. So if we are drawing 3 cards where there's anything like the second rage, which I think is Coral's replacement card, so it's an upgraded card, and or determination, swiftness, stuff like this, then we will probably take a stab at the altar. And we also see the defenders now, but we will not go there now because we do not have more movement because we did not power this. But I think playing 3 cards is fine at that point. So let's see what the defenders are actually. So they are thugs, which offset the reputation loss, but it will not make us +1. And suddenly the Ice Shield would be a perfect card. It would just block them, and if powered, it would reduce their armor to 2. So the Rage would just kill it. Yeah, what can you do? But that's it then. That's 3 cards played. Die comes up black, unfortunately. Let's see what we draw. There's a Tranquility. It's not a worst pull for the wound, but it doesn't help in the battle. A Determination, it's nice, but it's not firepower. And a mana draw. That's a bit unfortunate because we do have all the mana we want anyway. So maybe we are just using this to heal wounds we get from the battle, but we do have too much block and not enough attack, unfortunately. But it's our first turn, so let's see what Wolfhawk is doing. She gets a new objective card, which is red. It's a regular one. Red means that she is going for an unconquered fortified site or an undestroyed monastery, so she will go for the keep, and I think the way is clear. That's D3 here. And the movement will just be 1 because it's not a special card, not advanced action or a unique basic action. There's no shield on it and there's no mana die of the matching color. So I do think she's just moving 1 space out of the village towards the keep. But of course we should also reveal more cards. So another white and another red. So these are the 3 then. And she does not have red crystals. So again, we are lucky that she will have a very short turn. We moved her already. But next turn she will get a shield, which means even if there's no matching die, then she will reach the keep and conquer it. So if we want to prevent that, we would have to go there first. And just to point it out, if we take the keep now, there's no other unfortified site left. So she will actually explore. So she will go for the shortest path and then explore a tile for us. But if we vacate the space, she will actually go there, explore, and then she will be sitting on an adventure site. So on blue and on green, I guess, she will then just take the altar. But it should be her second turn, so we are moving on to our third. And we are facing the problem of, do we actually want to enter ruins with just the rage? Since there's really not much we can do, the best we can do is actually 6 attack if we power the rage and play determination not for blocking. And 6 attack doesn't sound that much against 2 tokens. If one of them is physical resistant, we are really screwed. And what do we do with all the mana? I also just realized that we do not have a single movement card. So even taking the keep would mean that we have to play 2 cards sideways. That's so bad. Yeah, moving away is probably not an option. We would have needed to take the other skill then, which gives us a move point, so that at least 1 card sideways will get us there. But we are already on an altar, so we should probably reinvestigate if we can take this. I think we can kill an enemy. One of the 2 should be killable if we have any luck, and we would have enough heal and block to maybe block the other one. But I am tempted to just use the Tranquility to draw cards. This is probably not working in battle because it does not have another symbol than the healing symbol. So it's not the special symbol here, which means that we probably have to do that before the battle. So I'm somewhat tempted to just play the Blood Ritual to power the Tranquility, draw 2 cards. We could not get rid of the wound, of course, but we do have a Glade as a follow-up to move there after the battle. Because if we stay here, Wolfhawk will take the keep anyway. We don't need to take the altar in 1 swoop, so if we can kill 1 token and then redraw, that might be enough. Only problem is that we would need to decide on the colors of the tokens we get here. We would probably start with a mana draw to spare the crystal, turn the black die red, get 2 red tokens. So let's maybe rearrange that here. So we can actually power this and the rage, since we do need some firepower, which would mean Blood Ritual gives us a green, probably a blue. Not sure if we need that, but it's good to have the option. And we should probably take a gold because we can get non-basic, and we can crystallize this in whatever we want later. At that point, I'm not sure if we can just take gold tokens a day because there's no downside, or if this is really a restriction that you can only crystallize if you are not taking gold. Yeah, so consulting the companion, the question is probably moot because in strict play, as it's formulated in the companion, you would have to gain a crystal right away anyway, because it's part of the description text, so you have to execute everything on the card before you can proceed. So you produce the 3 tokens and then you can get a crystal. So I can't look at the enemies or the cards first and then decide. So I do think I just need to take a crystal, which I definitely do want to do because I can still use the crystal later. Well, actually, I could take a gold for this and then decide on a crystal. Yeah, I think that's the best play. So we have a wild card for whatever we draw, but we would have to decide on the color of the crystal. And that's the time where I want to look at the discard, because the green cards we already have, the rest is marches and we don't want to power a march. If we draw one, we can reveal a tile, but then again, we are not doing that. If we need the odd attack point, for example, it would be so bad if you then play this to reveal and then you are missing an attack point. So for white, there's another swiftness coming up. That's a really good reason to take a white. Red we still have, so I don't think that's a good idea to take, but there will be another rage coming up. That's also good. And for blue, there's really just also stamina. So I do think white is probably the right answer here. So let's take a white crystal then. And of course, we would also end up with a wound from Blood Ritual, which we cannot heal because we are going to draw. So this is a good plan. it does fix the source a bit. It gives us 2 more cards. It definitely powers the Rage. We have a wildcard mana and a white crystal. I do think we just need to see what the altar brings us. It's a bit of a gamble with Tranquility, but I do think 2 more cards when sitting on the altar with no movement, it's probably the best course of action. So let's just do it. So we are in a little bit of trouble with the altar, since we do not have that much attack, but we don't have any movement, so we can't even move away unless we play 2 cards sideways, which is quite a waste. So this is why we decide to try the altar. But with just the Rage and Determination, it's maximum of 6 damage, with a sideways card 7, and that would not leave us with that much block, even though we have 2 here. So we really want to see 2 more cards. And since we want to spare the crystal, we use the mana draw to pull a white die to fix the black to red, getting 2 tokens, playing the Blood Ritual, gaining a wound, gaining 3 tokens, a green, a white, and a gold. The white we will crystallize right away, because we do need to do that right away, which does mean we can power the Rage later if we want to. We can power the Determination or anything else because it's a wild card, and these 2 cards are of course not played, but we do have a wound that we will not be able to heal. So we will now draw 2 cards before the battle. And the first card is Tempered Steel, so I think it's the Rage replacement. So it's the second Coral card, of course, of her non-standard cards, which gives you 1 more attack or block point compared to Rage if you block and attack. So it's either block 2 and then an attack 1, or it's a block 1 and an attack 2. So unpowered is just 3 if you block and attack. And if you know my videos, you know that I do like this a lot, because these odd points more often than not save you a mana or a card. The powered effect is attack 4, like Rage, or 6 if the enemy targeted by this attack has any resistances, which is nice if they are fire or ice resistant, because it's just attack 6 then, but against a physical resistant enemy it will still be a net attack of 3 at least, or it gives you block 4, which of course is not possible with a regular Rage to get block at all, and it will be block 6 against an enemy that's swift. Again, which is like a physical resistance, so you need double the block amount anyway, so it will net you a block 3. But I do like this, because this means that we now have a lot more firepower, and with any luck we can defeat both tokens. But we might get a lot of wounds. And we can actually power this to block, and then take a crystal for Tempered Steel, so this gives us a lot of block. But we have no idea what the tokens are, and I think at that point we really want to engage. So Coral enters the ruins, and we will draw a keep enemy and a mage tower enemy. So let's see what we are facing. The keep enemy are crossbowmen. Okay, so they do have a swift attack, but are really easy to kill. And illusionists. This is a bit harder, of course, because they're physical resistant and they will summon something. But we do have a determination and a blocking skill, so maybe it works out okay. And at that point, I don't think there's anything to think about, because there is no range attack whatsoever. So we will enter the block and assign phase. So we do need to summon and see what comes up. And the illusionist will summon a Hydra. That's so bad. Why am I pulling these tokens? We do have a determination and this. Well, actually it will block 2 attacks at least, but again, it doesn't do us any good if we power this if there are 3 attacks. And we do have still the attack of the crossbowman, of course. That's so sad. We can come up with a huge block, and there's only small attacks here. But the good news is that there is at least a unit with resistances, so the Tempered Steel will just kill the illusionist, and the Rage will just kill the crossbowman. So we can kill both if we do that. And at that point, I do think powering the determination will not do any good here, because it will take in a block of 8. Actually, it will be a block of 8. Wow, the skill is already paying off, so let's do it like this. But yeah, this skill gives us 2 block, and any other block which is at least 2 will be increased by 1. So by powering determination, we will actually get block 6, which makes it a block 8, inefficient, or actually it's counted differently. We just need 8 block, so this is 8 block. So this can block the crossbowman, because this is also 2 wounds. And with 2 block and 2 block, if we don't play any other block, we would still get 3 more wounds, because we could block 2 attacks here and we got 2 wounds here, 1 wound there. But if we block these, we will also get 3 wounds, so it's quite pointless. Yeah, so this sounded nice, but it's actually with the Hydra it's quite pointless, because preventing 2 wounds can be done by just blocking 2 easy attacks, so we don't need the mana. So again, we can save the crystal, use this here, just block 2 attacks of the Hydra. 1 will get through, the crossbowman will get through, that's 3 wounds. The Hydra will vanish, and the crossbowman will just die with the Rage, and the illusionist will just die with the Tempered Steel, because it's 6 attack against an enemy with any resistance, so it's still inefficient, but 3 is enough to kill it then. I think I have to be happy that we can kill them, but we will end up with 4 wounds, that's the unfortunate part. But I don't think defending more by playing this as a block is a good idea, because we will then not clear the altar, not get the unit, and have to re-engage next turn, which will cost even more resources. So the question is it worth it to try and prevent one more wound, to be honest? It's just one. But actually we can prevent 2, but then we wouldn't kill anything. And this we won't kill at range, so we'll summon again. And this is hard to block, and we can't kill this because we don't have range attack 4. So I do think overall it's much better to just kill the tokens, take the fame. It's just 7, which brings our fame up to 11. We get a second slot and a third armor point. If we are not killing this, we would still level, but it won't do us any good, to be honest. Yeah, I think we just have to deal with the wounds and see where we go from there. So the Hydra is of course an unlucky pull, and since we can kill both tokens with the Rage, with the mana from the mana draw, and the Tempered Steel with the gold mana from the Blood Ritual, we'll have attack 4 against this and attack 6 because they have a resistance against this, inefficient, but it will kill them. But before that we do have to deal with these up to 5 wounds, and the idea is that we can block 2, one with the skill, one with the domination, without even powering it. We could instead block this if we power the domination, but it would just prevent 2 wounds as well, so we end up getting 3 wounds nevertheless, so we can just save the crystals. So that will be 3 wounds in addition to our 1. We will not be knocked out. The Hydra will just vanish, of course, but we will kill these 2. That's 7 fame. Brings us to 11 and will make us level, which is our third armor point in a second command slot. This was turned red from mana draw. This will be re-rolled. Comes up green as well. These tokens were used. The crystal is here. These tokens are from the mana draw. We've used our skill. This was all used before combat, and this was used within the combat. Which does mean we conquered this altar. So we are marking this with our shield. And then we will, at the end of turn, get combat rewards, which is a unit. There are no gold units, of course. So we can take the thugs, the scouts, or the crossbowmen. So we should at least briefly think about what to take here. I'm leaning towards the crossbowmen. They are just the most expensive unit. They are level 2. They have a good armor, attack, block, range attack. But they are not immediately useful, because Wolfhawk will now take the keep. And we do need more movement. We probably want to visit the glade to deal with our wounds here. At least 1 or 2 turns and do some revealing. And for this we do need some movement, but we do have a lot of movement cards still in the deck. Until now we just have seen the first stamina, so there's a stamina and 2 marches left. So there are 5 cards left in the deck. 3 of them are already known to be movement cards. We do have the Threaten, of course, left, so that's the 4th card. And we do have another Swiftness, which is also movement. So I do think no matter what we draw, unless it's Threaten, we will have at least move 2. So if it's a Swiftness, we can at least reveal a tile, but we won't be able to move away. Also, if it's the stamina, we cannot actually power it because there's no blue mana currently. So this is an argument to take the scouts because they do have move 2, but I do think the crossbowmen are just a better unit. We have so many wounds that we do not want to take more, and wounding the crossbowmen will not be a good idea. Yeah, so the crossbowmen have an armor of 4, which would be good to absorb more damage in the future, but they are level 2, so they are actually harder to heal. So I'm not sure this makes sense. The thugs have an armor of 5 and are level 1, so that's really interesting. But to assign damage to them, we would have to spend influence. You can activate themselves, I learned that, to pay for this, and they are really easy to heal. But I don't want more block, and they just have an attack of 3, which the crossbowmen have as well, and they also have a range attack. I don't think taking the thugs over the crossbow makes much sense. And we do still have our block skills, so in general it should be easy enough to prevent more damage in the future. For example, the thugs is just one sideways card with this, but they will be gone soonish. So do we take the scouts to be sure that we can actually move to the glade? Because we will only draw 1 card. So with the Threaten we can't do anything, we will just rest then, I guess. But we don't want to toss all... Actually, we can toss them all to the discard pile. That might actually be a good turn, to be honest, and see what the dummy does, because he can reveal this tile for us, so we do not need to do this. If it's a Swiftness, we can explore, but would not get rid of any wounds. If it's either of the marches, we can power it and go to the glade. But if the stamina, it's just to move and we can power it. But we can do the same resting turn as with the Threaten, of course. So far we have leveled twice, higher the unit. But that's pretty much it, so I think we should do more in the first day. With the crossbowman and the Swiftness, we would have another range attack of 5 if there's another orc coming up. It would be so nice to just take the keep, but Wolfhawk will have movement 2, so she will take the keep after this turn. So ideally we will have some tiles being revealed, either by us or by the dummy, and we'll kill some orc. That would be nice enough. It's unlikely that we get 4 more fame to level again. That would be nice. Yeah, I do think we just take the crossbow, and they're just far too nice having range attack with a swiftness and a white crystal, white mana source. That's range attack 5 with any luck, if the dummy reveals something or we reveal it, if the cards come up in the right order. There's at least a chance to kill something else. So yeah, let's take the crossbowman. It is a tough decision. The scouts would mean that we could reveal one of the tiles that are further away. We would have the movement to definitely reach the glade. But the crossbowmen overall are just a level 2 unit. They have range attack. We do have a crystal swiftness coming up. If the card order is in our favor, that would be so nice. So that's our reward. We still have the 4 wounds, of course. We did our level up, so we will draw 1 card. Let's see what it is. And it's a March. It's extremely lucky. That's exactly what we need because we have 2 green die, so there will be at least 1 available. And we can power this move to the glade, heal 1 of the wounds, and then have the other cards for the last turns of the day because the dummy is not really speeding. This was just our 3rd turn. Actually, I did realize that I already screwed up the questing system. I could not start any of those because I would need an inhabited site and I never visited one yet. But at the start of each of my turns, we should have laid out another quest. So since we are already in the 3rd turn, it should be 4 quests already. So let's see what we get. So the Goblin Warrants. For this quest, we need hills with movement cost 3 with no sight. So we put the marker 6 on it. So this one. And we choose a number between 1 and 3 and roll a mana die. Add 1 to your chosen number if you roll red or green, 2 if you roll black. Fight that number of goblins. Each goblin has a separate enemy with armor 1 and attack 1 and is worth 1 fame. If you feed them all, you finish this first step of the quest. You can then open a mine. A player may only complete this step if all players have completed step 1. You can then pay influence 4, flip the token. Wow, so this is actually a deep mine with all colors. So you can turn a hillside into a deep mine with all the colors, but you will have to defeat a lot of goblins. So seeing that they have armor 1 and attack 1, you might want to get more fame by choosing more goblins, but the attacks are again the annoying part because you would have to block them separately. We can block 1 for free, of course, but yeah, the other attacks will be really annoying. So I do think I would probably choose 1, and it might be increased by 1 with a 1 in 3 chance and a 1 in 6 chance it increased by 2. So it is really trivial actually to do. The problem with opening a mine irregularly is that a player may only complete a step if all players have completed step 1. So it's one of the quests which is independent. So it has all the player colors here. I think in a solo game this means I have to just do this, which means that I can just go to the hillside, fight this and then have this mine. And again, it might sound strong, because in solo I can just go there, fight 1 enemy if I roll lucky, and then have a deep mine, but that's not it. I have to pay the influence again. So this will not take many actions, because I can just move to any hills, fight them, immediately do this. You can complete more than 1 step in a turn, and it doesn't say as an action, but it does also cost 4 influence. So you will pay some resources for the attack, either block it or get a wound. Well, the block at least for me is trivial, and 1 card sideways will just kill them, but it's some resources. And you have to pay for influence, which I don't have currently. Then you get this mine. And currently we don't even have hillsides. That's probably the biggest problem with this quest. Nevertheless, we put it here. And we will pull 1 more, because there's a limit of 4. So in my 2nd turn, and we are already 3rd, I should have revealed this. That's Guard Duty, which is a personal quest, like the Fragments of Power, which gives you an artifact. Which means that you can only have 1 of them active at a time. And if you want to start another one, you have to abandon your current one. So the idea is that you are guarding a merchant, so whenever you get into any battle, you will have to pay block 2 or the quest automatically fails. So again, it does not mean you just travel with the merchant, but you also, if you fight, you have to defend him. So that costs resources. Of course, for me, this is perfect because I do have the block 2, so I can just spend this every fight to guard the merchant. To take it, you have to pick him up at any inhabited site. So you have to interact there to pick him up. That's the first step. And you can drop in at any other inhabited site except the one where you actually put the marker from the quest. And then it depends on the distance what you get. So if it's just 1 to 3 spaces away, you get a random crystal. If it's 4 to 6, you get 2 random crystals. If it's 7 or more, you get 2 mana crystals of your choice. So 7 or more is quite a long distance. So either don't have to fight, or if you do fight, which is quite a restriction, if you want to travel far, you really have to spend some extra resources. Unless you're of course lucky and the inhabited sites are right next to each other, then you would get a random crystal. But you do have to interact first and then drop him off at the other inhabited site. So currently I could not have taken either of those, so that's nice. So we didn't do anything too wrong here. And that's really the 3rd turn. At I've just drawn this and was lucky. And now we see what the dummy does with his third turn. Since he already has an objective card, we just reveal 3 cards. So it's blue, green, and green. Again, not a color of any of his crystals. So another short turn. But since he did have an objective card, he does get a shield. So the movement is now 1, 2, and with the red die 3. And I don't think this is optional, even though he doesn't need the movement. We will reroll the red, and it does deplete to black, unfortunately. But with 3 movement, he can definitely reach the keep, which does just mean that he will kill the defenders, and the keep is now conquered by him. And we are discarding the objective card, so we will again move it here at the beginning of the second turn where he did pick up a new objective, and that's his third turn. Which brings us to our fourth turn, and I do think it's clear what we do. We do power the march to get into position to interact with these next countryside tiles, hoping the dummy will reveal one. And we do need 3 movement to get here, so we can't reveal anything now. But the nice thing is that 1 wound will be discarded at the end of turn. The march is played, so we will draw 2 of our remaining 4 cards. This will be rerolled. Comes up white. So let's see what we get here. There's the swiftness. So we are prepared for range deck 5 now. And a march to travel, and we still have a green die unless the dummy is removing it. Let's also not forget that we do get a gold token from the glade. But unfortunately that's our 4th turn already. We do need to recoup a bit. So let's see what the dummy does. The first card is again the objective, which is white. So we will reroll one of those. Comes up blue, which does mean his movement is 1 for regular card, no shield, but a white die, so it's 2. And white means he will be interacting, and he's already at the keep. So he will recruit the scouts because they are hireable at the keep. I do think the unit must be hireable there. Yes, so it's the lowest fame cost of a unit that's actually available, but the scouts are available everywhere, so he will get rid of them. Which does mean the card is already discarded, but I should have again revealed more cards first. There's another white and a red, and the streak continues, so it's another turn with only 3 cards. So he has played only 12 so far, so there's still 4 in the deck. And we have seen all the white cards already, but we have not seen the blues. So there's 2 blue, which means it's a coin toss if he will exhaust his deck or not. But Wolfhawk was quite busy, hiring here, moving 2 turns to conquer the keep and then hiring again. So I like that so far, that's quite an interesting dummy, but she did not reveal unfortunately. Which brings us to our 5th turn, which I do think means that we will reveal now, and we will start here. So if we want to move into this, we will still have movement points left, and Wolfhawk can then reveal this tile for us, so we don't need to spend the movement. Unless this is really uninteresting, then we will remove this as well. And I do think we will keep this token and reroll the green die, so we will have the white left if we need it. It won't matter too much because we will, if we stay here, get another gold. But I do think I want to get rid of this. I don't think I have another green card in the deck anyway. So let's just get movement 4 and then reveal this tile first. And as said, we have to roll between all these tiles. So let's mark all of them with a different color. And let's make this gold and black we just reroll. Let's take the black die from the source. And it comes up golden. So this is the tile we reveal. So we're moving the other tile here and roll the rose. Comes up blue, so it's a rotation by 1 click. And it's a keep, mountain, monster den, and an altar. And it's rotated away from us. So there's a mountain in the middle. The altar is 2 green tokens for a set of crystals. A keep with unknown defenders and a monster den. So the question is a bit what to do here. We do have 2 movement points left and we do have a swiftness. There will be a stamina and a threaten in here, so not that much help. Stamina and threaten can get it into these hills. Stamina and threaten can get us into these hills if we now move there or power the stamina later, which will also reveal the defenders. And with the cross movement and swiftness can probably kill something, but the other token we will not be able to kill. And I do think staying at the glade will be beneficial to heal another wound, which does mean we probably just stay here and use the other 2 movement points to reveal another tile. With any luck, there will be rampaging orcs adjacent to the glade, so we can use the crossbowman and the swiftness right away by still sitting on the glade. It will mean that Wolfhawk will probably have a target, but then again, she will have a target already by us revealing this, so there's no real chance that she will reveal this. Because again, she has an unfortified side, she has an adventure side, she can still hire, so why would she reveal? I think that settles it, so we should really reveal this second countryside tile. It might give her some more close goals to go for, but then again, it also gives me more stuff to do, so yeah, let's just reveal this. So I just realized that by revealing this, Wolfhawk will now not reveal another tile because she has all the targets she wants, so she can interact. She has an adventure side, she has an unfortified side. there's actually more adventure sites here, so I should probably go there instead of here. But I do have to rebuild myself, and I do want to stay on the glade to heal more. And going for the altar, I can't defeat that, of course. So let's see what we get with the next tile. But we again have to roll for this. So let's take the black die and see what comes up. I had to roll twice, but it's green, so it's this tile. Let's replace the black die, of course. So this time is one of the new ones. Let's see what the rose comes up with. It's white, so again, one click, but in the other direction. Let's see what we have. So there are rampaging enemies, but I think they are rotated away from me, so that's a bit sad. But there's another glade, so we could move on at least. So this would be the regular orientation, and this is the rotated one. So the tile also has a mountain in the middle, interesting. There's a village right next to us, where we could actually spend influence to heal, that might be interesting. There's a glade right next to us, so we could at least move there to heal more. There are trackers that are a bit harder to kill, but again, they're elusive, and the block might actually be handy in this, because it brings down the armor to 3. And there's the second Ziggurat, where the block also might come in handy. So that's the 4 movement points, but we do still have the mana and the swiftness. The mana doesn't do anything because we don't have range attack here. There's nothing to fight here. But it could be interesting to move to the village, because we do have movement 2, and we then draw the rest of our deck, which is a threaten and a stamina. And a threaten can actually hire us the thugs. So if Wolfhawk is not hiring, and she doesn't have a white card anymore, actually blue will hire. So she might take the thugs away. But even then we could use the threaten with a sideways stamina to heal the rest of the wounds. We would leave the glade now, and it would actually cost us a crystal probably, unless we are rerolling it to red. But if we stay here, we'll only draw 1 card. No, actually we will draw 2 because we will heal the other wound. Okay, I think that settles it, so there's no rush to go there. Let's just heal the wound at the end of turn, draw the rest of the deck, see if the thugs are still there, and then decide from there how to continue. We will still have the mana. Powering this now doesn't do anything, and we have used the source die already. Yeah, I think that's it then. So we've used all of our movement. This is then re-rolled, this is played. And since we do regenerate another of our wounds at the end of turn, we will see the rest of our deck. So we will again start the next turn with a gold token. Let's re-roll this. Comes up blue. If we did not miscalculate, this should be a threaten and a stamina, which is correct. So there was no rush to leave, and let's see if Wolfhawk is actually picking up the thugs or not, because this could be something for the last turn that we actually have 2 units then. So this was our 5th turn. Wolfhawk will get a new objective card, which is blue. That's a bit unfortunate, because it means she will do whatever is closest, and since she's still sitting on a keep, and the thugs can be higher than a keep, she will eliminate them. But 1 blue card means that the likelihood of her exhausting deck is quite low now, and since we pulled another blue, it's impossible now. So she ends with the green, and there's 1 card left then. Let's make some space here. So she will give us more turns. So our 6th and our 7th, in her 6th she will exhaust the deck, and in her 7th she will call the end of round. But it gives us 2 more turns, and we are not playing Volca, so this was the last scenario I played. So I'm a bit in a different mode now. This is already taken care of, by the way, because she did just hire right away. But we did play 5 turns without hitting one of our crystals, so it's extremely lucky. And since we went first, we will have 2 more turns, so 7 turns in the first round. So let's play our 6th turn. So we can't hire a second unit because she hired 3 of them, but we could still use threaten to heal wounds, of course. And we should also think about the quests, because the village is an inhabited site, so it could be a play to start one of the quests, because these 2 will actually be discarded at the end of round if you're not taking them, and the spell thief is something that's quite interesting, so maybe we can make that work somehow. We could also start the fragments of power to reassemble an artifact, so to speak. We would need to kill the trackers then and find the brown enemy somewhere, which is in a Ziggurat in the 3rd floor. That's quite tough, but at least there's one on the map, or there's the monster then. And there are 2 glades here, so we would have to move back, which means that these quests require some logistic and actually planning the route, which is also the problem with the spell thief, because if we are going here now, we have to put the token here for the next step of the quest at exactly 3 revealed spaces distance, which would put it in the hills, for example, or in these swamplands or in these grasslands, and we don't want to go back really. So it could be put into the wasteland. That might be one of the better options, to be honest, because there is an adventure site at range 1 or 2. She might go there and do the adventure site, but it doesn't mean we can't do the quest, I think. She can't prevent us from doing this. The problem really is that if we move to the village now to do this, we will be at the wrong end of a forest at night. There is a hillside now for the goblin warrens, but we would have to move there to initiate the quest, and it will not vanish anyway. So we could also do guard duty and just take the merchants to the keep, for example. But do we really want to move to the edge of the map? I do like this expose spell, to be honest. That would be a good pickup. We do have crossbowmen now, so we do have some range attack, and killing an enemy by ignoring the fortifications, or in the city assault ignore all fortifications, it would be huge. And we do still have 2 turns, that's also something to keep in mind. And there's a lot of blue in the source, so we could move to the village with the swiftness, use the threaten just to eliminate 1 wound. I'm not sure a reputation hit is a good idea to just get rid of another wound, because we are down to 1 then already. And then use the last turn to use the stamina to actually move to the quest objective. It wouldn't use the crossbowman at all, so at that point the scouts might have been better. But to use the crossbowman we would have to battle. We can still reach this, of course, but we only have a range attack of 3 and another attack of 3 or range attack of 2. Yeah, so for 2 tokens that's really not a good idea. We could get catapults or some other annoying token, and we are pulling 2, so it's probably not a good idea. We can't reach the monster then. We also can't really reach the trackers, but we would only have a block 2 anyway, and the sideways card is not improved to 4, so in total 4 I mean, which doesn't mean without a rage or something like this, or determination, we can't really block the trackers to kill them, and we would need the crossbowman of course for the attack 3 that we still need after blocking. Well, the swiftness could kill them, and then we could use the block from the crossbowman with the skill to block them, but this is not enough movement to reach them, because 2 forest space a day is still 6 movement, not 5. I just realized that healing in the village costs 3, so playing the threaten alone will not actually remove a wound. Hiring the thugs would have been so cool. But I actually like this, because it means that with the active dummy, the whole dynamic of the game in solo actually changes quite a lot in the direction of a regular competitive play. Of course, it depends on the colors, but I think it works well. I think the mechanism is cool. There are these obvious categories like adventure sites, fortified sites, interaction, and splitting them into the 3 colors, and then have a wild color, always going for the closest with this acceleration mechanism. If the dummy really goes for something that's far away, it will take him 2, maybe 3 turns to reach this with this acceleration dynamic. So I do like this. It's interesting. It shakes things up quite a lot, but it doesn't mean I'm not having my second slot filled with thugs, unfortunately. So until now, I've revealed some parts of the map. I've leveled twice. I've hired 1 unit. I think we should do more, and I think getting closer to expose, for example, would be really good. Maybe putting the token here is the best choice after all, but we could only reach this glade. We could conquer the keep once she's away, because this would mean that we would await the forest at night, which is just plains and then wasteland, then do the next step of the quest, and then use this adventure side to get the spell, and then see where we go from there. Because this is not revealed, this is too close, and this space is not really a good space to place this, and going here is far too much into the wrong direction. And the fragments of power, I don't know. If we miss the rampaging enemy, if Wolfhawk defeats it for some reason, that would be so bad. And I'm a bit hesitant because the quest closes in the glade and we already revealed 2, so it sounds like there's a chance that we would have to backtrack to actually get the artifact. And this, if she does not conquer it, is still a good side to pick up another spell or an artifact. And we do have the block skill. So maybe going for the Ziggurat in the desert at night is the best idea. So I'm liking this more and more. Go to the village, put the quest marker here. One thing to point out is also that we can just move on. It does not require us to spend an interaction there or any action. It's just any inhabited site, place the marker. So we are just checking for clues, but it doesn't require interaction. Which does mean we could move to the village and then just move on to the forest, which is movement 5. Unfortunately, it doesn't make much of a difference because we would only have the swiftness left for the next turn, which would bring us to the keep, but I think we have to fight an unknown gray enemy, I think, as for the competitive rules. Yeah, so the rules say that if you enter a keep of another player when he's not present, you have to defeat a random keep enemy. And if you do, you can take ownership of the keep and you will only get half of the fame. Rounded up, so at least you get some fame, but not as much as if the keep would have been unconquered. And it's unlikely that I can take this just with the crossbow because that's really all I have. So yeah, leaving the town probably doesn't do me any good, which does mean I can use the swiftness now to move there and then play the threaten to heal another wound if I want to. And you use the stamina next turn to continue. But it's just if I want to start a quest. And it's exactly the opportunity cost that also comes into play with these quests, where this is not just handouts, because I really do not need to visit this otherwise. I could just use the 6 movement I have to go to the trackers. I could not defeat them, of course, but I would be much closer to interesting part of the map. But then again, if I don't starting a quest, it's not that interesting to begin with, and I could spend my time here. Yeah, I think healing with Threaten is pointless because it will cost mana and reputation. So I think the plan to just move through the village to the glade will actually heal 2 wounds if I then just like pass with the last turn by discarding a card. Let's just do that. I really want to start this quest, get expose, maybe go for a Ziggurat. It's my first game with all this content, so let's do it. So we don't have that many cards left, unfortunately, and we do really want to get into a quest because there is a nice spell, expose, that we could get. If we refresh this quest, we don't have to do it now, which means that we probably power stamina and play a threaten sideways. So we have 5 movement points. Coral moves to the village and then starts the quest Spell Thief. Check for clues, any inhabited site, place the marker on a safe space with no site that is both 3 reveal spaces from your figure and 1 or 2 reveal spaces from an adventure site. So there are not that many spaces that qualify for this, but this one does. So in the wasteland here we will place the clue, which does mean we have finished the first step of one of our quests. And we mark this by an additional token from the expansion on the same fame track. This is later used for scoring at the end of the game. If you want to do that, there's another achievement for the greatest quester, where you get a fame for each step. So I'm doing this to calculate score later. And if you do winners per category, there would also be a new category where you get 3 fame for the winner. Which means that Coral now has 1 step of a quest finished. It's really just additional fame at the end of the game. It doesn't do much, but I do think it's fair that if you spend resources on this instead of doing something regular, then this should be compensated in fame. So I think it's fair game to honor this at the end of the game in the score. By solving the step, we will place a shield token on this and the quest will be refreshed. So in the order, it will move to the front. So the spell goes here and these markers are from these quests. Since this is a collective quest, technically it's not actually my shield token, but it's a neutral one because anyone can now continue with this. That would be in a competitive game quite a risk, I would say. But again, I don't think currently that the dummy will interact with the quest in any way. And since this does not require interaction or any action, Cora will use the remaining 3 movement points to go to this glade now, which does at the end of turn heal another wound. So this will all be played. And since we are on another glade now, we will have another mana token. I don't think it matters. And Wolfhawk will now reveal the last card, which is a green. I should have known that, which is a new objective. So she will move to the closest unconquered adventure site. And I do fear that's this Ziggurat, because this is already conquered. There are no adventure sites. This doesn't count, I think. And then we are already in range 2. There's the Ziggurat. And that's really it, unfortunately. So she will try and move here. But she will then announce the end of round. So if she's not reaching it now, she will change objective at the start of the next round. That might be our saving grace here. So no other cards are revealed. She exhausts the deck. It's a standard card, so it's +1 movement. There are no green dice in the source that she could use. So it stays at 1. So she will move towards the Ziggurat. And since both are equally close, I will move her here so she's not blocking my way. So that was her 6th turn. We get now to our 7th. And I think I will just stay here, heal the wound. 2 movement doesn't get me anywhere besides the keep, but I can't really defeat an unknown grey token with just 3 attack. That's really unrealistic. So let's just heal this. Wolfhawk will then announce the end of round because her deck is empty. She will not continue. And it's the end of the first day. Really interesting. So let's get rid of all this. As said multiple times, I leveled twice. I'm 4 fame away from leveling again. I have only 1 unit because Wolfhawk snatched up the last unit I could have hired in the village. But I did start a quest that brings me closer to a spell. So I only need to move here. Probably have to take the keep then. And then also want to do the Ziggurat unless she's picking up a green or blue card again. But if it's a blue, actually she can hire at her keep. So she might move away. So it will be quite interesting with what she starts. But we can also reveal this tile. If with any luck there's an adventure site, we can also move the final step of the quest to this tile. So there's lots of options, I think. Let's see where we go from here. But that's it for the first day. The tactics are removed from the game as usual. As for the cards, unfortunately I could not prevent her getting a blue crystal and a blue card. So we will add this card to her collection. This will be discarded. So now she has 1 more blue card and 2 blue crystals. That's not ideal. And blue is also a wild card, which means that she will, or any character for that matter, will always go for the closest stuff. But blue does not move a character closer to the portal. I hope I didn't screw that up, but I do think blue for now was only hiring and she was always standing there and could hire right away. So blue is a wild, but it does not backtrack. So this is something that you really have to keep in mind. She will progress, so which means that if she's far away from the portal, she will rather reveal a new tile than backtrack to the portal. So in this sense, maybe this was backtracking already, but I do think it only counts for blue. Yeah, I think from the rules, I don't see why she wouldn't be possible to move closer to the portal. This was my choice. So we are shuffling the dummy deck, and usually I'm playing with control over the offers, but I do think with the active dummy player, at least the spell offer, I should not refresh because the dummy is capable of picking up spells, and that was part of the reason why I do like this variant, because you do see more as in single player. And the dummy player usually does not remove more cards than would be removed anyway by cleanup. But if the dummy is capable of removing spells, I do think I do not want to give me an additional option to cycle through the spells. It would be even faster, even though there's currently no way to pick up spells, of course, but that's my problem. It's not the problem of the system. So I am not using control of the offers to get rid of chill, which does mean I'm restricting myself to the advanced action offer and can now think about if I want to remove Song of Wind or if this is something that I would like to pick up. Song of Wind, of course, doesn't help with forests, and I cannot move through the keep right away, even though it's plains, but I would have to assault it because it's not mine. I'm not sure it's the best movement card. I think I'd rather see more advanced actions. And for the dummy colors, it's also, if I don't pick it up, much better if it's a red card, not a white one. The advanced action offer refreshes with Mana Storm, which is not good because I already have an advanced action that gives you a lot of mana, Blood Ritual. But Stout Resolve is quite interesting because it can manage the wounds I'm getting from this, and it's a quite flexible card. And the spell offer refreshes with Offering Sacrifice again, which also for the City Assault is a nice card because it can produce 12 siege attack of fire or cold, but it's a lot of commitment. I think I'd rather have a Firestorm or a Blizzard, but what can you do? Without control over the offers, if the dummy does not replace spells, I will now feed 2 blue spells into him if I'm not picking them up, which is not optimal. The unit was not spent. The skill is nothing that we need to unspend. Let's see what the unit offer is, because if we are taking the keep right away, that might be an opportunity to fill the second slot. Utem Swordsman, Guardian Golems, and that's nice. Some Herbalists, and Utem Guardsman, also nice, and both can be higher than keep, so the Guardian Golems and the Utem Guardsman. The source starts really badly with a black die, 1 depleted, a green and a blue, but half of them are basic colors, so what can you do? We do have to toss the last 2 quests, so these are moved to the right then. Let's just put the spell under it, and these will now be refreshed at the start of the player's turns. And I think in solo it's just my turns, so they are not repopulated right away. So I do think we just shuffle my deck and then we are ready to go. Of course we have to take out Quick-Witted. So here it is. So this is something like a unit that you can use whenever you like, if you would draw. And besides that, we did not pick up too much, I think. So it's really just a Blood Ritual. So maybe we are a bit slow, to be honest. Let's move that a little bit to the side to not get too confused. And this is our deck. And we draw 4 cards currently, because we can draw Quick-Witted as the 5th. So there's Tempered Steel, Stamina, Rage, and a Swiftness, which I think is nice if I want to take the keep, which means that we should think about tactics now. Alright, so with the starting hand, I think we have everything we need to take the keep. Tempered Steel is really nice for this, Rage is fine for this. Swiftness is probably nothing that we want to use for this assault. We do have a movement card. I don't think we want to pull this now because we already have a Swiftness. We don't have concentration. Yeah, I don't think this makes any sense. So let's just draw a regular card. As for the tactics, we probably want to go early. Mana Search might be good to clean up the source because it's not that good currently. We don't need the black. The dummy won't change anything about the black, and gold we would need to repair already, so there's only 2 usable dice. And if the dummy also rerolls them, we might get screwed quite quickly. So that might be a good reason to go for Mana Search. I don't think I want to take Midnight Meditation. Preparation, our deck doesn't contain anything useful that we want to pull right away. Sparring Power is best used for the cities, obviously, so that's really just from the Dusk and Long Night. But I do think with such a starting source, Mana Search is probably the best bet. I think we want to take the keep, then probably fill the second slot. But it also depends on what Wolfhawk is doing. So it might be a play to just let her go first. But it will cost us a turn still. But then again, if we go for something with utility, then she might go first, which I'm happy with if she removes an early tactic, especially from the Dusk. And if not, we can just take the keep. She will not take it back if we are standing there. So if she's moving away, she's not seeking out a fortified site that's not unconquered. So she will go around this anyway once it's taken. Unless it's really the fastest path. Actually, I would have to look that up. If she can go around it, that she will, even though it's then one space longer, the journey. Yeah, I don't think we need to make it much more complicated. Let's draw the card, go with Mana Search, see what the dummy does. So looking at this source, we really want to have the option to reroll. So this is why we are taking Mana Search. We don't want to take one of these. These are good for later nights. This is also not useful. So we go with this. And if Wolfhawk now goes early, I think it's fair game. And we at least know what she's up to. We're also not drawing quick-witted because we already have a swiftness. So we are drawing our 5th card, which is concentration. It's funny. We could have done this before selecting the tactic, of course. And actually, we do have to do this if the tactic does anything to our deck, for like preparation, and we would have to decide it earlier anyway. But let's see what the dummy does. And the dummy goes for Sparring Power. That hurts a bit. This is a lot of firepower gone for the last night or the second one. But at least she's going after us. Which does mean Coral is still before Wolfhawk. And we are on our first turn. Let's move that to the deck. As a reminder that we can draw that. But we don't have it yet, of course. And we can think about what to do with this. Moving around the keep would be an option to not be slowed down by this. But it would mean moving through a forest at night and wasteland. It's 9 movement points. And we only have 4 here, 2 here if we want to really play that for movement. And a concentration, it's another 2 points, 8. So we would have to play yet another card sideways. I don't think that's in any way, shape or form efficient. Which means I think that we go for the keep. Of course, we are going into this general direction because of the quest to get exposed. And maybe take the Ziggurat. But if we are blocking the keep, Wolfhawk will not have the option with blue to higher in the keep. That's something to keep in mind. We will block her from this option, which means the Ziggurat is the closer option. Actually, I'm wrong with this, since in the blue case, she will have to move further away. I think we screwed it up already, in the sense that we did draw blue when she was on a side where she can hire, and we just hired there. And I think she should have moved away. Yeah, I think we screwed that up. So this is also the reason why she hired so much, because she drew blue several times, I think, when she was already on the keep. And the keep itself would not have been a valid target, so she would have moved on. I think that would have changed the dynamic quite a lot. But it's a learning game for me. It's the first time I'm playing with the active dummy, so we are not repairing that. But it does mean blue means she is the same number of spaces away from the keep, so she would have to move to the Ziggurat. Yeah, I think it would change the dynamic of the game, but it's also interesting as it is, because she prevented me from hiring more units. With 4 units in the offer, I think it was quite interesting. She could hire 3, and that was probably my mistake. So in this sense, it doesn't make a difference if I'm moving on to the keep. If she wants to hire, she would move again to this village, for example, because it's probably then the closest way to go, which is nice. So this means that green and blue will make her move here, which is a little bit more likely because she just picked up a blue card, but red would move her here and white would move her here probably, because she can't move through me, so this village is currently further away than this one. So I do think the question is just if I'm playing the stamina to move to the keep or the swiftness. And I do think, looking at the source, I can't justify playing the stamina if there's a blue die. And I do need movement 4 for the wasteland soon. And the only reason to keep the swiftness would be if concentration swiftness and crossbowmen can actually kill the defenders of the keep. I could kill the trackers, but it would not make me level. Maybe moving to the forest and just killing the trackers is also a move, but it's 5 movement, which means that I need a blue die and another card. That's really wasteful. Then play the rage, for example, to block. Well, I could use tempered steel, but the block 1 would not be improved, so I would need to block 2, which is just 1 attack. Well, in any case, these 2 cards would be enough to kill the trackers, but I would need 2 more to even move to the forest. But it would mean I'm not wasting time with the keep and killing the trackers, giving me reputation and making me almost level, and I can move to the wasteland next turn. On the other hand, the keep would improve my hand limit, so it might help later in the game as well. I can of course also kill the trackers at range, but I think that's far too wasteful. A unit and 2 cards. The movement alone makes it more useful to move to the keep. And we should really hold on to the stamina to have a chance to then move to the wasteland just with a stamina and a blue die. So we are trying to take the keep by moving with the swiftness, just 2 movement, and the keep is in the plains. It is an assault, unfortunately, so we lose a reputation and we draw the defenders. And the keep from Wolfhawk is defended by Utem Guardsmen. At least there will still be 2 fame, so it's rounded up, so we are not losing much fame. And they can be easily blocked with our skill and the Tempered Steel, which then also gives us 2 attack, which unfortunately means we still need 5. But we could use the unit, because I do really want to hold on to these 2 cards. And to reach 7 we definitely need help. And 5 means even if we power this, which would cost us a mana, it would still not be enough. We could use Concentrated Rage, of course, but we can't use a unit in a Ziggurat. So I do think unfortunately we just have to use the Crossbowman for 3 and then the Rage, and it's 5 then. So together with Tempered Steel, it's 7. It then of course depends on what Wolfhawk is doing. Let's hope she's just moving to the village and hiring, for example. That would remove the herbalists. Actually, she would move here because this is closer. Should we hold on to the unit? That's the only question I have, but it's an attack of 3, which is really annoying. The attack is not increased because it doesn't have any resistances. So it's just an attack of 4. Concentration would not even be enough. So I do think this is quite efficient to use Tempered Steel. It just adds up nicely. And again, in a Ziggurat we can't use units anyway. So 3 attack is easy to block with Tempered Steel and our skill. So the shield wall, it's 2, Tempered Steel is 1, it's 3, blocks the unit. And then we get an attack of 2, so 5 is missing, that's 2, 3 is missing, and then we use the Crossbowman. That kills them, and we get half the fame rounded up, so only 2 unfortunately. But it does mean that we take over the keep from Wolfhawk, and now our hand limit is 6. And we are really close to having an even further increased hand limit. Skill is used, all these are used, but we are holding on to stamina and concentration, which is quite important. So at the end of the turn we are drawing. We are not drawing this right away, of course. So there's a march, more movement, and a determination. So the question is, do we draw this for hiring as a 5th card and just stay at the keep for the moment? We could use the concentration with the green die to do this. Especially if Wolfhawk is moving onto our quest marker. That might be the worst case, but I'm not sure why she would move there, to be honest. So do we stop here to hire or not? Currently I would say no. Let's just move on. But we do need to pay to influence. And that's exactly what the card gives us. So if we use the blue die for stamina to move to the wasteland, we can then use quick-witted to advance the quest. Which would mean that we do not have concentrate swiftness available, unfortunately. And we have already played 2 rages and a swiftness. It's a bit of a bad start. We could use 2 sideways card for influence, of course. The quest will mean that we face a face-up enemy, which is for level 3 still a gray. So we will know what we are up against, and we still have our blocking skill. But the damaging skills are already gone unless we are playing improvisation. So I do think we should hold on to this. Actually, we are drawing 1 more card because we are drawing up to 6, so we can decide with the last card. So we forgot that we are drawing up to 6, so 5 cards we see before we have to decide for quick-witted. There's another march, unfortunately, so a lot of movement, which does mean we should probably power a march to move with the green die, so we have 2 colors available for movement. We can even use the concentration with the stamina to then move to the desert. Or we play other cards sideways again. Playing this for the 2 influence sounds really wasteful, so I'd rather draw the promise or the threaten, but it's a gamble, of course. We have so much movement. Maybe we're even exploring this tile then, which would mean that Wolfhawk has more options which are close by, but we also know what we are up against, and we might actually move the adventure side then from the quest into this tile, so that might be an option. Yeah, we can't justify taking this to advance the quest, I think. I think I'd rather move to the wasteland, explore, and then just stay there and not do it as an action, losing a turn, but we do need our combat cards. And a range attack 3 with concentration is just not a good idea to toss. So we can't justify drawing this now, so we are drawing our 6th card regularly, which is stamina, so even more movement. I'm not sure I like this, but it's our first turn, so let's see what a dummy does. First he gets a new objective card, which is green. That's really bad. So she will go for an unconquered adventure site, which is the Ziggurat. Actually, she does not take it away from us because it's just, in quotes, the easiest path she will take. So we will put a shield on the 1, which is nothing we're interested in anyway, so that might actually not be the worst case here. But she would reveal more cards, of course. So there's a red and there's a blue. So we are out of luck with the knight finally. So 2 more, which is another blue. That's good. And it's a special card, unique card of her. And a white, again a special card. So that's actually good. But it was 5 cards for the first turn. And she did fulfill her objective right away, which brings us to our second turn. So let's get rid of this. We can draw that later. So we now have all of our movement cards pretty much, which is really bad. Which does mean we are holding on to the green die for the concentration and using the blue, because we have to power 1 at least. And then we should also use another card for revealing this tile. We would then have more than enough movement to get to the Ziggurat. And with the quest actually would get a spell, defeat a gray token, level up, get a skill and advanced action card, and then also enter the Ziggurat for another spell or artifact. I think I like that, and this doesn't require much movement. That's the upside of this. But we would have to stay here to get 2 influence to finally progress with the quest, and we are losing a turn unless we are playing 2 more cards sideways. And maybe we should just do that because it's just movement, and we can use the concentration to power this if we don't have the die we need, which might be a reason to power the March and play these 2 sideways. It's just a sideways card anyway if we want to. So if we draw the Threaten or the Promise, we can just toss that and then kill the enemy right away. That's probably the idea. Which does mean I'd rather have the green mana, to be honest. It sounds a bit wasteful, but I think I'd rather save the turn. And I think we have enough to do with this Ziggurat without moving on or moving too much this night. Let's keep the green die. Actually, she would have rerolled the green. I think we missed that because she could just fulfill this, but she did draw green. Okay, so we messed up by drawing a green card. She would have rerolled the green even though she didn't need the die to reach the target. And the die does come up black, so that's really bad. But I also screwed up that I did not think about Mana Search, which does mean at the beginning of my turn, I do reroll one of the blacks and one of the golds. That's actually quite good. So let's see what comes up. So blue and gold, which fortunately means that our planning doesn't change much. All right, so we do have Mana Search. We must not forget that. And I think we already forgot it in our first turn to reroll the gold. But we are not fixing this now. It's really too much to keep track of, at least if you're not used to this. We also did not reveal a quest. We should have revealed a quest in our first turn and in our second. So let's reveal the next quest, which is the Fog. Skip range and siege attack phase during all combats on this quest card. Then in a village on a coastal space, block or prevent 2 psychic damage or assign damage from it as in combat. Then spectral monster, fight a brown enemy token as your action this turn. They may not be attacked or defeated, but will attack you. Then place the top possessed enemy token from the stack on this card and place the brown enemy token on it. It is now an Apocalypse possessed enemy. The monster reveals itself. Fight the Apocalypse possessed enemy on this card as your action this turn. If you defeat them, gain an artifact and solve the quest. So you have to initiate this by getting damage, then get beaten by an enemy, which you can't defeat. This needs to be an action of the turn, and then you have to defeat the token possessed, and then you get an artifact. That's actually not bad, to be honest, but it would need a village on a coastal space, which would be this one. And the 4th quest is a mysterious island. So it needs to be in a safe space adjacent to a lake, which we have here. That's nice. You may travel to this island as your action this turn, choose 1 unit. You may not use any other unit during this action. Pay 2 move and fight an enemy token according to your level. If you defeat them, gain the indicated reward, otherwise you fail this quest. So up to level 4 it's brown and we get an advanced action. From 5 to 8 it's white and we get a spell, and from 9 to 10 it's a dragon and we get an artifact. So we could initiate it from this and then move 2 to again go here and fight. Interesting. But it's the quests, so we refreshed finally. Which brings us back to the planning, and I think taking a blue die is now a given, because there's no other choice. And we have 6 movement to get to the wasteland, reveal the tile, and then play Determination. Unfortunately, sideways it might come in handy later, because it's one of our only block cards left for the Ziggurat or the enemy that might be interesting. And we really have to think about Mana Search next turn. But I think this is the turn I want to execute now, so let's just do that. So we have a lot of movement cards, and we only want to go here and then there, fight an enemy, get a spell, and then enter the Ziggurat. Only the one way is blocked. And we need to get rid of Wolfhawk. So we play Stamina with a blue die first. We already used Mana Search. That's 4 movement, so we can move to the Wasteland. Then we use move 2 to reveal this tile, or any of those, depending on what we roll. So let's make it like this and use the rose die. Comes a blue, so it's this tile here. And we have to roll the rose again. Still blue, which does mean from the regular orientation it's rotated once. And there's just a village, a glade, and some orcs, which is still interesting because it can allow us to do the fog, for example, because there's a village at a coastal space now, which is really easy to achieve, and we can get an artifact there if we can take some beating. But I do think we are well prepared to take some beating with the skill, but I'm really looking forward to leveling. But finally we want to progress with the quest. So we interact here as an action for the turn, pay 2 influence, and so this is these 2 sideways cards. And then we place this token on an adventure side in the range of 2 revealed spaces, which is the Ziggurat where Wolfhawk is currently standing at. We did not reveal any other options, unfortunately. Well, we could place it here, to be honest, but I think a desert with a Ziggurat where we can do something is better than an already conquered altar in a forest at night. but this moves the shield here, and we will get another fame point at the end of the game. That's all these cards then, and we hold on to 2, 1 to move, and then 1 concentration that we can use with Quick Witted once we draw it. Let's reroll the die first. Comes up the bleed as well, so we will reroll these in our turn, and we will draw a mana draw. That's also nice to repair the source. A promise. That's a bit late. We would have needed influence earlier. And a crystallize. So not that helpful with fighting. Actually, we should have put out a token, the face-up one. And since we are still level 3, it would be a gray one. So these are golems, unfortunately. So physical resistant, that's really bad. But I put them here because Wolfhawk is currently standing there. But these are the enemies we now need to fight. So the step 3 would now fight the enemy token on this card as your action. Actually, we should place it on the card. Okay, so we would need 10 attack, and range attack is useless. That sounds really bad, to be honest. We're still in the vicinity of the keep, so we can draw this if we want to. We should know what it's in the deck. Actually, we are going through the deck quite fast. There's only 4 cards left. So we do have the Tranquility, the Improvisation, the Threaten, and the Blood Ritual. But we still have to decide if we want to draw this card here. But I do think I want to have a chance at Improvisation. That would really help in getting more attack. So let's just draw. And it is Improvisation. It's really lucky. But I'm not sure luck is a word that I would use to describe how I have drawn this round. So maybe it's not that lucky. Let's move that here. And this was our second turn. So we are now moving to the second turn of the dummy. He gets a new objective, which is a red. So he wants to burn down a monastery or conquer a fortified site. I think the keep is the only fortified site that's left. It's lucky, so he's moving away. And he will not be hindered by this if there's an equally long path. So I do think this path here is just the closest one. It's a regular card, no shield yet. And there's no red in the source, so it's just 1 space. So Wolfhawk will just move into this direction. But we need to reveal more cards again. So white, that's good. And a red, so we get some time at least, but our deck is dwindling quite fast, which leads us to our third turn. This we did not draw yet. So it's actually 5 cards left, or 4 now, since we've drawn this. And I think we really need to think about if we really want to go here, defeating this without any elemental damage, which would be 10. That would mean something like this, like 5, 7. We don't have a unit, we didn't hire one. So this would be 10 and we didn't even move there. So I do think we are kind of in a dead end. So maybe we are moving to the village after all and doing some different quest. But let's reroll the dice first. The dice come up as a red and blue, that's nice. So we could take a blue, for example, for movement 4 and just reach the village with this, which could mean that we are participating with the fog. Actually, this should have been moved to the beginning of the row. And this could block the psychic damage. So influence blocks psychic damage. That would be this. This would mean that we have the eerie fog done. And we can, as an action, fight a brown enemy, which we can't kill, of course, but we need to suffer the attack, which could mean wounding the crossbowman, for example. And then in the next turn, we actually know the brown enemy, and then we can try to kill them, for example, with range attack, if that's still enough, or with some other combination, and we will actually gain an artifact, and we will level. That might be the better plan. We could, of course, also move back and higher, but this is all just because of these, of course. That's the problematic thing. Maybe the artifact helps with them, but we would have to move back, which costs another 5 movement, and we are running out of cards. But I do think getting an artifact here, getting a spell here, and then maybe getting another spell and artifact here should be good enough. We will level, get another card. Actually, that's probably the best point here, that we could pick up Stout Resolve, which could move us back right away. But it also depends on the artifact, of course, we get. But I do like this idea, because it is a good use for the promise. And we could also use the Threaten to hire once we are in the village. So you could still fill this slot, for example, with the Guardsman. I think that's actually quite a good plan. One option I actually missed is that I can just go to the Ziggurat and not work on the quest, so not fight the golem, but instead just visit the Ziggurat. Since I did not take Quick Witted, I would have to move there. I would not play the promise then, and probably just end the turn and draw another card, probably Quick Witted, so I do have Concentrated Swiftness as a combination. I can then enter the Ziggurat, and I do have to at least endure 2 traps, because I cannot do the first floor, not that I want to, because it's already taken by the dummy. With 2 floors I would have to fight a Mage Tower unit, and with any luck I can kill it at range. I can't take units anyway, but the crossbowmen already spent. So that would be my preferred way to do this. If I go to floor 3 to get an artifact instead of a spell, it would be a brown enemy but also a 3rd trap, and I'm not sure if this is too much. I can decide this after seeing the traps, of course, but I do anticipate to get some wounds. Fortunately, we do have the Tranquility coming up, so we might be able to heal. And with a spell, we could actually then defeat the golems. That's the nice part about it. With Lethal Shield, for example, we could prevent the attack of the golem, although that's pointless because I can block it anyway. But it would reduce the armor of the golems to 1, so a regular rage, for example, would just kill it. I'm not sure I want a spell though, that's my biggest problem with this, since it does not scale well to larger assaults. Mistform would not help, and Sacrifice would actually help, but it might be like too big of a cannon just to kill one golem. But it would mean that I'm picking up Expose right away, so I'm getting 2 spells, which really ramps up what I've achieved in this night. The alternatives we already discussed would be to go to the village, to either do the Mysterious Island, because there is a lake there, or the Fog. But the Fog, which gives you an artifact, has the limitation that you have to skip the range and siege attack phase. So you have to be attacked twice, once possessed, and then kill it, which would mean that the quick-witted concentration combo would not work for me. And it's a bit of a gamble. We already laid out how we could pay for the psychic attack and move there, but then we would really be locked into this quest, and it all depends on the draw, especially if I want to endure the attack 2 times, and how the attack is modified, if it's modified from being possessed. I could of course also just do this, the Mysterious Island, but up to level 4 you have to fight a brown enemy just in quotes to get an advanced action. I think for the general flow of the game it's much better to now go to the Ziggurat, clear this for either a spell or an artifact, and then try to clear the golem. I could of course not hold on to the promise, which would mean I do not actually need a mana, because it's just 3 at night to go to the desert, which would open up a crystallized play, which means I see more cards and have more crystals. We also do get the blood ritual, where crystallize would also be welcome, but then again, if I can get a crystal now, especially green, which I'm currently lacking, Mana Surge can help with that, but it's not a guarantee. That's probably a good idea. And I do like that I will then level with the Ziggurat, if I make it, but I hope I will. Actually, there's a lot of mana coming up, and the promise will be helpful to toss with improvisation. We really have to plan what we do with the rest of the night, because the dummy is only in his 3rd turn after we played our 3rd. And do have 3 cards left, and if I remember correctly, that's a Threaten, a Blood Ritual, and a Tranquility, of course. Yeah, we are missing this still. As well, of course, the Quick-Witted, which we have not drawn yet. But it's only 4 more cards, so the question is, do I really want to not power a movement card and waste another card if I can use mana instead, because I have a lot of mana coming up? And what do I do with a Blood Ritual, a Threaten, and a Tranquility? I can heal my wounds, of course, but there's not much else I can do with this. And Threaten would be really good to hire and fill this slot, which does prefer going to the village, actually. And the Fog does allow me to use the Guardsmen, or the Golems, whatever, but I can use a unit. So that would mean we are back to the original plan, to use a mana instead of a card sideways, and use the Promise to initiate the quest. I also just looked up how psychic damage exactly works, and it's a new type of damage that never benefits from any combat abilities of the token, so it's just the number that's written there. You can use influence for block, and in contrast to block, you can use influence from the same source for different blocks. And the regular block just works, it's just inefficient. Which does mean this is actually 1 point of block against psychic damage, which again means that I can use any other card sideways. But then again, do I really want to use another card sideways here? So if we use this to move there and initiate the quest, we can use the next turn to hire a unit if we pull the Threaten. And it's a 2 out of 3, but we can continue with the quest if we can't hire, and then hire the unit for the final form of the quest. What I do like about is that I would get an artifact. And depending on this, it might also help us with the golems or not, but it's not a spell. One other alternative is to use the concentration on the Promise to hire and then initiate the quest with the Threaten once we pull it. That saves us a reputation. Then we would have the hiring done, and we can do the first step of the quest and just continue right away. It doesn't need a turn. Step 2 and step 3 are 2 actions, so these take 2 turns. We do not have green mana though, which would mean that we probably pull something for Crystallize. That's a lot of cards, unfortunately. But the problem is if I'm just moving there, then hire, and then do these 2 steps, it's 4 more turns. That sounds like too much, to be honest. So we should really try it in 3 turns if possible. And these 2 turns are given, so if we move there, we have to hire right away. So maybe we are moving there and doing the first fight, then hire, then finish the fight. So this would move us there and initiate the fight. And we can use the mana draw improvisation crystallize, for example, for a good block together with this. This would most likely block the token. We then draw the rest of our cards, hire with the Threaten, but we do need the damage, I'm just realizing, and improvisation is probably our best bet at doing enough damage to even kill a token. If I'm unlucky and draw another physical resistant enemy, I'm kinda screwed, to be honest. If we go for the Ziggurat now, and we could also take the mist form and just cast this to move to the village, and we would have our movement skill. Because we did not take the Song of Wind or any other literal movement skill, but a movement spell would be highly appreciated. But that would leave the quest behind unless we are taking Stout Resolve and somehow can squeeze out 10 damage. Stout Resolve itself is already 5. And if we can kill a Mage Toy unit and just take the wounds, we might just be able to continue with the wounds and Stout Resolve from the level up to then also kill the golems and pick up Expose. But where in this plan do we hire? That's the problem. We could go to the Oasis and hire there, but that's a lot of movement. But the idea would be to use the stamina again, probably with the die to hold onto a card. I think mana is less important than a card if you have mana draw and blood ritual coming up. So it's one turn, then draw this, have concentrated swiftness, endure 2 traps, maybe spending a sideways card with this to at least block one of them if we are lucky. There's a physical attack of 3 that's poisonous, or if it's psychic damage, we could even use the promise. Then take wounds, kill the enemy with the combination. That's the second turn. And then level up, take another skill, Stout Resolve, kill the golem in the third. Although Expose won't help us, so there's no need to rush the quest. Only for the argument that we would be out of position if we have to go back to getting this. But not if we are taking the spell route, which we most likely are, otherwise we have to endure 3 traps and take the mist form. We could also hire the herbalist, of course, which would give us access to green mana, healing, redding units, so quite versatile. The problem really is that I have 2 influence cards coming up, one in hand, threaten coming up, and the quick-witted is also doubling as an influence card. And if I'm not using them for their intended purpose to hire with an open slot, that sounds quite inefficient. I could also just go back to the keep, of course, to hire, but it would bring me out of position for both the village and the quest and a Ziggurat. So the village has the upside that it can give me access to an artifact or an advanced action level and allow me to hire. I could even use the influence to heal. So I'm bouncing back and forth. This has taken a long time already to think about this. And I do like this combination here. I could just go to the village, initiate the fight to not lose more time. Why is there blue and red in the source? It's a bit unlucky. Maybe hiring the herbalist after all is the best way to proceed. We can get a crystal with blood ritual, or we just use the mana draw, to be honest. That would hire us the herbalists, give us the option to ready the crossbowman, or just heal wounds from the token I have to face. We need to hold on to this to defeat the token. Unless we still use concentration, quick-witted, even though the range attack phase doesn't work. Should just produce 5 damage, but this could even produce much more. I feel like that would make us quite flexible, and it would mean that we can do it in 3 turns and have both slots filled. I think we should go for a high-end artifact and then go back to the Ziggurat later. Readying the crossbow will also give me more damage or block or whatever I need, so currently it's damage. I think I want to try that, so let's do that. So there are a lot of options on what to do. I can go to the Ziggurat and clear that before taking on the golems. Even take chill, for example, as a reward. Use lethal chill to kill it. Without leveling, the golems are too hard to kill. With leveling, we can get Stout Resolve. But the other option is really to go to the village instead, because there are 2 quests that can be initiated in the village. The Mysterious Island, because of the lake, and the Fog, because it's a coastal village. This gives us an artifact. This currently would only give us an advanced action. So it's really this quest that we are interested in. Man can move there with 4, with a source die, blue. So Cora would move to the village. And to initiate, we would need to block 2 psychic damage, which would be nice with the promise, but we do have a threaten coming up. And we do need to be turn efficient. So if we are not battling the monster, which we could do, the alternative is to be time efficient and hire. And without a white mana, we can hire the herbalists. We could spend this crystal, of course, to pick up the guardsman. But we do want the flexibility of the herbalist. We can ready the crossbowman instead. We have access to green mana then and can ready units, and we keep the crystal. So we are picking them up for 3 in the village and hold on to these cards. So we are not starting this now, and we reroll the die. Comes up depleted. We only draw 2 cards. We forgot about that. So we draw 1, which is the threaten. So this allows us to initiate the combat. And we do have the tranquility and the blood ritual still in there. And I do think I just want to draw. So we are drawing the tranquility, and the quick-witted we can draw later. That's it for our 3rd turn. So the dummy just reveals 3 cards because he still has an objective card where we now put a shield. First is white, that's nice. Second is blue, also nice. And the third is red, that's awesome. But the dummy will move 1 for a regular card, 1 for a shield, and 1 for the red die. So 3 spaces, 1, 2, 3, towards the goal of taking the keep. Dummy's die comes up white, which means that we can play our 4th turn. Since we are not picking up a spell now, we will re-roll the black and the gold with Mana Search, and they come up black and gold. That's really funny or sad or both, but that's that. So what we do now is we play the Threaten for Influence 2 to initiate the Eerie Fog, a village on a coastal space, block or prevent psychic damage 2 or assign damage from it as in combat. So we are now marking this here. Should be on the space, I guess. We finish another step, again of a quest that's marked as collective, so it's not my shield but the neutral one. We should have rearranged the quest, by the way, so when we did a step here, this should have gone to the beginning of the queue, and now that we did this, it also jumps to the beginning of the queue, which I think nets us just moving them here and this one here. So we would not need to finish them this round, and they would still be available to us. So the idea would be to now initiate this quest and pull this token, but we need to think about them, because we would have to use these effects here out of combat to ready the crossbowman, for example. But before we see the token, it's hard to plan for this. So I do think we most likely just take the damage, unless we are using, probably assigning it to the crossbowman, or if we can kill them with a crossbowman, we can use improvisation with this. That would be preferable, of course. It really depends on the token. And readying them and losing the ability to get green mana is probably not a good idea before we see the tokens, so I think I will just draw it. So now that we are on this space with the Eerie Fog, we can do the second step of the quest, which is Spectral Monster. So we need to be on this space. Find a brown enemy token as your action. They may not be attacked or defeated, but will attack you, which just means we take the damage, and we can't use range and siege attack phase, which doesn't help in this step anyway. And then we place the top possessed enemy token, which is one of those, on the card, and a token on top of it. It is now an Apocalypse possessed enemy. So we're moving that here and pull a brown token. And let's see what it is, what this monster out of the fog really is, the Spectral Monster. And it's a Manticore, and now I regret not hiring the Guardsman. We do have a block of 2 right out of the box, and if we play another block for the same attack, we will get a +1 on the block value if it's larger than or equal to 2. So a block of 5 will work, it will become a block 6, and this is enough with the 2 to reach 8, which is the number we need to reach to block a swift enemy. It would need this card, it would need to remove another card, so discard it, probably something like this. We don't have the mana for it. The Guardsman would have just blocked it, that's the sad part about it. And we need to endure the attack again, and it will be possessed then, so it will be even stronger. If the attack is increased, I think I'd rather take the second attack to the face, because I can then draw the cards, now my hand will not be cluttered, and then use Tranquility to heal. And if it's increased, for example, to 5, the attack, or even 6, I'm not sure what tokens there are, let's see. They can get a psychic attack, I know that. Then it wouldn't change anything, because I would still have the same armor value that's not matching well. So 4 against 3 is 2 wounds to hand to the discard pile. And if the attack gets increased to 5 or 6, that wouldn't matter at all. So that's my reasoning to, I think, rather block this now, because I can't block it twice, it's far too expensive. But we do need the 6 attack to then kill it. We can, of course, use the Herbalist to ready the crossbowman for an attack of 3. And Quick Witted will be 3 when powered with a white mana, and we will have the Blood Ritual to produce enough mana to power Quick Witted, Tranquility, and even produce a crystal. But the question is, if we take Stout Resolve and take 2 wounds to the discard pile, 2 to hand, we could even discard a 3rd wound, which would make it almost irrelevant then to heal a wound. We can't assign the damage to unit anyway. I just realized it has Assassinate. It's really sad that we do have blue and white and our cards are red and green. Unless we are not using a mana at all, then we can of course use Crystallize with blue. Because we could also just take this attack, put 2 to the discard pile, heal the other 2, so we can still draw the rest of the cards. Maybe we should just have drawn the other cards and take the reputational loss by plundering the village. It feels like this is a bad token for this quest, because we can't use range attack now, and it has Assassinate and we need to take the attack twice. Yeah, I do think I need to block it at least once. But to power this I would need a mana. So do we really play the concentration to get the red token and we are not using the source, or do we really throw away the Tranquility and then use the blue die to at least get a crystal? But it feels like this is a good card to hold on to, because we will get another wound from Blood Ritual, which might mean that we are throwing this away and we are just not using a source die, unfortunately. Yeah, if we are blocking this now, we do need the Herbalist to ready them and Quick Witted to do the damage. And we will get 2 to the discard pile, 2 to the hand, another 1 to the hand from Blood Ritual. So healing 2 leaves 1 in the hand, which is good for Stout Resolve. And we will have an artifact, so I think we just have to proceed, unfortunately. Let's do this. So at this stage we just have to deal with the attack. So I do think I do not want to take wounds now, because there is a chance that the attack will be increased and will not make a difference if I'm taking it to the face again, which I must because it's assassinate. So after initiating the quest, we now have to fight this without being able to kill it and no range or siege attack phase. So we are producing a red token with the concentration, powering improvisation, and use shield wall for block 2. Improvisation discarding crystallize for block 5, increased by 1 block 6, so that's block 8. And block 8 blocks a swift enemy with an attack of 4. Which does mean we have now fulfilled this stage here, and we get another fulfilled quest. And now we are drawing this possessed enemy token, and it is an armor increase of 1. That's bad. Let's see. So this comes onto the quest, and the token is on top of this. And this indicates that we will get a faction token as a reward, which is also nice. So we also discard this, and that's our turn. This is the preparation for taking wounds next turn. And we will just draw these cards here. So that was our 4th turn. Dummy draws 3 cards. White again, nice. Green, and another green. So he will not exhaust his deck. There's another shield on the objective card, which does mean even though there's no red mana, it's still movement of 3. So 1, 2, 3 will mean this is discarded, and Wolfhawk has now conquered another keep, which does mean the shields are getting removed, and the objective card is now removed. I think this was here, and that's Wolfhawk's 4th turn. So we can play our 5th, and again we will reroll these because these are not helping currently. And they both come up green. That can be helpful. And the idea would have been to now get the artifact, finally level, get a advanced action card and a skill. But it does mean that we now would have to come up with 7 attack, unfortunately. So this is 3, this is 3, if we ready them. Which does mean we need another card sideways. The alternative is to play this sideways, of course. Spare is another wound. We are not getting any crystals, but we do have the green that we need for this. We can power this with a crystal, and then use the herbalist to ready the crossbowman. So I would get 2 to discard pile, 2 to the hand, which I heal, and we kill it with 7 damage. That's pretty much it. I don't think there's much else to optimize, to be honest. We could of course use Quick-Witted for influence and a sideways card to hire the guardsman. That could block the attack fully, but where does the 7 damage come from? And I really want to finish this quest now. So I do think we will do it like this, and then see what artifact we get. So we really want to finish this quest, which does mean we are getting attacked again for 2 wounds, because we only have an armor of 4, 2 to the discard pile because of poisonous, and 2 more wounds to the hand, which after the combat with the green source die and the tranquility will just heal. That takes care of the attack. We then use the herbalist to ready the crossbowmen and use them again for an attack of 3. We use our crystal with Quick-Witted for a range attack of 3 and a sideways card to reach 7, because we need 7 due to the possessed enemy token. That costs us the crystal. We are not getting a further wound, but also no further crystal, unfortunately. But it does kill this, which gives us 5 fame. So we're at 18 and level. We now did this step here. The monster reveals itself. Fight the apocalypse possessed enemy on this card as your action this turn. If you defeat them, gain an artifact. So we are done with this quest, which is another step fulfilled. Let's reroll the die first. Stays green. We now get the combat rewards, which I believe is the artifact and then this faction token here. So there are 2 types of faction tokens with the expansion, and I believe we are getting one of the apocalypse faction tokens. Since the enemy was apocalypse possessed, I believe we do get an apocalypse faction token. The other faction tokens are from the Council of the Void. And the token is a Ring of Shadows, which does mean from one enemy token you ignore all wounds. So we are just putting on the ring and vanish into the shadows, it seems. You both ignore the wounds and additional effects, but you also ignore all the fame gained and all reputation changes for the remainder of the combat. So it comes at a high cost, but it would also work on multiple attacks because you can really evade a full enemy token. So quite an interesting token, since we do have a lot of wounds already. Maybe there are some annoying tokens where you actually do not care much about the fame. But then again, you would not use this in a big assault because you would not gain any fame whatsoever, it seems. But it's the token we got from this. So let's look at the artifact. And it's a choice between the Banner of Fear. If attached to a unit, can cancel 1 enemy attack and giving me a fame. And if you break it, you can cancel the attack of up to 3 enemies. And the other artifact is the Shield of the Fallen King. So block 6 or 2 block 4 against different attacks. Or Cold Fire block 8 up to 3 Cold Fire block 4. So both defensive. Cancelling an attack and blocking attack is 2 different things, especially for elusive tokens. So if you would know that you are fighting elusive tokens, then I think the shield is much better. But then again, cancelling 3 huge attacks with brutal whatever is just much easier, but it also costs a unit. It would be interesting to know if the Shield of the Fallen Kings works in a Ziggurat to block multiple traps. I would assume probably not, unless it's considered to be the same combat basically. I do think the shield has some synergy with my skill here. I am quite defensive already, so this is, I think, quite an unlucky pull to pull 2 defensive artifacts. But there is a synergy here, and this really makes me not want to cancel enemy attacks because I'm already on the defensive path anyway, and it does have this synergy with elusive enemies that if I actually block them and not cancel the attack, it will count as offensive. And the additional argument here is that if I take the banner, I will probably attach it to the crossbowmen so I can ready them again, because I do not want the herbalist to have yet another ability that I want to use them for, which would reduce my offensive capabilities. If I'm not taking the banner at all, I will have the crossbowmen twice basically, so there's at least some offensive in my display here. So taking this will probably reduce my offensive capabilities. And I do want to go to the Ziggurat because we really need another artifact or spell, and the shield can actually help with that, so I'm taking the shield. So we are taking the shield, which we will draw then next turn, of course, not the banner, which means the quest is now completely done. And we do proceed to level up, which is a skill choice between the Tales of Conquest. The ability would be that once a turn when activating a unit, +1 to its attack or block of any type. Once this turn, you may remove 1 shield token from the skill to repeat this effect for the same or a different unit. So it just really gives +1 on any attack or block type, which is nice because of the crossbowman. And whenever I place my shield on the fortified side, that's the upper ability, I can place a shield here. So I can charge it, so to speak. So that's nice, that's improving my units. And the other skill choice is Improve Fate, so that's a cooperative skill of Coral. So this is a skill you flip once per round, draw a card. If you have the least fame, not tied, you may then discard a card and draw a card, which is costly because you're losing a card. Put a skill token in the center, any player may return it to you face down to draw a card. So essentially you're drawing a card, can replace one, and in the next turn you can draw another card. You could also of course take Wolfhawk's skill here to heal and get a crystal. I can't really take this skill back, that would be nice currently because I'm actually at the coastline and moving here would be a safe space, so it would just be movement 2. But I did not take that and I can't get it now. Also, we do not want to take Decompose because we could not decompose anything but the artifact, so we would not be able to use it. Mana Storm I don't want, which pretty much leaves the Stout Resolve. And with the green Mana Stout Resolve in an artifact, we have at least 5 of anything, so we could even higher. I do think I want to improve my units, so I'm taking this, so the Tales of Conquest, which improves my units, and if I charge it, so to speak, I can even use it twice per turn, which leaves this for the offer. I'm then taking Stout Resolve, a very flexible card that can also help with wound management. The offer refreshes with Diplomacy, so an influence/blocking card. And Wolfhawk adds another skill, which is the other healing skill, which gives a white crystal. So let's remove this too. And we are done with our 6th turn, drawing the 2 new cards, so the Stout Resolve and the Shield of the Fallen Kings. And now Wolfhawk is playing, so the first card will be her objective for the last turn she plays, which is green. So she would like to conquer an adventure site, and unfortunately there is one, even in range 1. So I fear she will just take the altar now. So she will just conquer this, the objective card is discarded, and of course she would draw more cards. And there aren't that many left, so she will exhaust her deck. We were lucky that the blue ones, and especially the advanced one, were at the bottom of the deck. She would draw 2 more, but again the deck is exhausted, so we play our last turn. Actually this was her 5th turn, so also our 5th. We are playing our 6th now, and then we can even play a 7th if we want to stretch it out. But at the beginning of the turn, I have to learn to not forget this. We will reveal a new quest, which is Ill Omens. First step is to feed the victims of famine. So a village, a city, or a refugee camp. Discard a card, get the 25.1 marker, which says in parentheses, it allows you to ignore Swift. Then you stop the spread of the pestilence. At a keep or mage tower, pay heal 2, get the 25.2, ignore poison. Then defend the innocent from civil war, a village, a monastery, or a city. Pay block 6, get a 25.3, ignore brutal. And then death needs a volunteer, any unconquered adventure site. Enter the adventure site. After this action, destroy one of your units. Get 25.4, ignore paralyze. And the beginning says a 25 marker, so any of the 4, may be discarded to ignore the indicated offensive ability on all enemies that turn, even those with arcane immunity. So arbitrary people can do arbitrary steps in a competitive or cooperative game to get these one-time bonuses to ignore Swift, Poison, Brutal, or Paralyze on all enemies that turn even arcane immune. That's really nice, and it gets progressively more costly. So you start with a card, heal 2, block 6, and then even use a unit. But in essence, by losing a unit, you can then later ignore Paralyze. By blocking, you can later ignore Brutal. By healing, you can later ignore poison. So it's almost like you're prepaying this for later. All right, so we would have 2 more turns if we want to really stretch that out, but I'm not sure this is worth it. We would have to play 1 card in each turn. The options are, of course, we can power this. This card doesn't do anything for us. And we have 3 of either attack, block, influence, or move. And we can increase it to 5 if we discard the shield, which would allow us to reach the glade. It would allow us to hire the guardsman. And it would also allow us to move to the Ziggurat, which might be the best option here because we have both unit slots filled. And we really need to get this done. And after having leveled and getting another slot, we can then move back to the village. Hiring the guardsman would mean we need to replace a unit. And I feel like healing, readying, and gaining green mana is still really appreciated. And we just got a block artifact. So it seems that the Utem Guardsman and the Guardian Golems are both a little bit less worth it. And if we can pick up Expose, we really need units that have range attack. So yeah, I think we just get into position. We can either go into the Ziggurat or kill the Golems, depending on if we have enough attack for the golems. Picking up the spell before going to the Ziggurat might actually be nice, because then we can almost guaranteed kill whatever is the defender. I really don't like that I have just 1 crystal left, so it didn't go as well as I hoped for. But what can you do? I think we just move into position. So we could play 2 more turns, but we just pull a mana die to play Stout Resolve and discard a shield for 5 move. So we move 2 into the plains and 3 into the Desert at Night. So we are at the beginning of the next day in position to play the Ziggurat or finally get the Spell Thief quest done so we get our Expose. But that's it then. Dummy announced end of round. We can't do anything, and that's the first night. We did level again, but we did not get that much fame, to be honest. We did pick up an artifact, but also 2 wounds. Of course, also the Stout Resolve from leveling, but that's pretty much it. So we really have to pick up the speed here. At least we did hire a second unit, even though it's just Herbalists. But with the skill here, we now have crossbowmen that have an attack or block 4, or range attack of 3, and can use them twice, basically. So I think that's still okay, but let's see how the next day goes. So as usual, we start with the dummy deck, and we give him another blue crystal due to chill, but fortunately a red card. So the Decompose goes to the dummy deck. I also do want to get rid of the Mana Storm because I'm not picking that up, but if I'm not picking up Diplomacy, the dummy will then get a white card, unfortunately. And as discussed earlier, I do not want to use control of the offers for the spell display because the dummy could remove spells on his own. The advanced action offer refreshes with Blood Rage, so a much needed attack card, 9 attack, that's so good. And Firebolt is range attack as well, so it leans into the Expose strategy. Spell offer refreshes with Call to Arms, Call to Glory. That's nice. That could be solid, but we really have to get to the core tiles to even see elite units. Let's refresh our units. Unfortunately, we lost Sparring Power and Mana Search because the dummy picked it, and we, of course, used Mana Search to fix the source. Let's shuffle the dummy deck. We remove or refresh the unit offer. Still the silver units, of course. So the other swordsman. Red Cape Monks, so finally some elemental damage at least. The second peasants, unfortunately. And shock troops, that could be interesting. Guard Duty and a mysterious island are now removed, which does mean the Spell Thief is now at the end of the list again, but we will only reveal them in the first and second turn of us. The dummy will not reveal a quest. The source starts as white, green, and red, and we finally shuffle our deck and then go to the second day. You have to remember to extract Quick-Witted. That should be enough. So let's see what our starting hand will be. A wound, Tempered Steel, that's good, some combat, a Swiftness, a Stamina, and at that point we already have to think about if we want to draw Quick-Witted, but I don't think another Swiftness will be a good idea. So let's just draw a 5th card, which is a Crystallize. As for the tactics, we still have access to Early Bird, Rethink, Planning, and Great Start. And I do think with Tempered Steel in hand, if we power this, that's 6 attack against an enemy with resistances, so that's already 6 of the required 10. And if we then use the crossbow with Tales of Conquest, they will also have an attack 4, so it's easy to get a 10 attack against the golems and just kill them. And this will just block them, so that is far too perfect. Just let's get it out of the way. We get exposed and then we can go for the Ziggurat and either go for an artifact or a spell. That would mean that we would use a red source die, most likely, to spare the crystal. We cannot do anything with the wound, unfortunately, then, and we'll only draw 1 card, which might mean that we can rethink, actually, because I would probably get rid of the stamina and the wound at least, maybe even the crystallize. I do like this because after Ziggurat we will definitely level and then have a hand limit of 6, so it's less interesting to get planning. I don't like the great start. I think I'd rather get rid of this. And the early bird is a bit too early. So I do like rethink here because we do have a first turn already and we can groom our hand for the second. So as far as tactic selection goes, we are going with rethink because we do have a first turn planned already. Tempered Steel with the red die and a crossbowman with Tales of Conquest will be 10 attack to kill the golems. And this will just block the golem. So it's really trivial and we will have access to expose then. But we do need to get rid of some of the cards here. So we are taking rethink, get rid of the wound, the stamina because we are not moving anywhere, and crystallize. I don't want to still draw the second swiftness, so we will draw other cards instead, which is threaten, that's bad, a march, that's really bad, and a mana draw. So that did not pay off, unfortunately. So our deck is reshuffled now, and we see what the dummy is picking. Maybe early bird is not the worst pick, because then we can take planning over great start for a hand limit increase of 1 for the final day. If he's taking great start, it would mean 1 turn more now, and we can either get the hand limit increase or turn in the last day. And if he's taking planning, we have the decision of 2 more cards or another turn. And the dummy is picking up great start. So we are again before the dummy and start our first turn, which does mean revealing a quest. It's the execution. So this quest has 3 options, so it's not 3 steps. You can either convince the executioner to free the man by paying for influence in a village, keep, mage tower, or oasis. You will get a fame, a reputation, and a random crystal. Or you free the man by force, same sites, fight a grey enemy token as your action this turn. If you defeat them, fame 1, gain a random mana crystal. Or you offer to be the executioner where you just pay 1 attack, get a fame, and lose a reputation. So I think it's clear that we want to pick up expose now. And we do want to hold on to these 2 cards because with mana pull and 2 white source dice and picking up expose, we can just maybe kill the enemy and the Ziggurat. The movement is a bit unfortunate, to be honest, but it could mean with a sideways card we can block an attack, and the threaten could be good for a psychic attack. But if we are not tossing anything, we'll just replace this with expose. And is this what we really want? Well, it would be 5 range attack and removing all resistances and fortifications, but we can't take units, so this won't help. So I feel like we should toss the march probably. If we pick up mist form by just going to the second floor, we could get back into position without much movement cards. And we do need a movement skill still. And we should really get to exploring. There are 2 more countryside tiles and then we are entering the core tiles. But the token, as explained, is really easy to kill. So it's shield wall to block the attack, then tempered steel for an attack of 6 because of the resistance, and then the crossbowman for another attack of 4. So most tokens have up to 5 armor, especially if we ignore resistances. That would be enough with expose and swiftness and mana draw. But we can get unlucky, of course. There are 3 token types, like the familiars, the sorcerers, and I think the ice mages that have 6 or 7 armor, which we then just cannot kill, and we will only notice after the traps. If we toss the threaten and then get the psychic attack of 4, that would be very sad. Although it would currently cost us a crystal to even play that. And we are rolling 3 dice for the first floor and 2 for the second. So we would need to get unlucky to get this. And it won't help much with other traps. I think it would be much better to draw a block card, to be honest, because then shield wall will actually also increase the block by an additional 1 point. So I do think I just want to toss them. That might make me inefficient, but we can't like get a lot of wounds and then not be able to defeat the final enemy. That would be really bad. Although we can always use this to ignore the attack and then just kill it with this and sideways cards. But we wouldn't level then. That's the unfortunate part, because we would not get any fame. So I don't think this is a good thing to plan for. Keeping a unit doesn't do much good as well, because we can't take unit into the Ziggurat. So I think I will just toss them. So of course we will finish the quest first. So the Spell Thief, which means that we are engaging the golem now on the field, which is sitting on the space we're currently at, and just use the shield wall to block it. Then use a source die with tempered steel for an attack of 6 because the golem has a resistance. And the crossbowman with the Tales of Conquest now have an attack of 4. That's an attack of 10. Inefficient, kills the golems, which does give us 4 fame. So we are not leveling. We played only tempered steel, but since we now want to play the Ziggurat and these are not really helping, we are discarding them. That's a bit sad, but what can you do? So we're holding on to this. Rerolling the die. Comes up green as well. But after the turn we get our combat rewards. So found you, prepare to die. Fight an enemy token on this card as your action this turn. If you defeat them, gain a progress. So we have by now played 2 quests with 3 steps, I think. So 6. And gain the spell underneath this card. So it's expose. And the quest is now done. Let's make room for the next 2. And then we just draw cards, which is of course expose. And since we dropped cards, we can now decide if we want to draw quick-witted or a regular card. For the moment, since we are drawing up to 5, we just draw one. That's almost perfect, I would think, to at least block one of the attacks. And I don't want to draw this, so let's draw one other card, which is a Tranquility that might be good to just heal a wound that we get from a trap. So that's our first turn, and the dummy will now play his first turn and draw the objective card, which is green. So again, adventure side. Let's first reveal more cards. Another green and another green. That's a bit bad. It's a quick turn, but he already played 3 of the 4 green cards he currently has. And this means 1. There is a green die, so you reroll this. Stays green, but it's 2 movement then, because it's a standard card still. And the next adventure side is the monster den in a range of 3. This is already conquered, and the Ziggurat here is at range 4. Since it's the same range, I can decide where she will go. So I think she will just go to the hills here with movement 2. Which does mean next turn she will do the monster den, and it's that. And I think I should actually mark the spaces she conquered with a shield. It's obvious for the spaces that start with a token, but it's not obvious for the monster den where you would actually draw a token first. But she hasn't conquered it yet, so let's put it to the side. And that's her first turn, so brings us to our second turn. And I don't think there's anything to discuss here. We are just entering the Ziggurat, so right away we are running into the first trap of the floor 1. So we are rolling 3 dice, which come up white, white, and green. So green is a poisonous attack of 3, physical, and white is a physical attack 3, which is swift. So that's the choice now. Swift 3 would just give us a wound, and poison 3, of course, is easier to block and would give us 2 wounds if not. We do have to block anyway, but we would need to spend another card, and I don't want to spend this, because if I spend this, I can just heal it as well. And the shield, I think, is far better spent for another trap or even the enemy. So I do think I'd just take the wound here from a 3 physical swift attack, so from white, because I can heal it later. It makes me much more flexible. If I just discard this now, I don't get the wound, but I lose the flexibility. We can't stay on the floor because it's already marked by the dummy, so we are proceeding to floor 2, so another trap. Only 2 dice this time, which is white and black. So black is a physical attack 4 that's cumbersome and brutal, so it's easier to block because of the movement, but if you don't block it, it gets doubled, or at least the remainder. And white is still the physical attack 3 that's swift, which I do feel like I just take another wound, because I do want to have the option with these bad tokens. For example, if it's familiars, we can just block all the attacks just with the shield, so I don't see a reason currently to play this. So let's just take another wound. That's floor 2. We could take another trap to go for an artifact, or just be content and go for a spell. And as said, I feel like Mist Form could be good, even though we are lacking blue mana. Offering would be good, but I'm not sure I want to go down this road again to make these preparation turns, because it costs a lot of cards and we already tossed 2. Maybe just go for an artifact after all. But we tossed a movement card already, so if we are not picking Mist Form, we have to walk away from here. I think we should pick up a movement spell, which doubles as a good defensive spell for the City Assault. So let's stay here and pull the enemy. Actually, I did completely forget that this enemy is possessed, so it's not a regular one, but we also have to draw a possessed token, but at least the +1 armor is already, at least one of them is already drawn. So let's see what we get here. So let's see the token first, and it's sorcerers, of course, so I can't kill them that easily, but I can at least block them for now. And a possessed token, of course, gives them another armor, sure. And a psychic attack of 3. I just realized. +1 fame, that hardly sounds fair. Wow, okay, so that's bad. But we do have the shield wall, so let's see. So the nice thing is that the shield wall gives +1 to every other block of any type of at least 2 used to block an attack of the same enemy as shield walls. So it does work if I'm producing 2 block 4s, that they will be increased to 2 block 5s. Which together with the shield wall mean I have a block 7 and a block 5. Block 7 will block the attack of 6. And the block 5 will almost block the psychic attack of 3. But we do have to come up with 7 attack. And this is only 5. This is, again, almost the worst enemy you can have pulled, because it's arcane resistance, so expose almost does nothing. So we would have to spend the mana just to get range attack 2. If we want to kill that, we would have to play these 2 and 2 cards sideways. And to get to 2 mana, we need this, so we need to play these sideways. So we're not blocking anything. So I do think I think I'd rather go for this, to be honest, at that point. But it's quite pointless to play this, actually. Well, it is not pointless if we need this to kill the enemy. That's so sad. Why is this so bad? This is so insanely bad. It really hurts. Sorceress with +1, a psychic attack, and we can't kill it because of the +1 if we block an attack. And we do have the Shield of the Fallen Kings already in hand. That would be so perfect to just get rid of the attack. We could even ignore the psychic attack. It doesn't get assassinated and poisonous. It doesn't benefit from any of these things. So just a wound. And the Shield of the Fallen Kings, it would just block the attack, so we could ignore the attack of 6 and the poison and get 6 fame. That would really be appreciated. But I can't do it. I don't have the mana. I need mana draw for 2 mana, which leaves 5 attack, and I need 2 more out of 2 cards. Well, at least it was wise of me to not discard any cards yet, to not have used Tranquility and or the Shield to prevent these wounds, because otherwise I could literally not defeat this enemy now. But I do think it's really unlucky. If you look at the manual, you see that these are the tokens I've drawn. These are 2 of a total of 12 tokens, because these 3 are appearing twice, and there are actually 2 tokens that reduce the armor, and most of them do not affect the armor at all. There's just 1 that's worse, that's actually +2. But any of these, and I would just have killed the enemy at range. I do think there's an error here. At least it was reported in the forums that this is not ×2. So let's maybe quickly investigate this with the remaining tokens here. We can reshuffle them later. So that's the 4 here. That's one of the -1s. That's another one. That's one of those, and another one. There's the +1, there's the -1, and there's a third psychic attack of 1, that's the arrow, I guess. There's the +2, and there's the +1 with this 3 psychic attack. These 2 have already drawn, so there are not 2 that actually reduce the attack and yield 1 less fame, but 3 that add a psychic attack of 1. So I think I liked it more with this, to be honest. But overall, this just means that it's even more random what you draw. I'm not sure if I'm the biggest fan of this. Sure, there's an adjustment with fame, and you always get the faction token, but it makes a huge difference if the enemies have +2, +1, neutral, or -1 armor, obviously. But let's shuffle them and put them back. And I do think it's clear that we need to kill this, so I think there's no other option than to play this like this, to pull with mana draw 2 dice, 1 for expose, 1 for swiftness. That's an attack of 5, 6, 7, that kills it. And then we need to do this and just not get the 6 fame, which sucks really hard. But there's nothing to do about this, which means this is useless. We can't use units. If I'm not powering this, we will get this card instead. Actually, that's a good point. So we can just place this as an attack of 4, which saves us a mana. But we would not get it anyway because of mana draw. We can't heal this anyway. We would need a green for this. There are 2 green in source. There will be 1 left. I think overall it's just pointless to pull this then. It might just get rerolled into black. So yeah, that's the sad part about this. But what can you do? We already went through all the traps, so we are not going to just leave without defeating this. So that's the way it is, unfortunately. So the combination of the sorceress with this +1 armor means that we need 7 damage to kill them. And since I do like the experience with these tokens, I did not notice there was yet another one +1, and there could have been a +2, to be fair, so yeah. But it could have been neutral, which would have been fine, because then we could use the Shield of the Fallen Kings to block the attack, maybe get another wound, but still kill it. And with -1, we could actually have killed it at range. As it is, the 2 damage from the exposed don't do much, so we can just play the mana draw that we would need to pull another mana, sideways 2. So we have 4 damage from the sideways cards, 3 from the swiftness to come up with the 7 damage. And we do ignore all the wounds, all the effects, all the reputation gains or losses with this faction token that we then discard, of course. Unfortunately, we also ignore the fame, so we are not getting the 6 fame, but we do succeed with this fight. So that was costly, but at least we did it. The die comes up gold, that's good. We do retain these 2 wounds. We do mark the second space here with our token and remove the quest token, by the way. And the reward now is a spell, because we did floor 2, and now we need to think about what to get. As said, there's no blue mana currently, but fortunately, we know the objective is green, so we'll reroll a green. We want to use a green, so the gold would still be available, because we need to cast Mistform if we take it right away. We can't just linger there. I think the other options are really just offering, but it would mean to discard even more cards, and we just tossed 2 in the beginning in the first turn, and now played 4 cards sideways without getting any fame for it, so we are already quite screwed, to be honest. So I do think we just take Mistform and just go away from this cursed place. Yeah, we need to get away from here, so we are taking Mistform. And since we did not level, that's pretty much it for the turn, and we will just draw the Mistform, of course. Yet another wound. And we are still not a hand limit of 6, of course, so this means that we need to decide this now. But I do think we just move here, and we could even kill this orc then, but we need the blue mana to get there. And from this time on, we will have more mana. So you won't have 2 mana to actually kill this. So let's just draw. And it's a stamina, actually. That's interesting. So more movement. But that's my second turn then. And I think I should have revealed a quest, because I revealed one making it 3 in the first turn, but then we solved the quest. And in the second turn, I guess I again forgot, so let's do that. It's a noble warrior. That's a personal quest. Take her with you, so in any inhabited site, basically a village, keep, city, refugee camp, oasis. But we would need a reputation of +1 or higher. Second is combat experience. If you defeat an enemy token this turn, add its fame value and your current level together. Place a mana token on this card according to the total. So it's either green, white, blue, or red, depending on if it's 4 or fewer or 15 or more. Return her to home, and then you have two options. Either return her to her home, gain a number of random mana tokens according to the mana token on this card. So it's random tokens, it's a lot of mana, and depending on how much fame the enemy was and how much of a level you have, it can be up to 4. Or you can recruit a unit of the indicated level for free. So it's either level 1 or 2, level 1 or 3, or level 1 to 4. And you do not get quest points from this if you recruit her. It's interesting, but I'm not noble enough to do that. That's my second turn. The dummy plays his second. So it's red, which again is bad. White, that's good. And a blue, of course. So 3 more cards, which is 2 more whites and 1 more blue. So I count that as lucky at least. After a short turn, he now has played a lot of cards, but a lot of bad cards as well. This should get a shield, but since the monster then is right behind the corner, she will just move there and conquer it. So I mark it with a shield and move her onto this. And this will then mean her quest card is fulfilled. And we move it back to the position of the first turn. That brings us to our third turn. And I do think it's clear that we need to get away from here. We could heal, of course, with 1 mana, but then we couldn't power this. So using the gold die while it's there. Actually, she would have rerolled the green. Let's do that first. She prefers it over gold. Comes up white, so it doesn't change a thing. So we need this for Mist Form. Move 4, the move cost of all terrain, including lakes, is 2. We could play this as well for 6 movement, but it would only gain us 1 more space. And I do think we need to get back to a glade. And since 2 fame will level us, I think we will just move there and take this glade. So we just move here. Movement cost of all terrain is 2, so the forest is just 2 as well. And we can't afford to toss any more cards, so we just leave it at this. 1 wound will be healed at the end of the turn through the glade. We'll start the next turn since it's day with a gold token. Die comes up red, Mist Form is played. And I do think at that point we are drawing quick-witted to just kill the orc next turn. Although we can do that with the crossbowman, I'm just realizing. But I do think we just keep the units and play the card nevertheless. Let's draw it. And then the 5th card is Crystallize. So it's our third turn. Dummy gets a new objective, which is blue, which means it's wild, but it cannot be closer to the portal than he currently is. And since he's at the edge of the map, and this is one of the equidistant lines, it's clear that he will reveal a tile. So we can already put that away because he can do that right away. Let's draw 2 more, which is red and white, which again is 2 more cards. So another red and another blue. There are only 4 cards left, so we have to avoid white and blue. But there's 1 white card and 1 blue card missing, so it's already a 50-50 again, if the dummy cuts this around short or not. But now we have to make space for her to explore, but I really like that she's exploring because we need to get going to the core units. So let's move these away. I think I forgot again to reveal the quest, so let's do that. It's the Admiring Bard, live music. So in a village, monastery, city, refugee camp, or oasis. So I think you can just pick him up, and then you have 3 options. The Exterminator, if you defeat a non-red, non-brown enemy token, you gain progress on the fame track for quests and place a green mana token on this. Monster Killer, if you defeat a brown, you get a blue mana. And if you defeat a red, it's Draconum Slayer, you get a red mana token. And then the finished song will then tell about your tales, I guess, and you have to drop him off at, again, the village, monastery, city, oasis, not refugee camp. You get a reputation, and then fame according to the mana token, which is 1, 2, or 3. So it's really not complicated, but it's also not that lucrative. Alright, so we had to rearrange the map a bit to make space for the next 4 tiles. What I think is quite nice is that there are 2 countryside tiles left, so if she reveals 1 here and I here, then we can actually explore core tiles in the center of the map, which is really good. And since she is adjacent to 2 tiles where she can explore, I think it's up to me, so I will let her explore this. And we have the choice between one of the new tiles and one of the old ones. And since this is darker, let's just say we take a mana die in on red, blue, and black. It's the new one. It actually comes up white, so she will explore this tile, and the other one I can explore later. Probably I want to have it there. So there's a roll the rose again for the orientation. Comes up gold, so it stays as it is. And it's a tile with a lot of lakes, a mage tower of unknown defenders, orc trackers, and an altar. That's actually the altar with 10 fame for 4 mana. This might be good, because if she goes for Fortified Site or Adventure Site, this is probably the closest, and she will then have to move through this because there's no shorter path, which means that she will stop here to remove them and then go further. But it was her blue. To go further away from the portal, she had to explore, which brings us to our 4th turn. We now have this token here, and I do think I want to kill the orcs to level, finally, and have the hand limit increase. We will heal another wound if you're not moving away. And since I do want to power this, and use this, I think we use a white for Quick-Witted and use this for Crystallize to pick up any crystal we want. And we are not using the Herbalists now, and I think we are not using them at all then, because we already healed most of the wounds. So I think we'd rather refresh the units or something like this. So this would kill them. This would give us a crystal where we have to think about the color. One wound would be healed, and we would be down to this. We have the idea to try and power this with the, not try, but we can power this with the gold token next turn to then move on and explore. Maybe Blood of the Ancients would actually be good then, because then we can use the Herbalists after all and have the mana for this, be free of wounds, be able to power this, maybe even another card. But we have to see what we draw. As for the crystal, we still have a red. We do lack blue, and I do think there's a lot of blue cards coming up. At least another stamina and determination. There will be concentration and a march. We are still lacking the promise, but we don't have the slot yet. Improvisation, a rage, and a stout resolve. So maybe green is also a good option. I think we should probably take green, because the Herbalists will need this to heal us, and if this is removed, it will be really bad. We will have a gold token next turn, so we can power them both, I think. I think we should definitely take green or blue. But seeing that concentration is also green, we should probably take green. So let's mark that here that we take green, I guess. And let's execute. So it will be a slower turn as well, but what can you do? We take the white die to use Quick-Witted with range attack 3. That kills these orcs, gives us a reputation, and 2 fame, which will actually level us finally. Let's already mark this, that we have our 3rd slot and hand number 6. Then we use the gold token from the glade to crystallize and get a green crystal. And we leave it at that, and one of the wounds is then healed from the glade. Die comes up black. But we will finally draw up to 6 cards. So there's Stout Resolve, interesting. Another Stamina, Improvisation, and a Concentration. So now we will see if the dummy gives us more turns or not. So what the coin flip is. First card is the objective, which is blue, that's good. Which does mean it's now a 2 in 3 chance. So let's reveal more cards. Red, that's bad, it's back to a coin flip unfortunately. And it's green. That's really good, it's really appreciated, it's not going well, and this at least gives us one more turn. So this is one movement, because it's blue, non-standard, there is no blue, but it doesn't matter too much, I think, because it will mean the next thing, which is either an adventure site, fortified site, or he can hire, which is further away from the portal than he's currently at, which does mean he has to fight these orcs, and this ends his turn. And he will then probably conquer the mage tower. So this was the dummy's 4th turn, and we can play our 5th. We do start again with a gold token, and the goal should be to explore. So at that point, since we are not staying at the glade, I think I would rather discard this with Stout Resolve. Although we could hold on to this and heal it with the Herbalist still. We don't have blue anyway. It might be a reason to at least power one of those with the token from the glade. But we could also power Stout Resolve. And I think an odd amount of movement is actually good. So that would be an option. That leaves us with Concentration, Stamina, and Improvisation. So we could move here and then spend the other 4 movement points to explore twice, which would reveal the core tiles. I do like that a lot. So we can maybe get in a position to hire next round with Elite units. And maybe take another fortified site or something like this to charge this. Yeah, we have to move forward. I think that's the best way to do it. But it's actually too much movement. We now only need 3 a day for the forest and 4 to explore. It's 7. This is 9, which does mean we can use this first and hold back with this. This would move us to the forest and reveal. But we do want to move on anyway, I think. So it's a good backup plan. But it's not technically locked in. And we could even use concentrated stamina to move 6 then. Which is also something that we could do to not use Stout Resolve now. Since Stout Resolve is much more flexible, we would hold on to the wound. And we only have 3 more turns. I think this is actually too flexible maybe to squander that. So if we play it like this instead, that's 6 movement with another option of up to 10, which could be good because of the terrain which we reveal. We've already used 7 then, and we would already draw 3 cards and can maybe heal 2 and with Stout Resolve even discard another wound that we get. And we do not have blue. That's why I like it like this. We would also get Blood Ritual. Yeah, I think we should do it like this. So this brings us to 6. We have 1 point left after going for this and then cast this. And you have 3 points left. That at least gives us a chance to enter another tile. And we could even play Stout Resolve without powering it. There are no swiftnesses left to play concentration with them. Could be useful for influence, but these are both influence cards. Let's try with this. So we're using a green die from the source to power concentration with stamina, since we do not have blue for 6 movement. This is not locked in yet. And we will move here for 3 and explore this for 2. Die comes up black, so it will be rotated 180 degrees. So this is the tile. It has a mage tower, a deep mine with red and green, an oasis and rampaging enemies. And the regular orientation is like this. So it will be rotated with the mage tower facing us. And since it's day, we'll see the defenders, that these are hags, and there are orc summoners there. I do like this, because this means that we can take another spell, and actually we should refresh the offer. Completely forgot about that. So there's an underground travel / attack, which can also circumvent fortifications. But we do have the mass expose already. So we really need some firepower. I guess picking up offering after all would be good. Maybe use it with the last cards of the deck and then go for a first assault in the second night with sacrifice and mass expose. Although there is an argument to be had that underground attack with mass expose is still working, because underground attack removes the fortification, mass expose the resistances. But we do have 1 movement point left, so we do not want to squander this. And we could still power this to explore the core tile, and 3 movement would actually be enough to also go to the tower, so into the hills. And maybe it's worth it to just take the tower now, because this could, as said, explore, attack the tower. This would block the hags with the shield wall. It would even be 6 block, and the crossbowmen, if I read them with the herbalists, and this will actually produce an attack of 4, so a sideways card is 5. I do think that's far too perfect to not do that, so let's pick up some speed and do this. So with 1 movement point left, we now cast Stamina to get 4 more move points, so 5 in total. With 2, we will reveal this, and with the another 3, we will enter the tower here in the hills. So to finally pick up some speed again. But first we need to agree on a tile here. So let's put tokens here. That's actually much easier than what I did before. And then roll for this. Comes up red. So it is not a city, that's clear, which is good, since we then do not need to decide on the level. Rose comes up green, so it's rotated 2 clicks clockwise. And this is the new core tile, which has a pyramid, of course, ruins and a village. That's pretty much it, and a lake in the center. So the pyramid is rotated towards us, and the ruins are actually a keep and a white enemy for an artifact and a spell, so that's huge. That might be exactly what we need for the 3rd day to catch up. I do like that there's a pyramid as well, but there's just wasteland here, so we can't move there now, and we don't want to. So we are assaulting the tower, lose a reputation. We then use Stunt Resolve with the wound for a block of 3, and with Shield Wall it's actually a block of 5, even 6, because the Stunt Resolve would be improved. We then use, before the combat of course, the Herbalist to ready the crossbowman, and then use Tales of Conquest to produce an attack 4. With the Cypress Improvisation, it's an attack of 5, killing the hags. Actually, these might be monks. Yeah, of course, these are monks. The hags are the green token. But nevertheless, we kill them. That's for fame. Gold token is gone. Skills are both used. We reroll the die. Comes up red. This was all played or discarded. We mark the tower with a shield, and also mark our skill with a shield, so we can now use it twice per turn, at least once. And we do get a combat reward of the end of turn, which is a spell, and I do want the offering to finally build up some firepower, and a spell for refresh with meditation. So this concludes our 5th turn, and now we are drawing. We did speed up quite a lot actually, so let's see how many cards we actually have. So it's 7, so we do draw all but 1, which is the offering, of course. A wound, unfortunately, there's another one in the deck. A promise, it might be really good. We can't hire anything here, unfortunately, but maybe pick up another spell. A rage, doesn't do much. A march, and a determination. So this should be the blood ritual. Yeah, so we would have to play this in the last turn then. So this is our 5th turn. The dummy will stick with blue and exhaust his deck. He will accomplish his objective card, because he will get to the next objective that's further away from the portal than he is, which pretty much means the tower. So the dummy will take this tower and also kill monks. Interesting. So we can play our 6th turn, and we will have a 7th. There was no blue die for the dummies to reroll, so that's good. And I do think it's clear that we will play the offering. And if we want to go for range attack, so we have more damage, we should probably toss this. Depending on how it goes with our luck, we might not have expose or mass expose, so having green crystals is also good. Maybe the mine is actually something to visit then. So maybe we are leaving the tower, because again we can't hire, and we don't have any influence bonus, so we can only hire at the oasis, but it would be a 5 movement, and then we can only hire the peasants, so that doesn't sound like a good idea. I think we need to get to the first city. That means going in the vicinity from this is actually good. I don't think we take this before the first assault, because we need to take the opportunity to take a city at night to be able to cast our spells. Which does mean I think I want to leave the movement, which sounds like I'm tossing this. That would mean we have 3 red, 1 blue and a white. And then we can move somewhere next turn with the Blood Ritual, because I do want to get a crystal, and we will have enough mana then of course to power this as well. We can also buy a crystal at the Oasis, but it costs 4 influence. Would really help if we would be popular. Maybe you're just moving here, but we can't actually unless we are playing the Blood Ritual sideways, which actually goes for all the places. We can't actually reach the mine and wasteland. We have another space in between. So maybe we are staying here after all. A glade would actually be nice. Maybe playing it sideways to get here is actually not the worst idea, because it is a good position to reveal. But then again, it would be so nice to hire a core unit in a tower and maybe pick up another spell if something really nice comes up like Tremor. Blood Ritual is actually quite interesting because it can give us the last crystal in the combat and also a black. So it's a good initiation. What I'm saying is that I don't feel that pressed with Sacrifice to have a full set already if you have something like Blood Ritual in the deck as well. But until now it was, I think, twice pretty much deep in the deck in the first 3 rounds. We should also think about quests again, because now we are at an inhabited site, so this opens up quite a lot of quests. Actually not that many, because Mage Tower is notably absent from almost all the quests, so we pretty much only have the execution here. We could easily, with just a promise, get a reputation, a fame and a mana crystal, but we would have to power this. If we are staying here, we could also play this for 1 attack, but we would just get a fame and lose a reputation. That's not good. And fight a gray, I currently don't feel like this. It tampers with my offering play. Yeah, I don't think quests are anything we can work at currently. Oh, I forgot the faction token from the possessed enemy from the Ziggurat. We did use the Ring of Shadows, but it does not prevent us from getting the faction token. So we should pick that up as well. And I do think we should get this, have the full complement of red, and at least pick up a white. Let's just do that. So we use the turn for an offering turn, take a red from the source to cast offering and discard these, which of course helps us in preparing a sacrifice with 2 red, 1 from offering, 1 from rage. A white, of course, if we want to do range attack. And blue is always good because we are lacking this currently. So this is all played. And we do have to draw a faction token because I forgot in the Ziggurat that we did not get any fame or reputation changes because of the Cloak of Shadows, but it does not prevent to get us a combat reward. So we get another of these Apocalypse faction tokens, which are the Boots of Charging. So they give move 2, and we have to use this to move into a rampaging enemy, so either Orc or Draconum, and it gets us +2 in the attack phase against this rampaging enemy. So this really makes us more mobile around rampaging enemies and helps with defeating them, but it's just not helping with sniping them at range. But that's it then for the 6th turn, and we will draw the remaining card, which is the Blood Ritual, dummy in our end of round, and we are in our 7th turn. We still have to reroll the die. Comes up gold. The question remains what to do with the 7th turn, so the final turn of the 2nd day. I think the main options are to either get into position to explore and attack a city, or stay at the Mage Tower with the idea to hire. And if we can't hire, we might as well pick up Call to Glory and use that to then hire with this. So I do think staying there might be a good idea, but it will cost resources to then reveal the first city. Although it will be night, so it will still be just 5 movement to get to the desert, and then 2 to explore and hopefully see the first city. The runes, I think, is something for the 3rd day, because it will take a lot of resources to do this, but it will prepare us for another good round with another artifact and spell. But if we stay here, then the question is what we do with the last turn. We could get another crystal for the price of a wound, which might not be the worst idea, to be honest, since we do have the herbalists and might get rid of wounds if they come up early, but it would close the gap to a full 18 range attack. If we play this sideways, we could use the gold die that we just got with March for movement 5 and then already get into position to the forest. But again, it would mean that we cannot pick up another spell or higher before revealing the core tile and seeing what options we have there. So I do think we just sit here. It does mean that preparation gets much less valuable, because you would have to drag that card around to the city assault, unless we are using it, of course, to hire. But I think we just pick up another wound and a crystal and then call it a day. So we use the red die for Blood Ritual, gain another wound, produce 3 mana tokens, which we do not actually use, but use 1 mana to pick up a crystal, so we do have another white. But that's that then. That's the end of the second day. As for the quest, the only reasonable thing would have been the execution because it's available in the Mage Tower, but we would have hold on to the promise and then use the March instead to get a green crystal. So we would have the promise left, which is exactly the 4 influence we need to then get a fame and reputation and a random mana crystal. But I do think with Expose and Mass Expose I really want to go for the higher value, so for white crystals and just plain range attack. So Rethink and Great Start are now gone. The dummy picks up a white crystal, so he now has 3 white, 3 blue, and unfortunately he's also picking up the Diplomacy, of course. So by now he has an extra white and an extra blue card and an extra crystal of both colors. And he picked up a red card at the beginning of the game. Actually, we don't have Code to Power, of course, that's a bit sad. So let's hope there are some good gold units in the offer. We ready our units. Blood Rage I do not want to remove, it's just so much attack that I really want to pick that up. There's a Crystal Mastery as a replacement. That's a really good combination with Sacrifice, of course. And as for the spells, we do have a Blizzard here. So just Siege, Ice Attack H, that's huge. That's something we might want to pick up, even though it's blue, so it will not profit from all the mana we get from the Sacrifice play. The 2 remaining silver units we get are Illusionists and a second Shock Troops, interesting. But we are of course far more interested in the elite units, which are the blue heroes with a huge block and the red heroes with a cold fire attack of 6. So neither gives us any ranged attack and neither can be hired in the Mage Tower. So we can just pick up the Illusionists. But with Mass Expose, that's actually interesting because it can prevent an enemy from attacking. And that could give us the last white crystal. I do think I like the Illusionists, even though they are not particularly strong when it comes to offense. They don't have a range attack or anything. So my army really lacks the punching power currently, which is all the more reason that I want to pick up the Blood Rage myself to do more damage myself. The heroes can actually be hired in Oasis, so that might be a stamp that we want to take. We also do have the Boots of Charging that can help with engaging the summoners, for example, and pay almost for the movement to the space, but we would only be able to use the attack if we let them summon, which is usually not a good idea. We do remove the Ill Omens and the Execution, and the new quest will only come out in my turn. And the initial source comes up as a white, blue, red, and 1 depleted die. This brings us to our deck, where we have Blood Ritual. That's really good to have for the assault. There are 3 wounds in total. We do have the Sacrifice, that's the MVP, of course, for any assault, together with Mass Expose. We do have Stout Resolve, that can also be some damage. Quick Witted you have to take out again. We do have the Mist form, Veil of Mist. That might be good to actually get away from the tower once we have hired. But it might also be good to cross the terrain if it's not the city tile to actually get to the first city. There's the Max Expose, of course. Shield of the Fallen Kings, that would be nice to have, especially if there are elusive enemies in the city. Let's see what we get. So that should be enough. So we are drawing 5 cards again because we can draw Quick Witted if you want to. There's a Crystallize that can give us the last white crystal right away. Tempered Steel, it's a bit too early for this. Stout Resolve, okay, might be good. With a Wound, okay, that's a lot of influence if you want to. Threaten, so this is influence, that's really good. At that point I don't think I want to draw this yet. So I do think we just draw the 6th card, which is a Rage, okay. As for the tactics, we do have From the Dusk Long Night, Meditation and Preparation still available. So it's time to think about our first turn. We do have all the mana but green, so we can't actually power Stout Resolve unless we are using a crystal or the Herbalists, which I don't want to do. But how high can we actually get with our influence rating? So we could use a red for the Threaten and a green crystal for Stout Resolve. That would give us 10 reputation already. Illusionist costs 7 and a spell costs 7 as well. If we pick up Snowstorm, we will have to carry it until we find the city, or we use it on the summoners by picking something up in the Oasis. That would also be an idea. The problem with the heroes really is that we do need to pay 2 influence to even use them in an assault, so they're not the best unit for city assaults. And the Illusionists also provide influence, and I could ready them even. So we could hire them with the 10 influence, 3 being left, and I would provide the 4 influence that we need to then pick up a spell as well, but it would cost us the Herbalists, which we then could replace by picking up yet another unit later. So turn 1 could be to hire them and pick up a spell, then use this with a Sideways Rage for 3 movement to move to the Oasis, kill the Orcs, then hire, but it's already 3 turns. Actually moving away from the Oasis gives us 2 more movement points. That's interesting, because it makes it less of a detour. But it's sad that we can't hide the Shock Troops, because that would really lean into the range strategy, giving other units 1 more attack as well. We could use the Tales of Conquest twice, but where to pick them up? I do like this idea of getting the Illusionist, filling the 3rd slot and then immediately picking up a spell, but it would also cost us the blue crystal, so we'd use the blue and the green. We would then redraw 3 cards. And what would we even take if we take preparation? We could pick out a promise, but we are lacking the mana to power all this. It would mean that we do not need the herbalist to ready the illusionist again, because we don't need the influence for them. Since we are in the dead center of the reputation track and did not pick up any influence cards, we only have quick-witted as Coral to give us a little bit more influence. It's really unlikely that we can pick up heroes, and preparation would definitely make us go last. So I do think I'd rather take Long Night or even From the Dusk. If we draw improvisation, quick-witted could give us the 9 influence we need for heroes to replace the herbalist in the Oasis. But I'm somewhat tempted to not kill these Orc Summoners at all, which would mean that we can't approach over the Oasis, because then we would provoke them when moving to the core tile placement. So if anything, preparation should probably give us mist form so that we can have a good movement turn and explore the core tile. But I'm not sure that's worth it. Midnight Meditation could be interesting if we make 2 assaults and we really want to shed some wounds, but they would be shuffled back into the deck. And we could repair our hand now with this, but I don't think it's that bad actually. If we also use Tempered Steel, we could try and block the dungeon enemy from the summoners. We do have the shield wall, so we could come up with a block of 5 even without powering this, and would have with this an attack of 3 already, so 1 card sideways would just kill them. And they are for fame, so they would bring us closer to leveling again, maybe even before the assault. We could also not learn Snowstorm. It's cluttering up our hand and would mean that we do not need the crystal play, so neither the blue nor the green. And powering Threaten, because we do not have green mana unfortunately, would give us 8 influence. That's enough for the illusionists. And we then have 4 available from the illusionists to then hire heroes, for example, which could mean that we are not powering Threaten but start Resolve with the herbalists. To pick up the illusionists, that would be 7 influence exactly, no reputation loss. And then with the illusionists we can then hire the heroes, which are a good source of influence, which also increases my reputation. But it would leave the illusionists spent for the battle, and both heroes are not that interesting for the battle. Well, the red ones are good. With a Cold Fire attack 6 they can probably kill something. The blue heroes with the block I'm not that fond of currently because I already have the shield, I have shield wall, so lots of defense already. But I do think Snowstorm is just such a good spell. It can help me in the day with this, and at the final assault at the third night it will be siege attack 8, and it can be siege attack 8 now if I get it to the city. So yeah, I think we pick up the illusionists. We don't need to ready them right away, so we can still decide if we want to have them ready for the city after seeing the defenders, for example. And we spend the crystals with the idea that we have Blood Ritual in the deck. Maybe we should just do the preparation and pick the mist form now, because we really need to get to this city. Otherwise, we can make all the plans we want. If we take half the night to actually get there and expand a lot of resources, then we won't have enough firepower to actually take the city. It's close enough as it is, so maybe that's the best idea here. We will also see a new quest at the beginning of our turn. Maybe this changes something, maybe not. And we currently do have blue mana if the dummy does not reroll that. So I think Mist Form is probably the best bet now to get going. Let's just try that. There's so many options, but you have to decide on something. And I do feel like not taking preparation now means we will definitely have 1 turn shorter in the last night. Depending on what the dummy picks, best one would be From the Dusk, obviously then, and we could take Long Night for the last night and have the dummy force into Midnight Meditation. So there are too many options on what to do here. We do not have the best unit choices, unfortunately, but there is a Snowstorm, there are illusionists. We can take them both, and after that we really need to get to the city, so we are taking preparation. And from the deck we will then take the Mist Form. Expose and Mist Form would have been the next 2, that's a bit sad, but what can you do? This stays out, but the Mist Form we add to our hand. So we need to shuffle this, alright. Dummy will definitely go before us now, but let's see if he eliminates From the Dusk or something else. And dummy goes for Midnight Meditation. So on the final night we can either have a Long Night or go first. So finally Wolfhawk is before Coral, which does mean we start with her objective card, and it's red, which means that she wants to conquer a fortified site or burn down a monastery. These 2 are already conquered, even though that's mine, she will not go for this. The Mage Tower is also already conquered, we do not have monasteries, which I believe means she will now explore. And of course, she can explore this tile. So I do think she will do this. And 1 movement point will be enough. But she will reroll the red, nevertheless. It does come up black. But I do think the objective is then fulfilled right away. And we see how many cards she plays. There's a green and a blue, which is 3 more cards. Which is a green, a red. That's really bad. And another green. That's almost the worst case scenario. So 5 good cards gone. We hit a bad. 6 cards played. That's not good. The only saving grace is that the dummy will now reveal a tile, and there's a 2 in 3 chance it's actually a city. And it will be the lower level one, so the one I want to attack. Which means I cannot really, or should not really reveal here. And since there's a clear path and we just made a decision to pick up Mist Form, we might be in a good position to actually just glide over there. So let's see what the dummy actually explores. So Wolfhawk goes here and then explores this tile. But of course we have to roll if it's a city at all. There comes up green, so it's this tile, which we of course know it's a city. So let's roll for the rows. It's black, so it will be rotated 180 degrees. And we will use the random city colors, because why not? I do not really like the constraint that each city has its own tile, because I don't think there's much theme to it or something like this. So it opens up a lot more combinations. So let's reveal this city space and rotate it 180 degrees. So it's the white city. That's the regular orientation. So this is the way it's placed. Let's roll for the city color. And it comes up blue. And besides the blue city, there is a fire dragon. There are spawning grounds and another keep, because it's the white city tile. That should be good if we take that, because we will have a handle increase of 2 then for the actual assault. But it will cost resources. But then again, we do have this here, which might help. So it might be worth it to take it. But of course, the objective of Wolfhawk was discarded after she explored. So unless she draws red again, well, maybe blue might work as well. She will not go for the city. If she goes, she might remove a token for us. That's actually quite nice. So this went interesting and brings us to our first turn. Let's remove the rows here first. It's getting a bit crowded. And we do reveal one more quest, which is Under Siege, a personal quest. Other heroes may not enter your space while you have a shield token on this card. So the idea is that the mob means that if you take a keep or mage tower that you conquered, you draw a gray and a purple enemy and place them on this card, and then you have in the next turn either defend, where you get a bonus of block 5, and you of course ignore fortifications because it's your location, or you just leave it to the mob. So you have to do forced withdrawal, or just move, and you will remove the shield and the side is no longer yours and you fail the quest. So I think the idea is that you can get the fame from 2 tokens, and I actually aided in defeating them with this block 5, but otherwise it doesn't sound that attractive, because at the current stage of the game it would level me probably, but it would take more resources and just for fame, nothing else. So I'm not sure I want to do this, and I don't think it's an automatic, except that the next player who does conquer a fortified side automatically triggers this. But that's that. So Mistform we want to use in the next turn. We already took that to prepare. Although we could of course use it now to move to the keep, which would mean we cannot hire the illusionist, but we can hire the shock troops. And we would not pick up Snowstorm after all. And I think we should do that. We are lucky that these are all wasteland and desert spaces, no mountains or hills, so Mistform really works well. But we would need still movement 10, where only 4 is from the card itself. Which does make me rethink if we should move away after all. Because we can use every card, if tossed without resolve, as 2 movement. Even something like the Rage. So it would already be 4, 9, so that's pretty much it. But can we get the spell still? Threaten would bring us to 7, but the dummy just rerolled red. We also have to decide on the city levels, by the way. The blue city is the one that increases the attack of tokens. That hopefully is not that relevant if we can make a mass expose ranged play. And we can learn spells there. And I did not go for a Megalopolis because I was leaning towards making the first city 11 and then maybe a Megalopolis of level 22, just to not make it too easy. If we can take this at all, of course. But it would mean we are fighting 5 tokens only. I think it's a bit of cheating to decide this later on. As said in the other videos, if you do a low-level Megalopolis, with low I mean like also something of a combined level 11, you will get more tokens in general, but the tokens are weaker, which can make things easier, especially if you have a scaling spell, which we do not have. So in this sense, I consider it somewhat cheating if you're then going for the hard tokens instead, like single hard tokens, where specific effects are much easier then. Where even spells that, for example, like Expose, if you have only 5 tokens and maybe one is never fortified, then you could even use Expose to just expose one token, kill that at range. The other one isn't fortified either, so you can just kill that and then kill the other 3 tokens in melee. But I do think we just make it level 11, which does mean 2 Mage Tower units and 3 whites in this case, which of course are still unknown. But we are still in the same predicament. That Start Resolve would be a good card to cross this distance. So if we use it for influence now, we will lose this and the green token, because we will have to power other cards. Even if we draw Stamina or March, we still need the blue or the green mana. We could of course still do it without hiring, unfortunately, but we will want to do that later maybe, in the keep. By using the green crystal for 5 influence, 2 from Threaten at 7, then the blue to pick up the spell, and we can even crystallize the white die to give us the full complement of crystals we need for the sacrifice play. We could also try and get the red crystal back with Blood Ritual to power Threaten, then use these 2 cards sideways, keep the Stout Resolve. But the more I think about it, if you're not going for the keep now and try to groom our hand, it will be more and more unlikely to take the city at the second night now, especially if the dummy interferes with our source much more. And we will squander these cards here. And these cards are not like MVPs for the battle, and we still need to take the keep. And I do think I want to take it, which might mean that we should probably just get going here. So an alternative plan could be to use the blue now that we have it, and with Stout Resolve already have a movement of 9. This die we would not use. And we would need 1 more card, this is nothing we have at our disposal of course, to actually enter the keep now. And we should do that because it's movement 2. And I hope with Shield Wall, Tempered Steel and the Rage we can kill the enemy. But of course that's in no way guaranteed. Hopefully you do not need to power anything, and I want to hold on to the Threaten as well, so we can actually hire the Shock Troops. We will still be at 0 influence bonus, which would currently mean that we need to toss the Crystallize as well. Doesn't matter if we do it sideways or not, we can just toss that as well. So idea being that this is unpowered a block of 5 and then attack of 3. But I do think we are losing the crystals here. If we need a red, we can get that back with Blood Ritual, but then we are still missing a white and we just tossed the Crystallize, so maybe that's not the best idea in the world. At least 1 golem is already out, as are guardsmen. Crossbowmen, okay. For this combination, Shock Troops would actually be best because 3 attack is actually enough to kill them if you block them with 5. And there are heroes, the fortified ones and thugs, okay. But I do think to make this a guarantee, we need a red crystal probably. We should plan with this. So we need a white one back. Unless we are hiring the illusionists now, that could also get us the white crystal back. Which would mean that we do not need to pick up the Shock Troops then. We would hire now, then move to the keep and then prepare for the assault. But we don't have the red mana, so we would need a crystal right away. And 2 more influence that we don't have. Unless we are using Stout Resolve as influence again and hope for a good draw of cards. But hoping is usually not a good idea. And I do like that I have the movement, I have the attack, so this hand is really well spent for moving into position for the first city. Taking the keep, increase the hand limit. When we are sitting there and getting more movement cards are actually not relevant anymore. So a promise with 2 sideways card will also give us the Shock Troops. Which makes me think that we should not hold on to Threaten, because then we can crystallize maybe into white and get a red crystal back with Blood Ritual if we need it. I think this is far too perfect to pass on this opportunity. So again, lots of options, but since we have the Mist from now and the first city got revealed with the perfect... But since we have the Mist from now and the first city got revealed in a perfect position with a keep in front of it, I think we should go there, take the keep, have the hand limit increase and see what we can do from there. We anticipate that we might need a red crystal to power either of these cards, which would set us back to 2 pairs for sacrifice. Blood Ritual can get us any crystal if we power it, if not it's red, and we want to hold on to the Crystallize. So this is why we then play Mistform with a blue source die, Start Resolve with our green crystal, tossing 1 wound and Threaten, increasing the movement here to 7, which is movement 11. All terrain costs 2, but we cannot enter hills and mountains. So Coral will move 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 and assault to keep, and then we will try to kill them with Shield Wall and these abilities here. Let's see what token this is. This really matters a lot, of course. That would be our second keep. We are losing reputation first and then see what the defenders are. And we are up against swordsmen. These are not the best pull, not the worst, obviously. But again, we are 1 off, so Shield Wall will be 2. Either of these blocks 2 will increase it to 5. That's not enough. So unless we are using Crystallize sideways, which then means we will have to get our white crystal in some other way, and we will only have 1 attack. Actually 3 then, because we can use Tempered Steel, of course, for the block 2 or 3 with the Shield Wall, 6 blocking them, and get 1 attack, and 2 attack here, that's 4, but we still need the crystal to make it 5. So we would lose the ability to crystallize, and a red crystal. That's a bad combination. 5 is also out of range out of both cards if we just power one of them to kill them and deal with the attacks in some other fashion. For example, the just taking 2 wounds. We also don't have green anymore to heal 2 wounds because we just used our crystal. Tales of Conquest also don't do much, unfortunately, because an attack of 4 is 1 shy, so we again need another card, at which point we probably get to attack anyway. And the block 4 with shield wall would actually be 5, so it's overshooting by 1 as well, so it's not useful. Unless we are using it twice by giving up the shield here, which we will regain by conquering fortified site actually. That's interesting. So it explicitly says that once a turn you can remove a shield for another +1 on the same or another unit. So we can make it +2, which doesn't mean the crossbowmen would defeat the token on their own, just with an attack of 5. And we regain the shield and we can ready the crossbowmen with the herbalist, because I really want them in the assault, especially if we can hire the shock troops. The herbalist would then be spent, but it's a price I'm willing to pay to have a full complement of crystals. That would take care of the 5 here, and then these cards with the shield wall would just block it. Idea being that we are not using a crystal then. And holding on to crystallize because we don't need it then. We won't have them for the assault, but then again you can't hold on to such cards if you haven't seen Mass Expose or Sacrifice yet. You really have to discard down quite aggressively to not toss them in the end and then have drag them around for too long. If you want to toss them, you have to toss them right away, so why not use them? But then again, if we use this to block, we're already at 5, so this is inefficient and we would get an attack anyway, so we only need 4, so we don't need to remove the shield at all. I think it comes down to the fact that we do have 2 block already, and once we use any of these cards unpowered, we are already at block 5, unless we are using block 1 here. I didn't think through that. That would be block 3 then because it's not increased, so we are lacking 3, which is this, but that would be increased, so it's inefficient again, and we are not using this at all. That's also inefficient. This and this will just block it, this will not kill it. We don't want to power them. Yeah, getting 1 attack here doesn't do anything for us because we still would need 4. It's all off by 1, unfortunately. And without using the unit, we can only do it with mana and crystallize. And with the unit, at least we can ready them again. We could hold on to one of these cards. If you're using the unit anyway and regain the shield, we could, for example, power this for blocking and hold on to rage, but to what end? Holding on to these cards, as I just explained, is not that interesting. This would be the much more interesting card, to be honest, because it can be attack 6 or block 6. So can we do it without this? If we power this, it will only be for attack, so we are lacking 1 point again, which we can't get unless we're using crystallize, so it defeats the purpose. Yeah, so I think to kill this, we need the help of this card at least, or just use the unit. And block we just get to 5, but we could use the crystallize then. That's an interesting idea. So rage, shield wall, crystallize sideways will be block 6, and the unit can kill this. But the question is, why would we hold on to this unless we are really lucky in our draw? We will draw up to 8, so we'll have this card and 7 from the deck. Maybe it's our dream hand right away. And we can toss it sideways with the white mana and quick-witted to hire. So it's at least a card that if we don't want to hold on to it, we can use for something else. It does mean though that we need to power Blood Ritual, get a white crystal, and if we can't get it going, if there's no red available, we are lacking 1 crystal again. I think it's just not worth it to risk the crystal play, because we can get screwed by mana. We already have 1 depleted die. Yeah, so we are not powering them here to not lose a red, which gives us attack or block 2, and another attack or block 2, and then another 1 point of attack or block. So we could make it 2, 5, 6 block, have 2 attack, need only 3, but then we would not need this, and we need the unit anyway to kill it. But we would stack up another shield here. I think there's nothing else we can do to optimize this, so let's just go for this. So overall, this attack, it comes down to preference. If we want to hold on to crystallize, hold on to crystals or not, or risk it to do this in any other way, or hold on to cards, or not use a unit. But we decide that we want the crystals and the crystallize and rather spend 1 of the units because we can always ready the other one with the herbalists, which does mean we are using shield wall with rage for a block of 5 already because it's increased by 1, and then 1 block point here, so it's 6. We are blocking them. We get 2 attack, but we need this unit anyway, and we could increase for free this by 1, so it doesn't matter at all. It's definitely dead. We get 4 fame. By this time we have then used our crystal, the die, played all of this, but not crystallize, played all of this. But we of course then conquered the keep, which increases our hand limit by 2, so up to 8 now. And we can tell another tale of conquest by putting another shield on this skill. You can only use it once per turn, with a shield I mean, so you can use the skill twice per turn by expanding a shield, but you cannot use it 3 times or something like this, unfortunately. But that's our first turn then. The die stays blue, that's awesome, gives us options with Crystallize, and we do draw up to 8 cards, so this is quite an important pull. And we also will see the defenders, by the way. But the second card is the Shield of the Fallen Kings, that's welcome. Concentration, nice, okay. A March, that's not as good, but we need 1 movement card to initiate. Another Stamina, so another movement card I mean. Another March, that's not good. But then again, if you want to hire now, we can play these sideways. And a Determination, that's interesting. So that's 7. At that point I think I just want to draw Quick-Witted to get the hiring over and draw this. So we have an influence 4, 5, 6, and then we can just pick up the shock troops. But let's see what the defenders are. We already laid it out while thinking. So it's the blue city that increases elemental attacks. And later it acts as a mage tower. And it's defended by 2 mage tower units and 3 white. Let's start with the hopefully easier ones. Fire mages without any physical resistance. But no, we can't kill them with sacrifice because it's red. Magic familiars which are never fortified. Okay. Then Amotep gunners, which are not fire resistant and have no physical resistance as well. Altar mages, unfortunately, which are physical resistant. But then again, we have fire damage with the sacrifice play, that might be good. And freezers, so finally another unit with fire resistant. So not the easiest tokens, but also not that bad actually, because there is potential to kill a lot at range. That's 14 of the 18. So with any other source of range attack, we might be able to kill this and then deal with these tokens in any other way. Or maybe these are actually blocked with the shield, let's see. Let's put him away for a second and go to the second turn of the dummy. He does pull a new objective card, which is green, so there's no green die, that's good. And green means adventuring site. It seems like he never actually conquered the altar, that's interesting. So that's in range 2, that's range 3, that's good. So he's not moving towards me. This is already conquered, so I do think she's backtracking to this. And this is a regular card, no green die, no shield. So Wolfhawk will just go back to the mage tower, to her mage tower, to then next turn do this. So this stays here. There's a blue, at least that's good. But there's also a white, and it's the third card, so another 3. So blue, blue, and white. This somewhat offsets our bad luck from here, because these are all bad cards now. So it's literally the other way around. It's 5 bad, 1 good, but we did not hit the good, so it's not completely offsetting the first turn. And she has already played 12 cards now, from a deck of, by now, 18 cards. So there's, actually it's 19 now, because she got 3 already from the first day, first night, and the second day. So it's 7 left, which is really good, because it means that she can't exhaust it in one go. And we are already at the city, so I'm not too worried currently, but we do still have to prepare. We haven't seen any of our important spells yet. But this brings us to our second turn. We do reveal another quest. By the way, Noble Warrior we can't start because we are not noble enough, but we would be in a keep now. The Bard, for some reason, does not reside in a keep, so we can't start this. And this, as I said, I could have started now, but I do not want to defend it or lose the keep. So the next quest is Stray. Good boy. There's a dog here waiting for something or someone. Any unconquered adventure site, so that would be the spawning grounds, for example. What is in there? You find some scraps of clothing with runes on them. The dog seems to recognize them. He whimpers. If you conquer the adventure site, you fulfill this quest. Come with me now. Pay to influence. Get 24 and flip it. The stray dog has a new keeper. Once around, you may flip for move 1, attack 1, block 1, or influence 1. That's so sweet. That's like peasants. So an extra unit, this gives you 1 move, 1 attack, 1 block, or influence. That's so cool. I love that quest. But there's nothing we can start now or want to start now, because we are really focused on the first assault. Alright, so the plan was to use Quick-Witted now with the white die. So we get influence 4 and then use 2 cards. Since we do not have green, and if we get green, we probably want to power something like this. I'm tending to, with the blue here and the blue crystal there, to leave a stamina. Actually, we do not want to power it anyway. It doesn't matter at all, I think. Yeah, so we are playing 2 sideways for 6. That's then enough without a modifier yet to pick up the shock troops in a keep. We could of course also look at heroes, but I do think with the range strategy that's just far too good. Unfortunately, this costs us 1 of our swiftness, of course, so with the white money we get from the sacrifice, we could have powered it for even more range attack. But let's see, if we pop them first with this, it's 2 range attack, then this goes up to 3 and 4 with this. That's already 6. And it's physical, so after mass expose, it can kill the fire mages, for example, with 1 point over. And the sacrifice play with fire damage will be 18. So that's 14 here. That's 4 over. but we can't group the leftover pawns together because of the resistances. But the other swiftness will then kill the familiars, for example, if we also group them, leaving only the freezers. If we can make it a concentrated swiftness, this will kill the fire mages on their own, so we might not even need this grouping, so these can just help with the overall damage. That would then be enough to kill the above range with sacrifice and just a crossbowman, so the shock troops could even reduce the attack by an enemy by 3, for example rendering the freezers completely inert. I do think we have a really good chance at taking that city. Which also brings us to the point on what to do next. And it might actually be a play to use the concentration with the crystallize just to get both cards out of my hand and get the last crystal. But I don't like that at all. This is a mana source that could also initiate a sacrifice if you're lacking red. And it can be a concentrated swiftness as said to kill the fire mages because they are fire resistant, have an armor of 5. Actually, I just realized I did not consider yet that the attacks will be increased. Usually it's irrelevant if you kill them at range, but the freezers will have an attack of 5, so this will not render the attack inert, but I think it doesn't matter too much. What we could think about is to use the concentration on quick-witted, by the way, to have an influence 6, so we can make it 9 if we toss all of them, which gives us heroes, and activating them with another card sideways will then give us the shock troops that could replace one of the units. We won't be able to use the heroes for this assault, but it will greatly improve our army, but again it would use concentration, which I think I want to hold on to. We could not power this, but it would be somewhat sad, because then it's just 2 influence, so we need 2 more cards sideways, which I think I'm willing to sacrifice looking at my deck, but that would allow us to then crystallize the last white and get rid of the crystallized. Because I do think I don't need both the domination and the shield. The shield is just strictly better, obviously, which doesn't mean I can't justify holding on to this if I haven't seen my key spells yet. Which would mean I'm holding on to these 2 cards for the assault, and I'm prepared crystal-wise and from the units. Again, it's sad to use this card just for 2 influence, but what can you do? It came in handy, and it prevented me from tossing 2 other cards if I'm not drawing the promise. The threat is already gone. I think I like that because I'm getting rid of a lot of cards. I need 2 movement in the end, but it's also just 2 cards, so to speak. Is there any 3 fame I can pick up? Probably not. Leveling again would be so cool. Getting Blood Rage, getting another skill. But I think it has to do. I think we catched up quite nicely, speed-wise. I think we just do it like this and see what happens. So the goal of this turn is to hire the shock troops, and we will do this with quick-witted and 4 cards sideways. 3 of them are movement cards, which we currently don't need, at least not until we have seen our key spells. There's only 1 pure movement card left, but we only need 1 to initiate the battle, and if nothing else we can play 2 cards sideways. And the detonation is something we can't hold on to if we also have the Shield of the Fallen Kings. That's far too costly. We might need some block for these tokens, because we probably can't kill all of them. Especially if you're not seeing all the spells, that would be really bad. Actually, without them both, it's probably useless to even attack. So yeah, this is gone. And we did not power this because we can only pull 1 die from the source. And we want to have a white crystal, so we have the full complement of 3 red, 3 white. Displays everything except for concentration and the Shield of the Fallen Kings, 2 cards that we want to hold on to, and we just got the shock troops. So we reroll this, comes up black, and then we draw 6 more cards, so up to 8 again. Mana draw, that's an essential card for the black mana, and we can just pull it from the source by now. There's another movement card, Tranquility, not that helpful. There's the offering, so that's part of what we actually need. So we are currently at 6. There's a wound, okay. At that point we could even pull another wound, but then again we don't have green mana currently. And there's the Mass Expose. That's so good. Very nice. So that's 8, and this was our second turn. We are really speedy here. The dummy is 2, but first turn was Mist Form conquering the keep. Second is hiring, getting the crystals. So we are already almost done with preparation. That's so cool. But let's see what the dummy does. He gets a shield on his objective card, and we draw 3 cards. White, nice. White, very nice. And unfortunately still blue. So he will draw 3 more cards, but there will be 1 left as we have already determined last turn. So there's another white, a red, and a red. So no green mana in the source, which means he has a movement of 2, and Wolfhawk will conquer this altar. Let's just use this shield here, and we will see what she does next then. So I believe this was from here, because we then hit white and have drawn 3 more cards. So draw 6, 6, 6 from a deck of 19. That's in 3 turns, almost all the cards. But nevertheless, we will have 3 turns now. So our third, then the fourth when the dummy exhausts the deck, and our 6th after calling end of round. And 3 turns I think is more than enough for us to take the first city. And just to point it out, if we take it, learn Snowstorm, we can actually kill the dragon. That's so cool. But taking would be a turn, learning the spell would be 1 turn, and then killing the dragon would be a turn. So we would have to take the city now, and we are not doing this. Yeah, let's not get ahead of ourselves. So let's play our 3rd turn. So we could actually go through the battle and see if we would win, because then there's no need to actually wait another turn, because we can only toss this, but then we would need another movement card to initiate the battle, and we could replace these 2, of course. So these 3 cards are kind of wasted. Actually only those 2, but maybe we don't need that many more cards. Let's see, we could initiate the battle with this. Then our key spells, of course, are Offering and Expose. I believe we can cast this to produce all the ranged attack. Then with the mana, expose them, and then assign the ranged attack to a token. I hope this works like that. I think mana draw needs to pull us to 2 black mana, which does mean we need to initiate the battle with concentration by producing a red token for Offering, which only leaves this card really, and the Tranquility, of course, if you're not using it to heal. We would, of course, swap out the Herbalist for the Crossbowman, so ready them. So let's mark the token from concentration with gold, even though it's not gold, obviously. And the mana draw, as I said, will pull the 2 blacks that we need. We then have all these crystal pairs, of course, for the ranged fire damage of 18. And 1 white goes here. This doesn't need to be powered, and this doesn't need to be powered as well. So all the mana is essentially lost. But let's see what we can actually do with this. So that's 14. The other 2 tokens are fire resistant, and Mass Expose we need to remove fortification, so we can actually use range attack. So with 14, having 18, there's 4 left, which does mean the crossbowmen will just kill them. Or the shock troops if we use this twice on them. If we do that, then they will increase this to 3 range attack, but it's not enough to kill anything else at range. I do think I need the other swiftness, to be honest, and the blood ritual to start the fight without using concentration. It will give me red and another mana. So red can start this, the other mana can even then power the concentration. Because this is not as clean as I would like it to be, because these attacks are then also increased by 2, so the fire mages have a fire attack of 8, the freezers by 5. So I would rather have this token left so I can block it. I really don't want to break this, but this is block 7, of course, with shield wall 9. But it would not even block anything of this, so this is just too perfect to block them. But then I would need physical range attack to kill those, and with a concentrated swiftness it would be 5 to kill them. And this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If I use this twice, I'm lacking 1 point of range attack. But I can make this an attack of 4 with this, or even we are going out of the range attack phase and just improve it regularly. Then we could reduce one enemy attack by 3, for example, to make it easy to block them. Yeah, but I do think I want more firepower and forgo the option to take it now and have 2 more turns. Because I can't probably pick up the spell anyway. And why stumble into this? So there are 5 cards left in the deck. 1 is definitely a swiftness and 1 is a blood ritual. We've seen all the movement cards. 1 is a promise. And I don't think we have seen all the wounds yet. We've discarded 1 with Start Resolve. 1 is here. So there's probably also a wound left. The spells we have seen all. There's an improvisation left as well. So probably a blood ritual, a swiftness, a wound, as well as a promise and an improvisation. If you're letting go of this, we will need 2 cards sideways to even initiate the battle. I don't think that's a good idea, which means that we would see 2 cards instead of them, which could be a promise and a wound. And if we are luckier than that, we would see a blood ritual, an improvisation, and or a swiftness. I'm not sure this is a good gamble to lose a turn just for that, because with all the shields in the city, we will be actually able to learn the spell with the improvisation and the promise. So can we do this? Actually, there's a range attack of 3 that I totally missed, of course, which means that the fire mages are just killed by this. If we use this once, so the Tales of Conquest, that makes it a range attack 2. With the 3, that's 5. So this is already a range attack of 3 then, which does kill the familiars with the remaining 4 fire damage. But at that point, I'm really unsure of the timing, because if we cast this, we probably have to use this range attack before anything else. And we can't really cast this before because we do not have the mana for this then. Which probably means that we need to group this anyway. So it's 21. But these are fire resistance, so that's bad actually. So I'm not 100% on this, which is a bit sad after that much time of playing Mage Knight. But I do think we are in the same ranged attack phase, range and siege. And we can group enemy tokens into piles, and we can play different attacks against these different piles. If it wouldn't work like this, then it would be super awkward with these combinations here. That being said, it does mean I can of course not split the 18 range fire attack onto different stacks. And I can either combine them on the same stack or not, but I cannot like shift anything, so it's quite restrictive still. But I do believe I can cast this, get the range fire attack 18, assign them to a stack. The The companion explicitly says that assigning them does not mean you're playing it right now. So it only is applied later once you actually give the go, so to speak. So I can prepare this, make the targets legal actually with this, and assign this to a different stack, which is important because I would need to cast this, then this because of the mana dependency, then kill another stack first with the range tag 3 here, for example, and then some range tag 2, and then kill these tokens with the fire damage. The companion also says, just to point it out because I claimed otherwise, that if you convert crystals, you're not getting them back from the crystal mastery. So spending a crystal is not the same as converting. So it's not a good combination, just to point it out. But back to the battle, I realized that these are the only tokens that I can attack with this, unless I'm removing fire resistance, which I can't. So there's really no point in doing this any differently here. So we do need 21 to kill them, that's 3 more, which actually is exactly what these 2 spells are giving me. But this is not fire, and we do have a physical resistant enemy in the stack. So that's really bad, because I can't increase the attack value of the fire range attack if this token is in there, unless I'm using it inefficient. That would mean I'm needing 6 more physical to kill this. But I can't group them because all of my attack would be inefficient. So maybe having this being blocked here and just overshooting by 4 damage here is the solution. These 3 with this, with 1 use of Tales of Conquest, will be enough to kill them. But 1 more Tales of Conquest and the improvement from Shock Troops will only be 4 range attack. This will not do it. But the problem is I'm running out of firepower. Without the units, my cards don't give me enough firepower. So currently these 2 are still alive, and we would get an attack of 3, 4, 5 from this unit, but we are really wasting these 4 points of damage here. So if you group this after all, to make use of these 4 points, we are lacking 3. It's a really bad combination that the 2 tokens that I cannot kill with the sacrifice because they're fire resistant, also the tokens that have elemental attacks, which makes it a bit awkward to leave them open instead of the familiars. Because this is really just 21, this is 3, so another 3 will just kill them, so all of this will kill these 3, which is huge, of course. But the tokens that are left, that then need physical range attack, there's only this left, which I can bump to 3. But I'm lacking these points, and having the swiftness now would be so awesome, to be honest. And the blood ritual as well, because it then would open up a concentrated swiftness. Now even the firebolt would be an MVP here, but I can't get it unless I'm getting 3 fame somewhere. And just to point it out, these new faction tokens you cannot trade in for 3 influence, at least I'm not aware of that. So maybe I do have to defer and try and get the swiftness and or the blood ritual, maybe even the improvisation. This would only mean I'm seeing 2 cards as said, but I could toss the shield of course with the idea that if I kill more at range, it's no longer that necessary. But we do have tokens left with a fire attack of 8 or an ice attack of 5 that paralyzes. And if I toss the stamina, the idea would be that if I do get the promise, well, there's no other card to play it sideways with that I would like to toss. But the idea is really that the shield can block this. We lose the 4 damage here, but we gain the ineffective physical damage back. And overall I do have 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 due to the shock troops, 8, 9 due to Tales of Conquest. And these have only 12, so with the swiftness I would immediately kill all of this at range, and these I can just block. I still cannot kill them, of course, but it really depends on if I get a swiftness or not, and tossing this won't do me any good, as will this, because this is really my backup plan here. So is 2 more cards enough? That's the question here. The freezers are also a problem really, because they have swiftness and paralyze, and have an attack of 5. So to block them we would need a block of 10, which is ice block, so 20 otherwise. So unless I'm using the shock troops to reduce the attack by 3, which would kill them, by the way, unless we are blocking them then. I really don't know what to do with this, unless we are killing them at range. And as said, if we are not killing the familiars, but then we need a shield, we will have a guaranteed range attack of 9, so we can kill them, and it would leave 2 other tokens, unfortunately. Unless we are getting the swiftness, so we are up to 12. The good thing is that we can kill them with the expose, so the max expose 3 plus 4 from Tales of Conquest from the crossbowmen without the help of the shock troops. So even without the swiftness we have a plan for them, but it would leave these 2. They have an attack of 8. So the swiftness would kill them, because with the mana we just have to play the shock troop stand for this to improve the attack by 1 here. So this is 1, 2, 5 from together with the swiftness. But if we don't get the swiftness, this would not work. We could then reduce the attack by 3, so we are down to 5 again, but would have to wound them, with 2 damage spilling over, which could wound the Herbalist. And if we are not drawing the Swiftness, maybe we draw something else that actually helps us with killing any of these 2. If we also get the Blood Ritual, we can then again use the Concentrate Swiftness 5 more points, which would mean we can kill them with this inefficient damage, and kill this token on range, which only leaves the Fire Mages, which we still could not kill, of course. And just to point it out, it's a bit crazy. We could use the movement 2 here to initiate the battle, but we would have to drag in the dragon to the battle, which is not a good idea because we do not have another 7 damage, and especially not ice, because we did not go for the route for 3 blue crystals. But it would mean that we could swap out the card, so if we could win and just take the other 3 wounds somewhere without being knocked out, that could be a strategy. We get a lot of wounds, but if we can make it in 1 assault instead of 2, that's preferable, because we need another move 2 to move in again. Or we can count on Wolfhawk to later take the city, but then again I really want to have the city with the shields to do stuff, for example learn Snowstorm. Yeah, but I think we just have to try and get more cards. But we can only justify healing the wound in this turn then and do nothing else really. Alright, so we try to make it happen this turn already without grooming our deck further, because we already have the 2 spells, the Concentration to initiate, the mana draw that we need for the black mana, and the Shield of the Kings, which is useful, as well as a card to initiate the battle. So there's only 2 cards that we really don't need, and we can spend another turn to heal, and we probably want to do that to draw 2 more, but we do have 5 in the deck, and there will be a wound and a promise, so if you draw these 2, that will be quite pointless. But there's also Blood Ritual and a Swiftness. It would be the most insane pull if you get these 2. And the last card in the deck is also an Improvisation, which, depending on how we shuffle things around, might be something that we play with a red mana and a shield to at least kill something and maybe just take more wounds. But it's risky. It might not improve the situation at all. But the combination of fire resistances, physical resistances, and elemental attacks and so on is really bad for us with the range fire attack 18. We are currently losing 4 if we are not using this, or we are losing 3 physical attack because we must make it inefficient against this token here. So yeah, in our 3rd turn we will just heal this wound, play the Tranquility, get rid of the wound. If we would toss this, we would need to play 2 cards sideways to move into the city. That's not a good idea. And this is really our card that allows us to take a lot of beating, so we also do not want to get rid of this. Which does mean we leave stuff prepared, but just draw 2 cards and see what it is. And the first card we draw is the Promise. That's really bad. That's not good. And the second card is the Blood Ritual. At least we got that. That frees up the Concentration. But I do fear that doesn't do anything because we haven't anything to improve it with. So it's not that much better. But we did not use any dice. We just parked the black here and the dummy will not touch them anyway. So let's see what the last objective card of Wolfhawk is. And it's a red card. There are no red dice. She already rerolled them. But she is interested now in conquering a fortified site or burning down a monastery, so she will actually go to the blue city. But unfortunately for us, she's so far away, and she will announce the end of round as the next turn that it doesn't matter too much. She will just move back to her mage tower, because that's the only way to reach anything really. And that's that for the dummy. So we are back to planning with 2 different cards now. What the Blood Ritual actually does is that it replaces the Concentration and the mana draw, since the Concentration gave us the red to initiate Offering, whereas the mana draw gave us the 2nd black die from the source. We can do both with just the Blood Ritual because it gives us a red crystal, and since we already have 3, it will be a red token to initiate, and it can produce the black mana, so we don't need the mana draw. This frees up these 2 cards, but the problem that we are facing is really that by themselves they are quite useless, because we have powered everything already, so we can as well use this for the black die after all, which frees this up to produce anything else, especially green, since we don't have green, but there's nothing to use this on, so there's nothing to use Concentration on. We really need this Swiftness to make this worthwhile, but we cannot toss the mana draw, unfortunately, to force getting it. We could replace Promise and a Shield as well as mana draw to draw the remaining 3 cards, where we know it's Improvisation, a Swiftness, and a Wound. But without the mana draw, we are forced to produce black with this, otherwise we can't use Mass Expose. And if we are powering the Blood Ritual with a red crystal, we would have to use the crystal on red to recoup it, which gives us net 2 mana, which is then not forced to be red, but we still need the red and the black to initiate the Offering. And we can't initiate the Offering and then use the red mana on Blood Ritual, because we again do not have red. It's really a pity that we have only a blue source die left and a blue crystal, but there's nothing to power with blue and we really would need a green. That leaves us with the Offering killing these 2 tokens. We could also kill this, because this is 7 instead of 6, which nets us 1 ranged attack. But then again we need to kill this, and this is already 3. And with the Tales of Conquest, we can bump the crossbone up to range attack 4. So that's 7 killing those. And we really want to kill them at range because of the swift attack and paralyze. Swift means together with it being an ice attack and a +2, we can't really block it. It's 12 block that we would need because of inefficiency and swiftness. Unless, of course, we are breaking the artifact, but I'm not sure if we want to do that. So yes, we could kill this instead of this, but this we can easily block. This we can't block as easily. But then again, we would need 12 block. This is 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, we are missing 3 block, which does mean this would all be killed. This would be blocked, and we would have the shock troops left, but we can't kill it with this. And we can compensate a +2 even further. We can reduce it further to just in quotes an attack of 5, which we need to assign here, and we could also assign it here to not gain any wounds. But it would mean that we would only kill 3 tokens, 2 would be left, but we would have another turn where we could take Blood Rage, and with improvisation, together with a card that we keep, we can even initiate another battle. But we are not even sure what mana we would have, because all the crystals will be gone. We will have blue, of course, a depleted die, and we will reroll 2. So if we are taking Firebolt, for example, for range attack of 3, together with the shock troops and Tales of Conquest again, that's another range attack 3, and we even have a swiftness, but we are not sure that we can even power this, and this could only kill the familiars, but not the mages, of course. An interesting idea, though, is that this would not need these 2 cards. So if we can get a green, we might be able to play a Concentrated Promise, 6 influence, but we would be at -1, so that's 5. So we would still be lacking 4 influence to pick up heroes and then call it a night. And the reputation would actually be doubled, so yeah, it would be 10 then. Although if we get the improvisation can power that too, it would be another 5. But we wouldn't neither have red nor green, or at least not necessarily, and we can't power both. Which does mean we could forfeit the last turn and do another resting turn, cycling out a promise to hope for the improvisation, because this would immediately enable us to get another range attack 5 that just kills the fire mages too, which then just leaves the familiars. But this would just be a 1 in 3 chance, and if we replace the shield, we would have a 2 in 3 chance to get it, but we would no longer be able to block the familiars. And if we pull the wound, for example, together with swiftness, we would kill 4 tokens, but the familiars would just hit us in the face. Although we would have 2 more points of range damage left, because we did not use the shock troops yet, and also did not use the fact that they can increase the range attack of the crossbowman by 1. So that's 2 more points of range attack. Together with this is 7 more, which means that we could also kill those. And we would have the red mana to even power the improvisation, but we are really starved for cards. It's really a pity that we need the mana draw, but even if we would not need it, we would be able to pull all the cards here, but it's a wound, an improvisation, and a swiftness, so the improvisation would not have a card open to actually sacrifice. So we can either go for 3 tokens, taking 3 wounds, have an open unit, or 2 wounds and also use the shock troops and take no wounds in hand, but have another turn, or we can chance it for a chance to kill 4 tokens, but not have another turn. And we might screw that up, actually. I'm somewhat tempted to take one of Wolfhawk's skills, because she can heal and give us crystals. Especially the blue one would be interesting, to build up another sacrifice. So maybe a safe play would also be to just toss the promise, forfeit the last turn, but keep the shield to be able to block this. So it's pretty much the same thing here, because we are not using this anyway. And there's a 1 in 3 chance that we get the swiftness, which just means we kill 4 tokens, block the 5th one, or we get the wound, and it's just a waste of time. Or we get the improvisation. It will allow us to also kill at least the fire mages. Not at range, but we can definitely power this and toss the concentration for the improvisation to do 5 damage. And we would even have the shock troops left. I do think leaving just the familiars is really good, because they don't have attacks that get increased by the blue city, and they are never fortified, so in the next day we can kill them with all these rage units we have and just a single swiftness. But the fire mages really suck, because they have 8 fire damage and they will be fortified then. So if we can kill them, I think that's preferable, and I don't see me attacking again with the last turn I have, even if picking up Blood Rage, because I do need the movement, I do need to handle the attack, and I would get another wound from Blood Rage, and I will already get one from Blood Ritual. And with another turn back in the keep, I think we can't do anything with the influence we have, with Promise, and we don't even know what mana we have. We currently plan to use the mana tree to actually power the concentration, which means that if we pull the improvisation, we don't even need that, so we would have another open card. I think I definitely want to try and pull the swiftness by tossing the promise, but what really bends my mind is if I should toss the Shield of the Fallen Kings to improve my chances. But if I'm not getting the swiftness, I think not having the shield will pretty much screw me over, because I might pull the wound and improvisation, and it's just not good enough. Yeah, I think the reasoning here is that if I do not get the swiftness, then I do need the shield. So even though I would have higher chances to get a swiftness, it's not guaranteed, and I would look like a fool if I then have tossed the shield. So no matter how we distribute things, we cannot kill all the tokens, and we really cannot kill 4, because the Blood Ritual means that we can use the mana draw and concentration for something else, but by themselves they don't do anything. So we are planning to use mana draw after all, which only frees up this, but we do have a green mana then to power this, but we are lacking the swiftness. And we can try one more time to get it by tossing the promise now. Dummy will announce the end of round. But there's nothing else we can really toss, because the shield would be quite foolish if the swiftness is the last card in the deck and we are drawing 2, which would be a wound and improvisation, then that's really not good. So we are fishing for swiftness, and if we get either the swiftness or an improvisation, it will be better. Only if we draw the wound, then nothing will change. So let's see what we get here. And it is the improvisation. So that's a bit sad, and since this is the last turn, let's see what would have been. There's the swiftness and then the wound. Okay. So that's a bit sad that we do not get the swiftness. But I think with the improvisation we finally can kill 4 tokens. That has to be good enough. Alright, so now we have to do it. And I think it's quite easy, because now we just played improvisation with the concentration and one of the red tokens from the sacrifice for an attack 5, which killed this. This blocks this. And since we will not be able to use the unit anyway, we can reduce its attack by 3 down to 5 and then assign a wound to the shock troops and to the herbalist. But it does mean that we are not needing Blood Ritual after all, because we can't use the green mana, because the only way to use this would be if we drop the shield for improvisation and then concentrate improvisation. That gives us an attack of 7, but we can't kill everything still, and we would take a lot of wounds. So I do think we drop the Blood Ritual for improvisation and do the initial plan with concentration for offering. That was the gold token here. Mana draw for the second black die. Kill these with sacrifice, these with 7 range attack, and the fire mages with this, and the units will be wounded. So we are not getting another wound in hand. I think this has to do. Alright, so we can kill 4 tokens and just leave the familiars, which are never fortified, and at least they do not benefit from the attack increase. So it's an easy token to then kill it the next day. So what we do is we use the stamina for move 2 to enter the blue city, which counts as an assault, of course. So we lose a reputation. We then use the concentration to produce a red token. We mark this with a gold token, which of course is not really gold. And then we pull a regular black die from the source to cast sacrifice with 3 pairs. There's another white, there's another red. So there's ranged fire attack 18. And we use 14 of this to kill these 2 tokens. We are wasting 4 then, but the problem is if we group another token with this, physical damage will be inefficient, and we do need to kill the altar mages, of course. So if we would try to kill the only token that does not have fire resistance, it would need another 3 damage, which would be 6 inefficient physical range attack. And since we did not draw the swiftness, that's one of the 2 cards left in the deck, we are just lacking the range attack. But it kills these 2, which is 15 fame, which makes us level up to 47, and we get 2 shields at the city. To make that work, of course, we would have to use mana draw to pull another black die, and one of the white tokens from sacrifice from the crystals to cast mass expose, so all enemies lose all fortifications. Otherwise, we cannot use the range attack, of course, against these 2 tokens. But then we use the range attack 3 here, and our skill, Tales of Conquest, twice by discarding one of the shields to produce another range attack of 4 by using the herbalist before the battle to ready the crossbowmen and then use them for range attack 4. So that's 7, which kills this token. That's another 7 fame, brings us to 54 and levels us again. And of course I used the wrong shields here. Of course Coral should have 3 shields here now, but it really leaves these 2 tokens here. We can use the Shield of the Fallen Kings for 2 blocks of 4, which just block the familiars. The fire mages will have an attack of 8 because the city increases it to 8 by 2. So we use the shock troops to reduce the attack to 5, which means we need to damage them first. Now it's an attack of 2, which then we assign to the herbalist. So we are not taking any wounds. And then we are done through the block and assign damage phase. And we use one of the tokens to use improvisation, discarding the blood ritual for an attack of 5, which kills the fire mages. This gives us another shield and another 5 fame, so we are not leveling again. But the only token that's surviving are the familiars, and we are retreating to our keep. Unfortunately, we did not use most of the mana, but we have used all of our cards, but it was our last turn anyway, because the dummy has announced the end of round. So we did not draw the wound, that's nice, but not the swiftness, that's sad. This guild still has a shield on it, and we reroll these dice, but it's also irrelevant. Let's clean up the dummy, by the way, because he already announced the end of round. But we do level twice. So we do get our 4th slot, and we now have an armor of 4, and we do level up. And the skill choice is between Combat Healer, which allows us to ignore any additional effects a wound on a unit would have, like paralyze, poison, vampiric. And if there are none, we can ignore the wound on the unit instead. And we can flip this back by spending heal 2, which is really good on really high level units with high armor, especially with resistances, because they can absorb large attacks, but they would be expensive to heal. So this can then net you like something like a heal 3 or even 4 on high level units. And the other skill choice is Tales of Adventure, so the companion skill to this, which gives you influence 2, or if there are shields there, once per turn, influence 4. And whenever you put a shield on adventure side, you also put a shield here. So this was for fortified sides, this is for adventure sides. So this is a little bit late, and we don't have high level units left, and it does not actually heal us, because I really need to get rid of this wound, so we can use this unit next day to heal this unit, and then we will be wounds free at least on units, and we can then replace the herbalists, hopefully with something better. And influence is appreciated, but we did not have time to charge that yet. And since I do want to pick up Blood Rage, I do think I'd rather take one of the skills from Wolfhawk. And I am eyeing the Snowstorm, and then it would make sense to shoot for blue crystal to make an ice range attack with the next sacrifice. So I do think we are just taking this, putting these to the offer. We then have to take Blood Rage, and Wolfhawk will add another skill to the offer, which is Know Your Prey. Really nice. But that's it then for the second night. We almost took the first city, a level 11 blue city, but there's one token left. But I think it's easy enough to kill that with 2 units with range attack and with Tales of Conquest. It's already range attack 4, 5, 6, so they almost kill it on their own. The advanced action offer refreshes with Blood of the Ancients, but that's really the end of the night. So we are removing Midnight Meditation preparation from the game. We are readying the crossbowmen, the herbalists, and the shock troops. There's no skill to ready. Dummy picks up a green crystal, and I think we gave him a red card, but not a green yet. Yes, and we will pick up another red. So that went quite well, I think. And I do think I will drop the Crystal Mastery, so if I'm not picking up Blood of the Ancients, the dummy will pick up another red card. Yeah, let's do that. The advanced action offer refreshes with Mountain Lore and Into the Heat. And I do love Into the Heat. I already have 2 ranged attack units, that's huge, together with Mass Expose. And the spell offer refreshes with Restoration Rebirth. Let's shuffle the dummy deck. That should be enough. The 2 silver units are the Second Illusionists and Savage Monks. I love them, but there's no monastery, unfortunately. Now let's hope that the elite units will have some nice range attack. The first ones are Fire Mages. At least the range fire attack 3, that's nice. And if we go for a sacrifice with cold, that might be really good. But of course we can't hire them in the keep or the city. And the second is Ammo Tap Gunners, range fire attack 6, and we can hire them in the city and the keep. So this is insane. We also get rid of Noble Warrior, which we cannot take because we are just not noble enough. And the Admiring Bard, because we could not start it in the keep. I would really love to pick up that dog. The saw starts with 2 red, a white and a black die. Fair enough. At least the white could allow us to cast a swiftness, and with Coral we have a guaranteed swiftness if we want to. So let's sort out the quick-witted. And let's have a quick look at the deck. So we just pick up the Blood Rage for raw damage. The Offering, Sacrifice, Expose, Mass Expose, of course. So this we will use to stock up on crystals. The Blood Ritual, which for a second time we did not really use. The Mist Form and Veil of Mist. We did not use it now, but for the final assault it might get in handy. And for now it's a good movement skill. Stout Resolve, and we have a lot of wounds in the deck. Well, actually it's just 2 at the moment. But we can produce more, of course. But I feel like we should pick up Into the Heat and Snowstorm, and then I think we are prepared for some good assaults. So that should be enough. And we draw 7 cards, and then we decide if we want quick-witted or draw our 8th because of the 2 keeps. There's a Blood Rage right away. An Expose, a Stamina, a Mana Draw, a Rage, a Stout Resolve with a Wound. So that's 7 cards. The Expose is interesting because it can allow us to get rid of the resistance of the dragon. So when we take the city and we can reach 14 range attack, we could kill both the familiars and the dragon. So that would be 2. That would be another 3 if we wanted. That's 5. Then another 4 with Tales of Conquest. That's 9. If we get those healed, so this can heal this and these can heal this with green. If we get a green, that would be another 2 because they increase this. That would already be 11. So maybe we have to hire the Gunners first, because they just have another ranged fire attack of 6. And we can start with a Mana Draw to power these and the Stout Resolve by turning the black die green with the white from the source, we would need 9. This would be 5 already. So if we toss 2 more cards, it's already 9, which hires us the gunners and heals this unit. So we would not draw that now, because we don't need it for the first turn. The tactics that are left are early bird and planning. The problem really is that for the attack, we would need to cast Expose then, to also get rid of the resistance of the dragon. That costs a white, and if we then draw this, we need another white, and we don't have any white. And we would need the white for mana draw to produce the 2 green. That makes me regret a little bit that I took this skill instead of this, but the reasoning was that I want to produce a lot of blue crystals for the ice attack sacrifice. But what can you do? We don't need to kill the dragon right away with the Expose, so if we pick up the gunners, then the familiars are just dead basically, because there are 2 red in the source, so there's nothing much that can happen. The only question is, do I chance the dummy rerolling the white die and spend the rest of the day with 1 less turn, but a hand limit of mostly 9 if I'm not going too far away from my keep. And I will still have 7 then with planning. Yeah, I feel like I can't risk it, so let's just play 1 more turn in a dummy and be content with the hand limit increase that we have. So we are taking early bird to not risk the dummy rerolling the white, which does mean the dummy goes with planning. And Coral is again going before Wolfhawk. And this is our first turn then, in which we flip this to heal the herbalists. We do get a blue crystal from this. We then use a mana draw. We did not use quick-witted, so we draw another card, which is Tranquility. Wow. All right. We turn this black die green, using the white die, producing 2 green tokens. And now that we have drawn a Tranquility, we can just use this and put the other token on Start Resolve. Tranquility will then heal the shock troops. Let's put it here and start our discard pile. So this will be set to the source, it will be re-rolled. But with the Stout Resolve, we now want to hire the gunners. So that's already 5 and we need 9 because of the -1. So we toss the Rage and the Stamina, which is influence 9 -1 8, so we hire the gunners. They are available in the keep, and at some point we have to make more room here, so that should do. But it's pretty much all these cards then. And the gunners are an awesome addition to our army, especially once we pick up Into the Heat. And that's pretty much our first turn then, so we reroll the die. Also comes up green, and then we draw up to 8 cards again. So Crystallize, a Threaten, an Offering, a Stamina, so that's 6. A Concentration. Now the question is, do we draw quick-witted or not? So we could initiate the battle with the city with Stamina. The gunners with almost, well actually with Tales of Conquest they will just kill the familiars. And we could produce a white with Concentration that would allow us to get range attack 2 against the dragon and strip him from resistances. We need another 5, which would be the shock troops. If we use them first, they would give the gunners range attack 7, so they can kill the familiars later on their own without Tales of Conquest. So that would be 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, so more than enough. We would then need a red die for the gunners, but we could also use this to initiate an offering. But we are lacking the white cards to toss, so we could only get red and blue, which makes me think that we are playing a little bit too fast and we should hold on to the Threaten, because with the City Shields 5, -1, 4, that's already 9. We can learn a spell, but do we need the Blood Rage anytime soon? We will use most of our units, but we will kill another dragon for Fame 8, which also brings us back to neutral. I don't think Quick-Witted will do us any good, because I don't see us powering this as ranged attack. Maybe we are playing too fast, because if we pick up the Snowstorm, we could use that to kill the dragon as well. Or we could just leave the dragon be and go for the altar, which is probably the better strategy, because if we take Into the Heat, I do really want to have these units still left, because that's a lot of range attack then, together with Snowstorm. So maybe we are playing Offering after all, and maybe we should keep the Expose for the altar, and we do need a lot of red mana anyway to cast this and the next night, to power them, to power this. So we could do it like this, but it would mean that we need to die here and 1 crystal here, so we are only getting 1 red and 2 blue, which doesn't make any sense. But we do have a concentration, I just realized, so maybe if we draw Quick-Witted, we could use a green from the Herbalist, for example, for range attack 5, but we do need the Expose, which would be crystallized with a blue crystal, for example, because it would kill the dragon and leave all the units unfazed, and with Into the Heat then we can then go for the altar. We won't have Exposed then, though. So maybe it's just range attack 4, inefficient 2, Snowstorm, kill the dragon, and hold on to the Expose, which means we do not need to draw this now. Yeah, I think we shouldn't do everything at the same time, so we are not drawing Quick-Witted and draw another card, which is a Determination, which finally brings us to our first turn. So we can draw a quest, A fistful of crystals. Investigate this village. So we have to start in the village. Place 2 gray enemy tokens face up on discard. No hero may plunder this village while this quest is in a quest offer. Choose a side. Fight one of the gray enemy tokens on discard as your action this turn. If you defeat them, gain quest progress and gain a mana crystal of your choice. Fight the remaining gray enemy token on discard as your action this turn. If you defeat them, again quest progress and get 2 random mana crystals. So you're defeating 2 more gray units in the village for 3 crystals in total. Now that we have decided to not draw quick-witted and draw determination instead, we can finally finish the first turn of us. So the dummy now plays his first turn. We have to make a little bit of room for his objective card. Let's see if my fear was warranted that he would reroll a white die. No, he's playing red. Wow, this is really bad. I think he's sprinting for the city and killing my familiars. Wow, okay. So this is an advanced action. So that's 2 speed, and there is a red die. Actually, there's 2. One was in planning. So let's reroll this. Comes a blue, and red means that he's going for the closest yet unconquered fortified site, which is the city, and it is in reach of 3 spaces. So Wolfhawk will actually go to the blue city and kill the familiars. So now the city is conquered, and he also has a shield. It might not actually be the worst turn of events, to be honest, since I now can keep my gunners to clear the altar and get an artifact and a spell much more easily. But I will not level, that's the problem, so I will not have Into the Heat. But first we have to reveal more cards, and since he finished his objective already, we can just put it here. And of course he's pulling a white, which does mean 3 more cards. Another red, another white at least, and another white. Okay, so all in all not the worst, but it's quite bad actually. We did not even pull a blue yet, and he has already played 6 cards. But it's the first turn of the dummy then, and we get to our second turn, which means revealing another quest. It's called Prove Yourself. When revealed, reveal cards from the regular units deck until you reveal a level 2 unit. Place the unit card underneath this quest card. Place any other unit cards revealed on the bottom of the regular units deck. Steps of this quest may only be completed if your reputation modifier is 0 or higher. In any inhabited site, discard a card or pay a mana, the Virtue of Generosity. Then, after defeating one or more enemies in combat, do not gain any fame for one of those enemies, the Virtue of Mercy. And then finally, the Virtue of Courage, gain 4 or more fame from defeated enemies in one combat. Put the token with number 5 in your unit area as a command token and use it to recruit the level 2 unit that is underneath this quest card for free. You may not recruit a different unit using the 5 token in the future, I guess. Which is cool. It's kind of the unit version of my spell quest, the Spell Thief. So all you have to do is discard a card or pay a mana. I think that's fair enough. Then, after defeating an enemy, not gain its fame, which might be okay, for example, in the altar to do that with the gray. And then gain 4 or more fame from defeating enemies in one combat, which could be the same one, actually, because there's a white token as well. And we would get the unit. Let's see what the unit is. And the first unit I pull is actually crossbowmen. So they are level 2. That's insane. That's good. I do like that. So this might be a quest I want to take on. We are running out of space here, so let's put these faction tokens away. So let's just make it 2 rows here, with this being the newest and this being the oldest quest. We pledge our allegiance to any we deem worthy. Cool quest, interesting. We can also try to pick up the dog at the adventure site. I think I have to get rid of this draw pile as well, because now it's really time to think about our second turn now that Wolfhawk just captured the city for us. So the sad thing is that they were really easy to kill, and they would have given us another 5 fame to level to pick up Into the Heat. And now we are left with a city that's already conquered. Of course, we can still just enter the city if we want to go into this direction and kill the dragon, because the dragon would make us level and it would get us out of this reputation dump here. And we are also not losing a reputation because Wolfhawk just captured a city. That's also nice, but we will just jump back to the death center. But that would allow us to pick up Prove Yourself as a quest and maybe learn the Snowstorm. On the other hand, we can just go to the ruins to pick up Snowstorm. With the offering play, I think I would really like to toss some white cards, like a promise, maybe even quick-witted then, just to get the crystal, because I really like to stock up to 18 range attack again. I think I want to pick up Into the Heat before doing the altar. I think this will just trivialize the altar, to be honest. There are also spawning grounds. Getting 3 random crystals and an artifact sounds really good, but unfortunately we do not have Concentrated Swiftness now in hand, but we would still have Expose if needed. I think the 3 crystals would be really nice. We should be able to do both the spawning grounds and the altar. One other consideration is that we should really make use of our 4 shields on the city. With -1 we are at net +3. But what to do with this? We can only learn spells, and there's no unit actually currently that we can hire in the city. And coming back to the dragon, if you want to kill it, Expose is probably our best bet. Shock Troops and Crossbowmen would make short work of this with Tales of Conquest. But then we are lacking the white mana because the source shows everything but white. I really do want these extra crossbowmen. They do not even take up a slot. That's so insane. So maybe it is going back to the city, using Concentration Expose to get rid of the physical resistance of the dragon. And we are only missing 5 range attack then, which, as said, would be 3 from Shock Troops, Crossbowmen, 4 due to the Shock Troops increasing the attack of the crossbowmen, and Tales of Conquest would just be the 5th, but we would use 2 units then. And we can just ready 1. And Into the Heat actually works best with more units with smaller attacks. So using the gunners costs mana, but it would then mean we have more open units for Into the Heat. We should of course use a mana, but we need white for Expose. And if we are not using the mana for the gunners, we can actually produce a white crystal. It might be a good idea. This we need for the dog. This might be our 3rd blue crystal. And to start the quest, Prove Yourself, we still have to toss a card or pay a mana. And currently I think I would rather toss a card that I do not want to hold on to anyway. Like the Determination, because I don't think it's hard to get another blue crystal, I hope. But then again, maybe Blood Rage is the one I want to toss then. Because I do like the sheer amount of power, but I'm currently going for a range strategy. Unless the tokens are fortified, of course. Then I might regret this. So this is more something like for the last city to, in a last ditch effort, then kill some tokens. So maybe toss this. So we would move to the city. We could do it with this, but what I don't like about it is that it fixes you, to be efficient at least, to defeat the enemy token in melee, and for dragons with 9 fire attack, you don't want that. If you can't kill them at range, then just let it be. So this would be wasted, so it's just 2 movement, but I could use them now. Which means I could hold on to the stamina to move away then from the city, because there is Wasteland. But then again, we do have a spell that makes movement quite easy, but it could be the last card in the deck. It's our first movement card, so I don't think it's worth preserving. I do want to see more cards, especially the Veil of Mist, because the altar is also in Swampland, which does mean it's an overall movement cost of 11, or just 6 if we get the Veil. But I'm not sure I can use this later. How many cards will I play? So I will play this, and crystallize this into white. And to accept the quest, I will toss a card. I think I'd rather play a card, because I also want to see white cards for the offering play. We then pick up Into the Heat and another skill. We could also pick up Blood of the Ancients to pick up Into the Heat, but it would be 1 more wound. I think I want to level before doing anything with my units, so yeah, I think to pick up the crossbowman as an extra unit in an extra slot, it's worth fighting the dragon. We will also level, be in the city, depending on what we draw afterward. But we still have to decide how to kill it. Expose will mean we only need 5 more, and these units are just, it's just a range attack of 7. Because we can always use Tales of Conquest once per turn, especially if we are using them on their own. And the element is actually quite useful if they are enemies with physical resistance. So maybe we use these 2 units after all, ready 1, and then later replace the herbalists. I'd really like to pick up these fire mages, but we would need a tower or monastery for this. Yeah, let's just execute this. So since the dummy has taken the city, we don't need to go back there, but we do want to repair reputation, to then take on the quest Prove Yourself to pick up these crossbowmen. Which means that we are paying to enter the city as well. So this is neutral ground and can hold more than 1 hero. But we will provoke the dragon. We will then use concentration to produce a white token to cast Expose. Target enemy loses all fortification and resistances. So now the fire dragon just has 7 armor, and we already have a range attack of 2. We increase it to 3 with the shock troops. Then buy another 2 to 5 with the crossbowmen, but their attack gets increased by 1. So now we are at 6. And Tales of Conquest on either of those will give us the 7th range attack point that we need. That kills the fire dragon. We get 2 reputation. We also get 8 fame. So now we are at 67 and we'll level again. And then we will start the quest Prove Yourself, since we are now at a reputation modifier of 0 or higher, and we are in an inhabited site. So we discard a card or pay a mana, and we are discarding the Blood Rage. The quest shows different shield colors, which just means that the progress is independent for each player, and they can all progress at the same time. If it would be a personal quest, it would block all the other players from progressing. And if it's collective, then everyone is progressing collectively the quest, and the one who finishes it gets the last step reward. Which does mean we are indicating our progress with this and get a quest point. And now we just have to defeat 2 enemy tokens, one where we decline the fame, one where we get a lot of fame, and then we can get the unit. We also pull a blue die to crystallize it into a white crystal to prepare for another sacrifice. In the other cards we really want to hold on to, we are already pulling 5 more cards. So we are re-rolling this die. Comes up red as well. Let's put quick-witted here and draw 4 more cards first. As a city leader, we will have a hand limit decrease of 2, but we are also in a range of the keep, which would also be 2, so 2 reasons to draw up to 8. So there's a promise, that's nice, because we do want white crystals. This we want to use for the stray quest to pick up the dog. Improvisation. Shield of the Fallen Kings. Actually, we have to stop here because we forgot to level and we will get a card. So let's see what the skill choice is first. And the first skill choice is Coordinated Attack. So it counts as 1 attack against an enemy token. And all other attacks that you play against the same enemy token are increased by 1 if they have a different value than any other attack you have played so far. And +1 you already played by using the skill, so sideways cards will not be increased. And you can only attack 1 token with this, so you can't build a stack. The other skill choice is Desperate Measures, which allows you to play a card sideways for 2 instead of 1. If you flip it for 3, and if you discard a card, you can unflip this skill. But the card you discard has to be random. That's the sad part about it, but it can be a wound. So if you timed it correctly, you can actually get rid of a wound. So as said, I do not really like to pick up Blood of the Ancients. I think I'd rather give the dummy another red card and a green crystal. So I will pick up Into the Heat, which means I cannot take Know Your Prey, although I love that skill, or the other healing skill. And from these two, I think I'd rather take the flexibility of this, because this can also be block or move. This will just, in quotes, increase the attack, which could build up to some momentum. If you time it correctly, it could be 3, 4, or even 5 points. But it's not range, and this doesn't tie currently into my strategy. So I think I will just take this, especially with the flipping power. This might come in quite handy. Yeah, so we want to leave Blood of the Ancients for the dummy, so we can't take one of Wolfhawk's skills, and we do pick up Into the Heat, which we will then draw, of course. That was what prompted me to halt my drawing. So that's 7 cards now, and we have to decide if we want to draw this or the next one here. And from these 2, then, we will use the flexible skill here that we can play sideways cards for 2 once per turn, or even 3 if we flip this. And in some corner cases, we might even use this to randomly discard a card. If you only have 1 and it's a wound, that might be good to unflip this. So this goes to the offer. We get another skill of Wolfhawk to the offer, which is Hawk Eyes. So a movement skill that makes it easier at night to reveal new tiles. And you can reveal them at higher distance at day. The advanced action offer refreshes with training. And now we just have to decide if you want to pull this card. And I do think I want to pull this, because I do really need to cast this now. And we do need more white crystals. Actually, we might be able to discard the Shield of the Fallen Kings. So that would already be another white. And if we then also discard this, we will have a full complement of white and blue. But the question is, what do we do actually? Because we haven't seen the whale yet. So traversing back to the altar is quite costly currently. So we might just want to spend a turn for the offering, and maybe then spend the turn to use our influence after all and pick up Snowstorm. We are now in the center with 0, so we have 4 influence from the shields. So picking up a spell is really just 3 influence, but we would also need the blue mana, and since there is none in the source, we would have to pick up Restoration or Meditation, or just use a crystal. I think there's more than enough time to get back the blue crystal. This, of course, we want to hold on to as this, because we do want to pick up the dog quest. Actually, by now we can use any card sideways for 2 influence, so there's no need to hold on to Threaten. So maybe that's the idea then, that we play this for 3, but it's just a huge waste. But improvisation at that point is always a waste. What makes this card good is the flexibility, not that it is strong power-wise, because you have to play at least 2 cards, and 1 card will give you 2 as usual, and 1 card will just give you 1. So in essence, you're always playing a card sideways if you use this, at which point using this is just better. And I do think I want to hold back on this, because it's my range attack that I might still miss if I'm raiding one of them. I only have 2 units left, but I will pick up Snowstorm then in this case. Actually, we do already use Source Die. That's good for offering. Yeah, I like that. So we are using the source, we are making a full offering, we are picking up a spell. So I do think we just draw another card and leave that be for the moment. So we finally decided to not pick up Quick-Witted, to maybe draw it when we go to the altar for the range attack. So we just draw our 8th card, which is a Blood Ritual. Okay, that might change things a bit, or maybe not, maybe just hold on to it. But this is our 2nd turn then, also going to the city, fighting the dragon, picking up a quest. And now we again have to make room for the dummy. Let's see what she is up to. So it's a blue card and it's a special one. That's sad. Which already gives her 2 movement, but there at least is no blue die. Let's put it back for a second. But it's still 2, and she will do whatever she likes, whatever's closest. So either adventuring, conquering, or interacting. But she has to move further away from the portal. So this lake here is the edge of the hexagon, which does mean all of this is the same range from the portal. So what the city is on is pretty much, with the altar being at the edge, all at the same distance from the portal. That's actually quite interesting because it blocks her from almost the entire map, except for the oasis, the deep mine, and the orcs. But the orcs are never an objective, as is the mine, so it could be the oasis for hiring. But then again, there is a mage tower where she can actually hire a unit. So I do think Wolfhawk will go to the mage tower because it's further away from the portal than she currently is. To verify that, let's look for the closest way to the mage tower. And it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And the closest way to the city is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So she can hire in a tower, and the tower does have the fire mages and the illusionists. So Wolfhawk will leave the city and go for the tower with a speed of 2. We are lucky that she didn't have a blue die, so she will keep the objective. And I like that she's out of the question now and moving away a bit from all the action. So let's reveal more cards. Another blue, that's good. And a green, which is 1 crystal, so 1 more card, which is another green. So overall a little bit slower, I like it, which allows us to play our third turn. And I think the plan is still clear, although we do have a blood ritual now, which probably we should then use, because it allows us to spare crystals and even stock up on more crystals. So you would cast this, unfortunately take a wound, but we do get 3 arbitrary tokens. 1 we will use for the offering, of course, 1 to learn the spell, and 1 we can crystallize. That's the idea here. And I think at that point we should probably take green. So maybe let's swap that out. So we do produce a green, which we crystallize, a red, which offering then crystallizes, and a blue to pick up the snowstorm. We will get another white and another blue. And I do feel like we just pick up white to have the set complete for the artifact. And we do have an influence 4 with an influence 3. So we will only hold on to Into the Heat and a wound. I think that's a good plan. So with the blood ritual, we changed the plans a little bit. So we pull a red die to power this and produce 3 tokens. 1 is a green that we crystallize right away with the advanced effect. 1 is blue and 1 is red. For the red, we cast Offering, which gives us the red crystal. And then we toss the Promise, the Shield of the Fallen Kings for white, and a blue card for 2 more white crystals and a blue, which means we have the full complement of crystals now. This gets rid of all these cards. We also cast this, of course, and got a wound from this. It's the only downside. But now we use our 4 shields with a neutral reputation and use Improvisation, tossing the Threaten for 3. That's 7 influence. And with the blue token we created, we pick up the Snowstorm spell. This leaves us with Into the Heat. This we didn't draw yet. And that's the turn. So we reroll the die. It comes up black, unfortunately. And then we again draw cards. But let's first refresh the offer. So there's Charm or Possess, which I do love. If you play high-level cities, this can be awesome. It prevents an attack and gives you a good attack. That might be the spell we pick up in the Ruins, because it's white, so we can cast it with Sacrifice. So let's put Quick Related here again and draw 5 cards first. We are munching through our deck, so I hope we can reach the altar and do this. So there's a Snowstorm, of course. We just learned that. There's a March, movement is good. There's the Mist form, that's insanely good. There's a Swiftness, it would be range attack, and a Tempered Steel. Okay, so the question remains, do we want to pull Quick Witted or another card? There are only 2 cards left, so let's figure out what that is. I shouldn't have any more spells. The basic red cards we've already seen. There's a March left, okay, that's card number 1. We've seen all the basic blue cards, so I think we are missing either a wound or 1 advanced card. We have seen the Stout Resolve, the Blood Ritual, the only artifact we have, Blood Rage, of course. I can't remember, so let's operate under the assumption that it's a March or a wound. So we can just reach the altar with this, and we already have a Swiftness, and I don't want to use too many crystals. So we can use them right away with red from the source, unless the dummy will not re-roll it. We should probably ready another unit, for example the Shock Troops. We can cast the Snowstorm with a crystal. This will be a backup, and we do have a crystal for Into the Heat. There might actually be a world where if we draw a wound, we just use the Herbalist to heal them both, just to get rid of them. I think we'll just draw. So let's just draw and keep Quick Witted for the last turn. So it is a wound, okay. So that might change things again, but that was our 3rd turn to do a good offering, play and learn Snowstorm. Now the dummy will play. We reveal 3 cards, red, green, that's not a good start, blue, okay. So 3 more cards, red, red and another blue. So we are really hitting these bad cards, surrounded by good cards. But nevertheless, there's still cards in the deck. We went first, our deck is almost exhausted, so I don't think it's a big problem. Wolfhawk will follow her mission, so she will go to the tower and then hire the unit with the least influence value, so that's the illusionist, which are available in the tower. So this card went in here because we have drawn the green as a third and then one more card. And that's her third turn, so we can play our fourth. The problem really is that we went through our mana skills quite quickly and now we need mana for everything basically. To power them, to power Mistform, to power Snowstorm. So we will deplete the crystals quite quickly. But I think there's no alternative to powering this. This is move 6. These are all swamps, plains or wastelands, so no hills or mountains. But this will bring us to the altar. It's also a good tile to then explore the rest of the tiles, which does not need to be this day, to be honest. But I think I can't justify using the herbalist to heal. We might even pick up restoration after all. Let's see. But I have no idea what these tokens are, and I really want the flexibility of the shock troops because they can also reduce the attack of enemies if they are really complicated to defeat. They have only one less range attack than the crossbowmen, but they are really worse in blocking and attacking, of course. Yeah, but I do think we need to use the crystal here. So we have a green open to heal, but we have to decide before we know the tokens. So I guess we just use them to ready the shock troops. And then we can use the red from the source for Into the Heat or the ranged attack if we don't need that much. And the rest then we can power with crystals. Let's just do that. So we finally need to get going and we don't have blue in the source. So we are using a blue crystal to cast Mistform. This gives us movement 4 and we use March for 6. And the move cost of all terrain is 2, but we cannot enter hills or mountains. But we then leave the city for the wasteland, the plains and the swamp to go to this altar here. And before we enter this, we definitely want to use the herbalist to ready the shock troops because we really might need the firepower. Also, we start Good Boy, any unconquered adventure site. So we put this on these ruins. This gives us another adventuring point and we mark this with a generic shield. For this quest we now have to conquer it, and for this quest we have to deny the fame of 1 token. But I do think we are prepared now. We will spend a lot of crystals unfortunately, but we do have fire, cold and physical, range attack. We have Into the Heat. We do have Tales of Conquest. So I hope this works out. So we're just entering this now and drawing the tokens. And the keep enemy is Red Heroes. I think that's an insanely good pull because it's low armor, no physical resistance. And the white token is Never Fortified Grim Legionnaires. They really have a high armor value and they're arcane immune, but I don't think it matters, to be honest. Alright, so let's see. I think we need the gunners to gun them down. That could be done with red from the source. So it's already in fire attack of 6. But with the Tales of Conquests, it's 7 immediately. And with them it would be 8 and 9 by increasing the attack here. So you would have to spend the shield here, unfortunately. The problem is really that the fire damage prevents us grouping the two. Of course, the snowstorm will just kill them. But since they are both not physical resistant, that would also be interesting. But this is just 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and we need 14. But we didn't use Into the Heat yet. What am I even talking about? So if we use this, we might not even need to power this. It might actually be good to save on a crystal. So if you just play that, then this is already 8. If you also use them, this will be 9. Tales of Conquest will be 10. And they will be at 3. So there's just one more needed to kill them. So we don't need any of those, which both would cost a crystal. So I do like that. And we can use this for movement. It will cost us the shield, but I do think overall it's not a bad trade. This is then just 4 range attack, basically. So it's already 10, 11, 12, and then 2 shields is 14. I think that's far too good to pass on. So we can defeat them easily by using Into the Heat, which increased the attack of our units by 2. And the shock troops will then have a range attack of 3. With Tales of Conquest, it will be 4, killing the heroes. This increases the attack of the gunners by 1 and Into the Heat by an additional 2, so that's already 9. So with the source die and another Tales of Conquest, they are at 10 and they are just gunning down the Grim Legionnaires. We unfortunately then lost our shield here for the final battle. I think it's worth it because we now have killed both tokens. We unfortunately lose a reputation and we do ignore the fame value from the heroes to progress with Prove Yourself and the Virtue of Mercy. After defeating one or more enemies in combat, do not gain any fame for one of these enemies. This gives us another questing point. And then we get the 8 fame from the Grim Legionnaires. So that's 75. So by denying the fame, we did not level, unfortunately. I think it's worth it. The Virtue of Courage now means gain 4 or more fame from defeating enemies in one combat. We just got 8. So we now get this token as a command slot, and we do recruit the crossbowman, which I do absolutely love. So it's 1 more unit for Into the Heat. You may not recruit a different unit using this command slot, of course. This gives us another questing point, and Prove Yourself is now done. But also, if you conquer the adventure site, so this refreshes to the top position, we now get a questing point. So the dog whimpers because he, I think, finds out that his owner was killed here. But we can now pay 2 influence to get the token 24, which is this one, which gives us the ability to flip 4+1 of movement, attack, block, or influence, which gives us another questing point. This would fulfill this quest, but of course we still have to come up with the influence. We must not forget this. It's not for free, but I do think at that point we are just playing this card here sideways with the desperate measures, so it's 2 influence. And just by this we have Crossbowman and a dog. That's so cool. The wounds we can't handle currently. Snowstorm we did not use, and Swiftness we probably just use for movement now. But that's the turn. Now we get the combat rewards, which is an artifact and a spell. Let's look at the artifact first, which is the Sword of Justice or the Banner of Command. So funnily enough, the Banner of Command would again allow us to recruit 1 more unit than we have slots for. And we just did not get our next slot. We could just break it to just pick up the fire mages. But again, we are missing the slot, so we would have to replace the herbalist, for example. Or just keep it for the next night and see what we get. I could also hire the savage monks, I just realized. But I think with mass expose, I'd rather take the fire mages. Could also provide a lot of fire or attack or block, or get me 2 red mana if I need them. The Sword of Justice, I think for the basic effect, you need a lot of cards to make that work, like with this Bow of Starstone. You get an attack 3 per card, which sounds nice, but the sword doesn't give you anything to start with. So after discarding it and the first card, you only have 3. With 3 cards in total, by discarding 2, you will have 6, so 2 per card. That's not really that good. And the breaking effect is that you can double the contribution of all physical attacks you play during the attack phase, and enemies lose physical resistance, which again is good, but I'm leaning heavily into a range strategy, so I think I'm definitely taking the banner and see what I do with this. Although, just to point it out, the Blood Rage would then double to 18, and all enemies would lose physical resistance, so maybe that would be a play. But again, I'm leaning far too heavily into this, and this can get me something like the Fire Mages or the Savage Monks, so I'm taking this. And now we get to the spell, and I'm somewhat tempted by the source having 2 green, and I do want to play another turn, so maybe it's just Restoration and get rid of the wounds. Rebirth can also ready units, so if I make an attack with Into the Heat where I cannot even damage the units, I might get knocked out. Then drawing into Rebirth might actually allow me to use units again for a second assault or something like this, but it's probably a stretch, to be honest. I could pick up Meditation and prolong this day, seeing that the dummy will probably exhaust his deck. It's 4 cards, so unless I'm hitting red, there are 2 extra red cards and 3 normal. So one of them is actually red, but it's just 1 and 4. So he'll probably exhaust his deck, which does mean we have 3 turns. This one, once he exhausts, and then once he announces the end of round. And I'm already at the end of the deck, so Meditation is actually not the worst pickup. But I can't use Trance, of course, because it's day. So I would just get 2 random cards. Or I just pick up the Charm. It can be Possess at night, and we will have a lot of white mana. But what do I do with the wounds? While we are thinking, let's put a shield on the altar, so we conquered this. Let's also already prepare the order of quests. One rule of thumb in Mage Knight is that if you can make use of a card right now, it's often better than to just rely on maybe later. That obviously does not hold for cards that are essential for city assaults or something like this. But I think we do have our spells, and piling on more that we might want to use might not be the best strategy. We will use the green on the march anyway, I think, to explore 2 tiles, and can use Quick-Witted and Swiftness to move. Maybe we can even kill something, which would allow us to level. One problem with casting a spell like Charm in battle for Possess with Sacrifice is that I do need a lot of black mana, and I already need 2 black mana for the Sacrifice itself and the Mass Expose. And I do need both in the final assault hand. So where does the rest of the black mana come from? We do have Blood Ritual, that's true, but we would be reliant on this to cast any other spells for their improved form. And something like Snowstorm is still valid even if not cast with a black mana. And when it comes to wounds, I do think I tossed one with Stout Resolve in the beginning, as usual, yes. But we do not have any other wound in the deck currently, so it is a bit tempting to just restore the wound. And we would not need to power the march if we are not planning to move far. Charm can also give us a crystal and make it much more easy to hire. But we just picked up the banner. Yeah, I think I still have the Herbalists, unless I'm replacing them with the banner now, because I do know what I get now. I will have a full offer next night, but it might not be ranged attack or even siege. Because there is a world where I do not have mass expose and maybe get to 3 green, use this for siege and the savage monks, but we would lose so much potential, yeah. Well, actually, I just realized I need to enter the heat as well if I want to make a perfect assault. That's already 3 cards, so we really have to go through our cards. And without a keep, or at least the village, well, there is one, so we can tank our reputation and use the village for grooming of the deck. Actually, the village with the keep is awesome because it virtually gives us a hand limit of 10 if we don't care for reputation. But you do have 3 turns. We must not forget that. And we do have 2 green. I think I want to get rid of the wounds, to be honest. I have 2 turns and 2 green dice. That could happen. The dummy has played his usual green cards. There's, I think, 1 or even 2 in the deck. He might reroll green, actually. I think I'm picking up the Charm Possess. It's just a cooler thing. And there is a village where I could heal with influence. So there might even be a play with this, because I really don't need to reveal that much. I think I'm just picking up Charm. The spell offer refreshes with Fireball, Firestorm. Very nice. If we could also pick that up somehow. But it's really that. We did not level up, but we did 2 quests. And I think we just draw now. Unfortunately, we do not have a high land limit, I just realized. So we do have 4 cards left. And we do know that this is Charm and this is the artifact. So the banner. So this will be the March. Which does mean we are not even drawing it. Which makes me think I want to just go to the village and heal the 2 wounds with Charm. So I'm drawing that. So with the Swiftness we can move to the village. With Charm we can produce Influence 4. We need 2 more to heal the 2 wounds. We can then also get a crystal. But it would be interesting to explore first. So to have another movement card. Because we are moving away from this tile here and this can already be a core tile. And if there's something interesting we might change plans and just kill them with Snowstorm. So the question is, do I rather have the banner or this? And I think I would rather have this. So I'm just drawing this now. So it concludes our 4th turn where we clear the altar. And the dummy will pick up a final objective card. He will follow once, which is blue again. We should have rerolled our die. Just depletes to black, unfortunately. But the dummy will then most likely exhaust his deck. So that's the 2nd card, white. And the 3rd, which is white too. So unless this is red, yeah, that was a rage. He would have exhausted his deck anyway. So after this, he will be done with objectives anyway, because he will announce the end of round. And blue means going further away from the portal. And I think at that point, since the Mage Tower is already this line here, I think there is even, yeah, there's nothing currently. Well, yeah, the Deep Mine and the Orc. So I think he would like to explore, but he can't explore here. And there's water, so he will go for the keep. And a regular blue card without a die, anything is just 1 space, so she will just make her first step towards the end game basically. But it's her 4th turn, so she really burned through her deck with 6, 5, 5, 4. That's 20 cards. And we have 2 turns now, and I think we will start by exploring, just with the worse Swiftness, 2 movement, to put this tile here, because then we can still move to the village, cast this, play this sideways to heal the wounds. So let's see what we end up with. So that's enough space for these 2 tiles where core tiles can be placed. But I should have revealed a quest at the beginning of my turn, since there are 2 slots open now, which is the Mine of Doom. Investigate the mine, enter the crystal mine. As you action this turn, fight the enemy indicated depending on the color of mana crystal the mine produces. If the mine can produce more than 1, choose one of the colors and the enemy gets +1 to all their attacks. If you defeat all the enemies, gain an artifact. Whether you defeat them or not, discard all the enemy's tokens. So for blue, it's 2 Mage Tower units, which are both possessed. Green, it's 3 green, which are all possessed. Red is a dragon, which is possessed, and white is a keep and a white enemy token, which are both possessed. So you can get an artifact in a mine with this, interesting. But that's the quest. So let's finally reveal this. We already paid for this. And it can be either a city or the other new core tile of the expansion. So let's just say the brighter colors, gold, white and green, are the city, and we roll blue, so it's not a city, but it's the other new expansion core tile, which finally has a monastery. Interesting. An oasis, a pyramid, a mountain and a dragon. Let's put a rose here for a second and roll. So it's rotated twice. So the oasis is facing me and the monastery was also rotated away. So the monastery allows me to learn Swiftbolt, but it is in Swampland, so even getting there would already cost me 8 movement. There's a fire dragon in the center, a mountain, and again a pyramid and an oasis. So all in all, not that eventful. And we know that the final city will be here now, which is good, which is a megalopolis, as we said. So I do think I will use Quick-Witted now to move to the village, then use a white crystal, which I then recoup with Charm, and Desperate Measures will give me another 2 influence, so that's influence 6, which heals me the 2 wounds in the village. But that's pretty much it then. I did not use a source die, of course. The dummy calls the end of round. So I will draw the banner and the march. There will be another quest revealed, which is a very personal quest. So it's obviously a personal quest. Any inhabited site, your reputation modifier must be 0 or higher. We are not in the center, but we are still at 0 or higher. Interact here as your action is turned. Choose a unit in the unit offer that is recruitable and recruit it for free. Place 12 on it. The unit may not be used or assign damage except during step 2 of this quest. If the unit is disbanded or destroyed, you fail this quest. If this quest is discarded, disband the unit. The rescue, unconquered Mage Tower. Assault the Mage Towers as your action is turned. The unit with 12 on it must be used and or assign damage during this assault. If you conquer the Mage Tower and the unit was not destroyed, finish the quest and remove 12 from the unit. So you can get a unit, but unless you use it in the rescue of a Mage Tower, you will not be able to use it. And once this is done, this restriction is lifted. This is quite interesting, but we don't have a Mage Tower to do this with. So this brings us to our last turn. We could, of course, have stepped into this field, maybe, but it costs 3 movement. But we could have done it with this, maybe. And then cast the Snowstorm, and together with our unused crossbowman with an inefficient damage. But even with this, it's not enough to maybe kill the dragon. But one thing is that it does not make much sense to just kill everything because you can, because it's just fame and reputation. And at that point in time, it's not the most pressing issue. So I do think I will not use the banner, probably just use it for movement then. And finally use another source die for movement 4, but we don't need to decide that. To finally reveal this and maybe even get into position, depending on what happens. So with the last remaining 2 cards, we can't do that much. We have a unit still and a banner, and we still can use desperate measures with the banner, of course. But we first pull a source die to produce 4 movement points, reveal the city and see if we want to get in any kind of position. So it's the blue city tile with yet another monastery and a draconum, and this tile will now be with the megalopolis, but we still have to roll for orientation. Die comes up red, so it's rotated twice. So from this orientation, the regular one, it will be rotated away. The monastery would allow us to learn regeneration, and there is an ice dragon barring our way to the megalopolis. And now we have to roll for the colors. Let's get rid of the rose. And after rolling a few times for illegal options, we now have red and green as the cities. And as we said, it's a megalopolis of level 22. So the units will be poisonous and brutal if they have physical attacks. And let's see what tokens we actually have to draw. Let's put the blue city here and make some room here. So we are drawing 6 white tokens in total, 3 dungeon enemies and 1 mage tower. That might be fun. So that's a stack of 6 white, there's a stack of 3 dungeons and a mage tower unit. So this will be quite interesting. But just to point it out, of course, it's extremely lucky to not pull a white city. There was just a 1 in 3 chance that would happen, because then we would have to deal with the armor being increased by 1, so that's 10 armor more that we have to defeat. Instead, we get a lot of improvements for the physical attacks because the blue city was already pulled, which does mean most likely the dungeon enemies will have physical attacks, the mage tower unit most likely not, and I think for those it's probably a wash, I don't know. But if we get mass expose with Into the Heat, I think we are quite well prepared. Dummy already announced the end of round, so let's get rid of his deck. And we have 2 movement points left and the banner, which could mean that we are moving to our keep. But I do like the idea of standing on the village so we can actually plunder. And it really depends on what units we can actually hire. We cannot reach a monastery to hire the savage monks. This banner does give 4 influence, but without any other bonus that doesn't do much. And if we are not, well, actually we do have to kill a dragon, it seems. We could move to the monastery to be able to attack without provoking the dragon. But I think that's the only place currently where this is possible. We can fill up here with countryside tile, that's possible too. If we attack from the keep, we would provoke the dragon, which would make it an 11 token battle. I'm not sure this is a good idea, but then again, if we really get all of our cards and can hire something nice, this might be awesome. We could also just use the banner now to just pick up the Savage Monks or the Fire Mages. But it's a bit sad that we didn't level. The reason being that we forfeit fame twice in this game. So the most recent one because we picked up this. I think that's worthwhile. We can't complain about that, having an extra slot. But I don't think I want to do that because we do have access to a village and a keep. And the banner will come up again. So we might even be able to hire something under the banner. But then again, where do we get the 5 fame to get the slot? Because otherwise we would have to replace the unit anyway. But it's actually trivial to go back to the village, so I think I'd rather move to the keep now, since it is the rougher terrain. And from there we could move to the monastery after all. but it would prevent us from doing this preparation play. We really have to move this somewhere else because my thinking indicator doesn't fit there anymore. I don't think we currently need this part of the scoring board. Yeah, so we have 2 movement points left. This can get us up to 3 because it will unflip anyway, which is more than enough to go to the keep here. We can even move back to the dragon with this or help in moving into the space at night. But I think I'll leave it at that. So that's the end of the 3rd day. We have taken the first city, prepared, have a good army. Let's see if we have a shot at this megalopolis. The day tactics are now all removed. We did also still have the dog, I must not forget this. So we did not use this. Would be another movement point, which could bring us back to the city. But again, it's also easy enough to move there. So I think I want to stay where I am. So the army is ready. Skills flip. This also gives us the last blue crystal. That's nice. Dummy picks up another green crystal, as well as a red card, the Blood of the Ancients. So this worked out quite well. Let's already shuffle his deck. That should do it. I'm not sure if it makes a difference if we remove Mountain Lore now. Let's get rid of it. Advanced actions refresh with Ice Bolt and Temporal Portal. Something I personally really like, because it increases your hand limit and gives you free movement. But it's unlikely that we can actually pick up an action card, because we did not pick up the Blood of the Ancients. And the spell over refreshes with Whirlwind. The Monastery advanced actions are Heroic Tale and Learning. So not as good as the options that we just removed. And I do think it's far too late for Learning. That might be something to pick up if we can also hire there, if we move there at all. Let's put it here because we are running out of space. These are 2 good options, but maybe there are even better ones, so we replace the units. The 2 silver units are Magic Familiars and Scouts. These are actually quite good with Into the Heat and Shock Troops. They already have a siege attack of 5. But let's see what the gold units are. The first one are Catapults. Now that's something, and we are standing right where we need to be to hire them. That's an insanely good unit for what we are going to do. And the other gold unit is Fire Golems. So 1 more range attack than the mages, but it costs mana. That's the sad thing. But the good thing is we can hire them here too. The initial source contains black, red, green and white, so no blue. And I think what's left is to mix our deck. No, we have to remove 2 quests, which is a Fistful of Crystals and Under Siege. So let's move them down. This would allow us to hire a unit if we take a mage tower then, which we do not intend to do. And this requires a mine. But let's have a quick look at the deck. So the banner will be welcome to hire one of them into a separate slot. And then maybe we just replace another unit so we can pick them up both here. So I'm glad that we did not break this, because it can mean that we have 2 more units, even without the extra slot. By replacing the Herbalists, of course, which do not have range attack. There's a Blood Rage. Not sure this is the most important with our current strategy. Blood Ritual, of course. The Sacrifice. The Shield, also not the most important. Into the Heat. Mistform, I almost like to see to just move there, but we'll see. Mass Expose, one of the key things. Possess, Charm. Charm might actually be good to just draw early, to just hire and stock up on another crystal maybe, or even make hiring easier. And then we have the Blizzard, of course, that would be good. And there's still a wound in the deck that we did not heal. But overall, I'm quite happy with the deck. So let's give this a really good shuffle. So our deck consists of 28 cards. It might be interesting to know. We actually have to pull out the Quick-Witted again. That's also quite a plus that we can keep that until the very end. Let's have it here like as a reminder. So it's 27 now. We are drawing 8. And depending on how much we keep, it might be good or not as good to prepare for this assault. And just to check, in the Monastery we can hire the Scouts or the Familiars, but not the Fire Golems or the Catapults. And I think the Catapults are the MVP here. So I'd really like to see the banner quite early to just pick them up. Maybe even together with the Charm. But it should really be enough. So let's pull the first 7 cards, because we are standing on the keep. We have 2 and in the vicinity of our city. And I just realized that if we attack from here or from the keep itself, we actually do have the hand limit increase for the attack. But it would be really good to also get the natural hand limit of 7. So we are already at 9 because we do not have motivation or anything. But let's see. First card is a Snowstorm. That's maybe not the best pull to start with, because I would like to have that for the city. The Offering and Sacrifice. I'm not complaining about that, but it can mean that we can't cycle through that many cards. The Shield, okay. Into the Heat, okay. Now it's getting ridiculous. We are also getting exposed, and we don't need to groom it any further. And there's Mass Expose. Okay, now that's extremely lucky. But that's the way with games that are based on luck of draw. Sometimes you get lucky, sometimes you're not. I take it as a win, because this really means that we do not need to groom that much. But it's 5 cards already, so there's a Stout Resolve and a Banner. Okay, this is getting ridiculous. I think at that point the only question really is, how do we even approach the city if like 3 or 4 cards are even locked? but I do think we will use this. That's already influence 4, but we need 5 more influence. We can of course use desperate measures with any card for another 2. I don't think we want to pull quick-witted here. Let's see what we pull. And there's a tranquility. And since we do not have wounds yet and only one in the deck, this might be a card that we want to toss actually. For example, with Stout Resolve, that would already be 5 influence. Not pulling the White City, and this insane starting hand is just so good. But I do feel like in this game I had some really bad luck with the token pulls and the possessed enemies. Both were increasing the armor. So I think you can't say that I had too much luck, especially in the beginning where snowballing is still an issue. So what do we actually want to do? Do we go with From the Dusk or Long Night? I'm a bit worried that the dummy will interfere with me, because he will maybe also go to some spaces and block stuff up, and he might reroll dice, so I'm not sure it's worth it, seeing this already, to play for a longer night. I think I'd rather go first and have the source for me. Yeah, let's not think about this too much, let's just go first. Which does mean Coral is still going before Wolfhawk. I think we had this order except for 1 round only, which does bring us to our first turn, and this means we are revealing another quest, which is the Misadventure. The relatives need a hero. A village within 2 revealed spaces or a dungeon or tomb. Your reputation modifier must be +1 or higher, which I can't satisfy. Oh, it has to be a village within 2 revealed spaces of a dungeon or tomb. Okay, well that's actually not the case, so I can't even take that. But you would have to enter the dungeon or tomb as your action. If you defeat the enemy, you gain quest progress, gain normal rewards, and get 27 and flip it. It may be discarded to get 1 mana token of any color. So you're essentially getting a wildcard mana token that you can use whenever you like. It's nice, but that's that, so we can plan our first turn. As said, we probably do want to use the banner now and need 5 more influence. That could be Stout Resolve with a Tranquility. If we power this, that's already the 9 then that we need to hide the catapults. And as far as the cards go, I think it's clear that the Offering, Sacrifice, Mass Expose, and Into the Heat is my holy trinity, so to speak, so we can't touch that. And stuff like this is just far too good. If I can get more black mana, then having another Siege Ice attack of 8 is great. And if I sacrifice with blue, this will just be free to cast. It's another ranged ice attack of 5, so I'm not tossing that. I already played 3 cards, which leaves the shield. And I could use the Dog and Desperate Measures to also hide the Scouts, for example. But of course the Fire Golems would be much better. I think I just can't justify holding on to this, because getting the Blood Ritual or the mana draw is actually mandatory, because otherwise I only have 1 black mana in the source, so I could not cast Sacrifice and Mass Expose. I might regret holding on to this, but then again, depending on what I draw next, I will probably go to the village and then start plundering, which might be a reason to pick up the Scouts now. But then again, the Fire Golems would be another source of ranged fire attack. The Scouts would just be physical. But the catapults are also, well, ice probably, because this would be free to power. And I do have the Snowstorm. Yeah, actually, the Fire Golems might be good to have for another source of fire damage. And there's really no need to rush, because we do not get an influence bonus here anyway, which might be an argument to go to the city to hide the catapults, because we just get 4 shields as a plus, but moving back would really require the whale then. I think we should not rush it too much. Playing this sideways doesn't do anything, because I could toss it with Stout Resolve. I think we just execute and see what we draw. So it's our first turn. We will pull a green die to then power Stout Resolve, discarding Tranquility, which is 5 influence. With the Banner of Command it's 9. And we do toss the shield, unfortunately, but we cannot justify holding on to this with all these cards. And we pick up the catapults in a keep. And we do use this as our next command slot. So we are really running out of space here. So I think I just mark it like this. Or maybe we just keep stacking units, since these are the same anyway. Let's just mark it like this, that we have 2 crossbowmen. And then we have the catapults under the banner, the 4 cards we want to keep. But it's really our first turn, and so we reroll the die. Comes up black as well. And the dummy plays his first turn. And his objective is red, which is conquering a fortified site or burning down a monastery. So I do believe these 2 are the same distance for the dummy. So I could have him burn down a monastery. Or we could have him reveal the tokens, of course, and remove 1. So that might actually also be good. But he does reroll red, also into black. Now this is not that good that the source is running dry so quickly, which makes him move twice. Since it's a regular card, there's no shield on it. And I do believe he will probably just move to the city then, because he can walk around me later and it wouldn't make a difference. But then again, if it's the same distance... Yeah, so he has to circumvent me to get there. And let's double check that there's no other fortified sites that are not conquered yet. But But I think it's really the 2 monasteries that can be burnt down, and there's the city. And for all of this, he has to bypass me. So this is probably the space he's moving towards. And I don't think it makes a difference if he's moving here. So I'm moving him 2 spaces to here. I don't see a reason to move him to the city if it can be avoided, because if I'm moving away, he's now 1 space further away. But we reveal more cards, which is green. That's a bit sad. And a red, which is even worse. Actually, no. It does mean he's only playing 3 cards. So I take what I get. These are all nice cards, although green is already 2 crystals too, so it's really just red that's still good. And we revealed already 2 of them. But I think it's fine. Might even be lucky. So that's Dummy's first turn, and we are back to our second turn. So we reveal another quest, which is the Traveling Merchant. When revealed, roll a mana die and place a matching mana token on this quest card. So let's do that. Comes up as blue. So we place a blue mana token on this quest card. Any save space plus the token 22. Once this turn, discard a mana crystal of the same color as the mana token on this card. If gold, any color. If the mana token on this card is black, you must pay 3 influence instead. Gain either a mana crystal of your choice, except the color of mana token on this card, or the top faction token from any faction token draw pile being used in this game. Place the 22 marker on a save space that is 3 revealed spaces away from your figure. Discard a mana token on this card and place a new mana token on this card by rolling a mana die as shown above. You get quest progress, but this does not complete this quest. A hero with their shield token on this step may complete the step again on a later turn, but they do not gain another quest progress. So it's really a traveling merchant that allows you to trade in crystals for other crystals or for faction tokens. And currently the trader is looking for blue. So it's probably nothing that we will engage with. And I forgot to draw cards, so let's do that. I should have drawn at least 3 until we have to decide if we want to draw quick-witted. So there's a March, there's a Mist Form. I think that's good to have, so we know we can get back easily. There's the Blood Ritual. I think that solves a lot of our mana issues, because we can initiate with red and we don't need it for the sacrifice. That's the point. So I count it as extremely lucky, and I do think we just keep drawing, because what would I even do with quick-witted? Unless I'm hiring before moving away. Or actually we might hire this in the monastery. Actually I did just pick up the catapult, so moving to the city for the influence bump is not really helpful. We could pick up the fireball in the city with 4+3 maybe, but that would clog up our hand as well. And I think by now we are almost at our maximum anyway. Maybe we want to draw this to power it with the white to have 4 influence. And with desperate measures, we could bump it up to 7. And with the dog, we are at 8. So we can pick up the fire golems. Yeah, so powering this is 4. Desperate measures with March is 7. Dog is 8. So we can hire, hold on to the mist form to then move away next turn. And moving 4 will then just be enough to reach the monastery. But we will lose our hand limit. So the question is, do we want to move to the village and do plundering a bit and then use 6 movement to either approach the city or the monastery? But 6 movement is 2 cards, so we will lose our advantage, but we can initiate the battle and still have 8 cards left. That's the idea here, because if we move with this to this, we will be down to 7 cards, maybe even 6. Yeah, I do think we have to draw this, because then we can hire the fire golems to replace the herbalists. But we are lacking a little bit of mana. We do have the blood ritual, but without the mana draw, we just have 1 black die. So we would need this to produce more black, at least 1. This is the 3rd blue crystal. But to initiate this, we need this crystal. So we are actually lacking the red for this. So this needs to be at least 1 black, 1 red. And if we want to power this, we need another black from this. And we would need to decide that. Yeah, actually, we can't. Yeah, I think we need to get to the city and maybe get the mana draw. That would be so good. Because the mana draw of the white can actually produce us more black. Even 2 more, that would be so good. The dummy will just continue with movement 2. So he will go here. I think that's good, because there will not be a red. Maybe we do let the dummy scout and remove 1 of the tokens. He will probably stay here then. I'm not sure what happens with the rampaging enemy. And I totally forgot to put that dragon onto a mountain where it's roosting. Not that it matters for you, I think, from your perspective. So the dummy player will not screw us up if we are staying here. And I think it's a solid plan to hire. So we are drawing this. This ends our second turn. The dummy player now plays his second, which does mean placing a shield on his objective. Drawing cards. That's good. That's also good. And a green, which is okay. It's 2 more, which is blue, nice. And a red. That's a bit sad, but it's an advanced action card. And he will move 2 spaces, because he does need to move around me. And this brings us to our third turn. And we want to use the white die for influence 4, the march we want to use with desperate measures for influence 3, and we use our dog for another influence point, that's 8, and we are picking up the fire golems. At that point, since we did not have our last slot, we do have to replace something, which are the herbalists, of course. Then we lose the green mana, but we can't use it now, so I do think we just replace them. Although we do have a problem with red mana, just to point that out as well. But let's see if we can make it work. We can't move away in the same turn, so that's it. We've played 2 cards, and we do no longer need to think about quick wit at least. So we reroll the white die, it stays white, and we do draw 2 cards currently, which is Tempered Steel, not that interesting, and an improvisation. The dummy player picks up another shield, and we reveal cards, so it's red, blue, and red. That's a short turn, nice. But he will move 3, there's no red mana. And the thing is, to reach the city, she actually must provoke the dragon. So she's moving 1 and 2 and killing the dragon in the process. But it stops her movement. But she does reveal the city defenders, I think, because she counts as a player. But I'm not 100% on this, and since we are not attacking right now, I think it's not that important. Which brings us to our 4th turn, in which we definitely want to get rid of these 2 cards. So it's movement 3, and we move to the village, and that's pretty much it. Idea being that we replace 2 more cards and can then plunder, and then later initiate battle with this. So let's draw 2 cards. It's a threaten, not good, and a stamina. That might be good to move us in, depending if the cards that we plunder are the ones we want. But it's our 4th turn, so the dummy plays again. So he gets another shield, not that it matters at that point. And we draw cards, so white, green, and red, which is another short turn. I can't really complain about luck at that point. That's really good. But what does she do now? She can either burn down the monastery or take a bite out of the city. And I do think I just want to have her reveal everything, kill a token. She will then bump out to this space again, which does mean it's not a safe space if I have to retreat later, but I can move through her, I think, because I think it's competitive rules. I can block her, but not the other way around. Seems a bit unfair, but I think that's the way I currently understand it. But I do think taking 1 token out and revealing everything to me is worth it to me. I don't need to defeat 10, and she's probably removing one of the dungeon enemies or even the mage tower unit. Which does mean she will do that. And this was her first objective card at the beginning of the round. It's really lucky that it's 3, 3, 3 and 1 times 5. But she will move in now and bounce back. But this will reveal everything. So let's start with the more harmless stuff, which are familiars. They are annoying. So if she would remove them, I would be happy. It's 5 fame. Dungeon enemy. There's a mantic core with 5 fame. Also a target she could remove. Has 1 less armor, but a fire resistance, so might make a difference. But there's a 4 fame token, which is a minotaur, so she will remove this and not one of the other 2. And the other minotaur. I think it's fair to say that they should have more fame. Let's act on that. And if we are really mistaken, there's something for 4 fame in there, then we can remedy this. Let's make some space and let's see what these white tokens are. So there are double fortified, but it's using all fortifications with mass expose, so that's not an issue. Cool. Then there are freezers, the other ones. There are guardians, autumn guardians, but they are not arcane immunes. They will lose all fortifications, but they will retain all resistances. That's the problem. Delphana masters, very nice, because they are not physical resistant. Then the other gunners and guardians again. So this is really ugly because they are really annoying to kill. Yeah, but we removed one of the minotaurs, so that was the least fame. And that's it for the dummy turn then. That was his 4th turn, so we can play our 5th. And between the turns we will of course plunder, which costs us a reputation but makes us draw 2 more cards, which is a crystallize and a rage. Which is a bit sad because we only have white in the source. So crystallizing the source die doesn't do anything. Let's pick these cards up because we want to keep none of them. Yeah, I do think we have to toss them all. The question really is if we want to use the crystallize to change the blue crystal into something else. But there's just 1 here and we need the triplet. We could have used this with the green mana token, but we did not get it at that time. Yeah, I think we are just tossing this. It's unfortunate, but I don't see a way around that. Which does mean we draw 2 cards because we are still in the vicinity of the keep. There's another stamina and a swiftness. Now the dummy plays and gets a new objective, which is white, so interaction. And I do think she will just move to the monastery because I don't want her to take my keep. And I think if there are options, she never decides to go into rampaging enemies or take keeps like this. And she will then take away the least fame value, which is the scouts. It also means that she rerolls the white die, and it funnily enough stays white. Could have been worse, could have been better. And we reveal more cards, which is a green and another red. Okay, so this is really funny, but I'm getting close to the end of the game. So there's 4 cards left unless she's revealing another red, which seems impossible. There are all the starting cards, 2 other cards. Yeah, it seems pretty much impossible. She will exhaust the deck with her next turn, so we now have 3 turns left. So let's plunder, which gives us a reputation minus and 2 more cards, which is the mana draw, so that's huge, and another march, that's not so huge. But I do think that's it. We really have to get going. There are some cards in the deck, of course, but we have such a good hand. We have both our mana cards, so let's do that. So just to verify, there's no more red cards in here, so the dummy will exhaust no matter what we draw, which doesn't mean I will get rid of the dummy deck to make more space. And we have 3 turns, and hopefully the dummy will not have another turn. And since all your information is already revealed, I think we can just plan it through now. But I do think it's clear that we flip this, but after using this. So idea would be to heal the wound we get there after casting this. This gives us a blue crystal, but the wound will be healed. And we get 3 tokens, one of which we can crystallize. But to actually use this, we do have to use our red crystal. I do think we have to play the offering soon. Let's get rid of the use skills and the ones we can't use. Movement is here, mist form is here to initiate. Actually, we might have enough movement to initiate without the mist form, so we might even be able to use it like this. Actually, we can't because of Into the Heat, so that makes it pointless. Yeah, at that point I think it's easier to just initiate with this. So let's mark the 3 tokens we get from here, because it can be any color with this. And 1 I think we use for this, because we do need blue, because we can only break this in combat. So we can't use the blue mana from offering for mist form. So I think the order of operation would be initiate with the crystal, get 3 tokens, heal the wound, get our last blue crystal. Let's not put them there right now. And with 1 of the tokens, we then use mist form, which just brings us into the city, because there are no hills and mountains. So we could assault, and at that point we really need to cast the offering, which does mean we need another red, because we needed the crystal here. And we need our first black, which could be a die. At that point we would use the crystal pairs that we have for ranged ice attack 18. So let's put the blue on the card for better visibility, and this is the 3rd one, of course. From now on we can just use all the mana, which does mean we can use mana draw with 1 of them to put a black die to whatever we like, especially 2 black. That's the idea here. So we can cast Mass Expose with a white from this and a black from the mana draw. We are lacking so much red mana, it's a bit embarrassing, because we definitely want to play this. And there's only 1 wild card left, so I need to put that here, I think. Which does mean the Snowstorm doesn't have a black mana, but maybe we don't need it, so it could be with blue. And we do have a Swiftness still that we can power with this. So we do have the blue left here, but the movement needs to be done before the combat, of course. Which does mean we have 2 cards sideways, but we cannot use the Gunners or the Golems. Actually, I produced another black here, so I can do this after all. But we only have a white die, that's the problem here. I'm tempted to try and turn this into red. I think we have to try. So these 2 black we would not have, which means again the Snowstorm is only ranged ice, but it's not that bad. I think the Mass Expose is the problem then. Actually it's not, because we have this wild token still. We can use this here, and at least we have something for the Gunners. And this can power them. Yeah, I always had a feeling that this might be asking too much. I should just pick up the Scouts, I think. And we still have this actually, but I don't think we need another blue. At least we can't use it for movement again, because this is all before combat and these are from the sacrifice play. And these are the only 2 blue we have. This doesn't matter. Yeah, I think that's it. This has to be enough. So let's calculate what we can kill with this. But recheck first, because if it doesn't work, it would be really bad. So a crystal to initiate this, getting these 3 tokens, which are then 2 black, 1 blue. The blue we need to keep the pairs and to move in, unless we are using 7 movement. And we do have a green crystal still. So this would already be 6. If we don't use the Swiftness for range, we could actually do that. So let's keep that in mind, because it could free up the Fire Golems. But with this we would initiate, then cast the sacrifice of a regular die and a black from Blood Ritual. And we use this skill to heal the wound and get our 3rd pair. And then the mana goes, well, 1 is unused, 2 go here. And the white goes to Swiftness, mana draw and Mass Expose, which also uses the 2nd black. And with mana draw we turn this die red to get 2 more red tokens for Into the Heat and the fire attack of the gunners. Okay, so let's go through the tokens. They are not increased in armor, that's good. As far as the resistances go, there is the fire resistance of the freezers and the manticore. That's 13 armor. So we need physical or ice. Let's just put them on the sacrifice. We have 18 ice here. So we have one token that's ice resistant, that's the gunners. Let's just put them here, for example. But with Into the Heat, that's already 9. With shock troops, that's 10. Let's see, we are at 13 here. That's 18. There's 5 left. So maybe we just toss in the Minotaur here. So that's 18. We do have these tokens that need a lot of damage because everything is inefficient. And these just need physical damage or fire. So as I said, we are already at 10 here with the shock troops. So it's 4 left. With the shock troops, it's actually another 4. That's 8 left. Maybe just do it like this, and that's 1 point wasted. No, we have the mass exposed damage. So 4 and 3 is actually 7. So this kills them with the mass expose. Then we just need 6 damage from somewhere. This could be one of them. Together with shock troops, they have 6. And the rest of the tokens, well, you do have physical damage still. So swiftness, and this will be 1 damage too much. And now we just have those left. And everything is inefficient against them, so it doesn't matter that much. So this will be 4 Into the Heat, 7, shock troops 8. This is 5 Into the Heat, 8, shock troops 9. So that's 17. So between them, that's already one of them. And we have 3 damage over. That's another 5. That's 8. That's another 3. That's 11. But we do need 14. We have another point here. So to kill everything at range, we are just lacking a very few points of damage. Actually, I did already use them, and I can't. So we might need to kill something in the conventional way, where we also have them +2. Because relocating this to use the range attack loses us the swiftness, because we need the card for movement then. Yeah, so I think by redistributing a bit, we can make it work. We stay with the offering with 18 ranged ice attack to kill 6, 7, 13, 5 is 18. So this is self-contained. The gunners, if used after the shock troops, will have +4, as have all the units because of Into the Heat and, well, the shock troops. So that's 4. It's 10. And with the exposed 3, we are 13, which is 6 and 7. They have fire and physical, so this works out. So now these 5 tokens are taken care of. The catapults will have 9 because of the 3 and 1 bonus. Plus the snowstorm is 14, which halves to 7. The shock troops can start everything off with 4, +3 from Into the Heat, so that's 4. Tales of Conquest gives them 5, and the swiftness will make it 8. So this kills the Delphana Masters. One of the crossbow will just kill the catapults because they are at 2 + 4 is 6, which does leave one of the Guardians, which unfortunately I have to let through then, because I can't use the range attack here. But the crossbowmen, if I use them in the melee phase, they have +1. So this is 1 less, this is +1. It turns out they both have attack of 3, which is increased by 4. So both have 7, which is 14, inefficient 7, which kills this. And I will be victorious, but I can't block the attack of 5, even though I have 2 shields here and a margin of stamina sideways here. But it's only 4 points of block, and I would need another point. Desperate measures I can't use, unless I can play all this and then discard a random card from this to flip it. So I'm not sure when I'm allowed to actually flip this back here, because this would solve the issue of blocking the desperate measures by discarding a random card. But I feel like it qualifies as being desperate, and this was introduced with Krang, but a compendium really doesn't say anything, and I don't think it's a healing effect or something like this. So let's see if we can make that work. Idea being that I play everything but this, then discard one of them at random, play the other one for 3, which, or even 2 then, it doesn't matter, which then qualifies already as a block of 5, so I can actually block them, because Brutal and Poison doesn't do anything unless you are not blocking them. And that would be so awesome. So I think I want to try that. So I do think we figured it out. We can kill everything in one go. Due to the dummy doing his work and removing 1 token, that was actually quite important because it really ends up to the last point of damage. So let's go through this. First of all, we start the turn by using a red crystal on Blood Ritual once we are still on the village. So this is our red crystal that we had. We get a wound, but we immediately flip this to heal it because we are not in combat, and we do get our last blue crystal with this. So this is now flipped, and we do get the last blue crystal. At that point, we would have played the Blood Ritual, and we have to decide on 3 colors, which can be non-standard. Let's put the crystals here for a moment. I marked this with gold because I can then later decide what it is. Of course, I could not change the color after information is revealed, but fortunately there is no need for this in this combat. which does mean I'm using a blue, so I can use mist form with movement 4. All movement cost of terrain is 2. I can't even go through lakes. I cannot enter hills or mountains. But movement 4 is enough to actually enter the green city, which counts as an assault. But then I have played mist form as well, and we are now in the city assault. With a regular black die and one of the tokens, because I used the red crystal for blood ritual, I need a red to actually initiate the sacrifice. So we have used one of our source dice and another token from the blood ritual. This casts sacrifice with 3 blue, the last one we just got, and 3 white crystals. That's a ranged ice attack of 18. And since the armor is not modified and these tokens are not ice resistant, we can kill 13 and 5 is 18 worth of tokens with this. So that's the offering. We would have this as well, but we didn't use it. We can now use the white and the blue mana. So we put one on mana draw to take another die and turn it to any color we want. And we actually turn it to red. So that was a black die, but we turned it red. This is where we get these 2 tokens. So we've used one of the whites from the sacrifice and turned the die red. Let's make another discard pile here. And of course, we had to do this out of order again. So we would have to use from blood sacrifice as black and a white from the sacrifice play to also cast mass expose. So we can actually target enemies with ranged attack. And this is the same interaction that of course you have to produce this first if you want to power this with this. And I think it's legal to do that. That's a single attack because it's a single effect. That's true from ruling. So it's 1 ranged ice attack 18. But we can assign it to a stack even though it's not legal at the time. But the order is of course important because of the white mana from the sacrifice. So I do think it's legal to first cast the sacrifice and then the mass expose and then kill the enemies. But that would take the last token of the blood ritual and one of the sacrifice to mass expose everything. This was already necessary for this, but now we get another ranged attack 3. We also cast with a red token from mana draw, which is also in a causal chain after sacrifice, the Into the Heat. So all our units get +3 to their attack, but we can't assign damage to units. So at that point, we are activating the shock troops as a first unit. So all our other units also get +1. So all the others get actually +4 to their attacks. They have a range attack of 1 with 3 from Into the Heat. That's 4. Tales of Conquest, that's 5. With Mass Exposed, that's 8, which is exactly the Delphana Masters because they are not physical resistant. So at that point, we just need to know that we can target everything at range because enemies lose all fortifications this combat or all resistance. So of course, we use all fortifications, which does mean all these units that are double fortified still lose all fortifications. So these are just 2 reminders here. This unit is now used. We can then activate the Gunners to produce a ranged fire attack of 6, which is increased to 10 by shock troops and Into the Heat. So we are already at 10. And then we also cast a swiftness with one of the tokens from the sacrifice for another 3. This is all fire or physical, and they are not physical resistant, nor fire resistant. That's 13 now, so it's another 6 and 7, and they are all dead. So we played this now. We then activate one of our crossbowmen, let's say those we got from the quest, for a range attack of 6, which just kills the catapults. They are not physical resistant. And now the only annoying tokens are these 2. So with 2 tokens from the sacrifice, 2 blue, we can get a siege ice attack of 5, which is increased to 9, and a snowstorm, which is not a 5, it's 14, inefficient 7, so it does kill them at range. Again, they are not fortified, even though they would be double fortified. This of course also uses this unit. I would have to flip the banner on top of that, but let's not do that for the moment. So that's the range and siege attack phase, and all of this is actually played. And the only effect that's still relevant is Into the Heat. I think for now we get rid of all these tokens. This was turned red, so it stays red, and this we would have to reroll later. But this is now all played, which does mean we have to block or assign damage. And at that point, I am trying, if this is not ruled out by someone else, to flip this back by discarding a random card. And it doesn't matter at all what it is, so I'm just discarding one. Should be random, but I don't care. This flips it back, and now we can use this sideways as desperate measured, so that's block 2. And with our shield wall, which gives block 2, this also increases this block 2 to 3, that's block 5, which blocks the Autumn Guardians. So let's also get rid of this. Let's get this back, this is our dog. So finally, to retaliate, we activate the Fire Golems. We don't have a mana for this, for an attack of 3 plus 4 is 7. And the other crossbowman also for an attack of 7, which is a 14 physical attack, which is inefficient 7, which also kills this token. And by this, we have just defeated a Megalopolis of level 22, with the only token that was taken care of was one of the Minotaurs from the dummy, but we did not have 5 more damage, so that would really have sucked to have that in there. But then again, why not have the dummy help? It's a bit more competitive in this sense. I'm quite happy how this turned out, to be honest. I hope I didn't screw anything up, not in the battle and not before that. I will see that in the review. But I think we just take the fame now. So this is 8877, that's 30, brings us to 105, so we level twice. So 9 and 7 is another 16. We need 15 to reach the end of the board. So we are now at 121. And another 14 from these tokens, which brings us back to 15. And of course we would place 9 shields on the city. And of course the dummy should have 1 shield as well, because she did defeat a token. We did miss to place that. Which does mean we get our last slot with a hand limit of 7. And we do level again. Let's reroll a die first. Comes up white. So we did use a black source here, not a white. We turned this red, and this was the other black that we just rerolled. Maybe let's mark this after all that we used the unit. And we have a look at the last 2 skills of Coral. And the first skill choice is Treasure Hunter, which does mean whenever you pick from artifacts, you have 1 more artifact to choose from. And whenever you gain a spell or an artifact, you get a crystal. For spells, it's the matching color. For artifacts, you actually choose. So this is an interesting skill, but of course it depends on you getting spells and artifacts. As you've seen in this game, I've gotten 1 artifact, no, actually 2. And I like something like 4 spells. So if you get that early, that can be a lot of mana. And you have more choices, which would have been nice because I got the shield, which I think in all fairness, we used it once, but tossed it twice or so at least. So I'd rather have seen something else. But the mana is really interesting because it really scales with how much you snowball. That sounds a bit broken, but I think it's really not, because it does have to compete with other mana skills that usually give you like a crystal and a mana, 2 mana of very flexible colors, or a mana and a heal. So I do think if you're not getting 2 of them per round, you're almost falling behind. And how many artifacts and spells are you really planning to get? So even if I have something like 6 now, and I would have had the skill from the beginning, which doesn't help acquiring them, by the way, it might not still be the best, but I do like it. I think it's balanced from how I understand it right now. And the final Coral skill that we haven't seen yet is If It's Not Broken, and I think I love that skill. Once a turn, 1 card played sideways gives you the basic effect of an action card of the same color you have already played this turn. If you play an artifact sideways, you may choose the color. Which pretty much means that if you are playing a Rage sideways, for example, you can get the Threaten effect, or vice versa. Or you can play a March sideways to get a heal, or play a Tranquility sideways to get the March effect, or the mana effect of a concentration. So this really makes you quite versatile, and you can essentially copy another card. And with the advanced action cards, that's even more interesting, because if you play Stamina sideways and have Ice Bolt played, then you can even get 2 blue crystals. And you could even play it for range ice attack, powering it and get a crystal back by playing something sideways. So this is really interesting. So the question is what we pick up here. As usual, dummy will not have another turn. He had 4 cards left in the deck. Did not announce the end of round. It's quite new. I would have 2 more turns if I had stalled for 1 more turn, but I think it went quite fine. So why bother? And what do these cities actually give me? So 1 actually gives me an artifact, so that might be a reason to pick up this, just for fun. If I pick up training, I could also pick up one of the skills of Wolfhawk, but I don't have anything to heal, I think. Yeah, let's just go with the Treasure Hunter and see if we can get any artifacts. Wolfhawk is revealing another skill, but at that point it doesn't matter, of course. So what card do we pick? And I do think we just pick the Ice Bolt. Advanced action offer refreshes with agility, and now we draw. But now we have a hand limit of 7, and since we are city leader, we again have +2, so we are at 9. Let's see how many cards we actually have left in the deck. So it's 7. There's the Ice Bolt. There's a Wound, so we would have something to heal actually. There's a Charm. Cool. There's the Blood Rage, a bit too late. A Concentration, okay. A Promise, that might be nice to pick up more artifacts. And a Determination. Dummy does not play a turn, and we can play our final turn of the game after already winning. Wolfhawk is blocking the monastery, so we can't burn that down, but I do think we just want to interact. We do have 9 shields here after all, so we start with an influence of 9 minus 2 is 7. Let's see how high we can get this. So it would bring it up to 11 with a crystal, which we could then use to power this. So that's another 6, so we had 17, but I don't think we can reach 24 to get 2 artifacts. Of course, we can turn this into 3, so we would be at 20, but I do think I would just cast this, get a crystal, get a blue crystal from this, get 1 from this, so at least we end up with 3 pairs. So we would be at 11. Then why not flip this? So we are at 14. Then we can produce a token to power this, and we would be at 18, which is an artifact and an advanced action. So we are just picking 1 up. Let's draw for fun. Let's ritual attack. We won't draw it anyway. And then we have a choice out of 3 artifacts, which is the Druidic Staff, Banner of Fortitude, Banner of Courage. So we are picking up the Druidic Staff, and we do get another crystal. So overall we got blue and 2 arbitrary ones, which can't be gold of course, because there are no gold crystals. But since it doesn't matter, I'm just marking this as wildcard crystals. But that's it then. That was the final turn. We do end up with the wound that we could not heal, because we are not getting all that stuff to use it right away, and there's currently no way to heal in this city. Very nice. So what we have seen here in this game is all the new tiles. So you can see this one here with the dual mine, oasis, keep, and a ziggurat. Another tile with a mountain in the middle, ziggurat, rampaging orcs, a glade, and a village. Then the third tile also having an oasis, the other deep mine, an orc, and a mage tower. So a little bit of everything. So there's 1 more village, 1 more keep, 1 more mage tower, 2 more mines, 2 ziggurat, and 2 oasis. And the core tiles then have the 2 pyramids, another oasis, a monastery that we are still lacking, another village, an altar, and also Draconium space. Then we've also seen coral with all the new skills. We went for block that might not have been the best choice in the world, but I'm not sure what the alternative was. I think it was the movement skill that would have let us move at coastline. I think that's probably a really good skill I should have taken. Desperate Measures, a sideways skill. This we only got at the end, of course. This was really nice because it allowed us to increase the damage of units by 1, and we can use that twice if we have conquered a fortified site, which we just have. So, of course, this would have been refreshed. The 2 new cards, the Quick-Witted makes it a little bit more brain-burny, so in my usual manner, when I have a tactic selection, for example, I have to think through my first full turn to see what tactic I actually have to take. So before I can even take a tactic, I have to do that. And Quick-Witted introduces another element like this, that I have to think through my whole turn before I can decide what to draw. This really confused me at times, that I thought I was already in my second turn, but I was really just drawing up cards before the dummy made his turn. And the other card, which is the Rage Replacement, I think is interesting because if powered, it can give you a 6 attack or 6 block. So that's Quick-Witted, that's Tempered Steel. And having the odd amount of attack or block I always like, and if powered again, it can be 6 attack, which helped us even against physical resistant enemies. And it's really cool against enemies that are not actually physical resistant but have some resistances. And having block 4 as an option is always welcome. And block 6 against swiftness falls down to 3, but then it's better than nothing. But it's coral. Then we have seen the Ziggurat and the pyramid, but we only went for 1 Ziggurat. I think it's a very nice addition in the sense that it's like a mace, but you are not paying up front. In a mace, you're just paying the movement, and there's almost no gain in not paying more movement to get something better, because what you have to do is the same. This is not like this in a Ziggurat, where you have to endure more traps, and you don't know what traps this will be, and you only face the enemy at the end, and it will still be possessed, so there's a lot more gambling involved. The possessed enemies then will give you a faction token, it's true. So I do think it prefers the lower levels a bit than compared to a mace. For a mace, it's more a question of, can you come up with more movement or not? Because the movement won't help you in the battle anyway. But it will take cards. If you have to play 2 or 3 cards to even get up to 6 movement to get the artifact, you might not have any cards left to play. And here it's similar with the traps. Unless you're just taking the damage, that's something you cannot do in a mace. So if you're prepared to heal, which makes something like Restoration maybe even better, then you can just endure all the traps and then try to kill the enemy at the end. But you can't use units in a maze, at least you can use 1 unit. I think they are quite well designed actually. The Oasis is interesting with the bonus of moving away, but I'm not sure I visited one. This was really out of position. I think I did not want to go there, and this was just a tile that I didn't visit at all. But this might come in handy, and that you have more places to recruit village units is also welcome, and that you can buy crystals for influence really makes these influence skills much better. I haven't taken one, but if you have 2 per turn anyway, it's just 2 to pick up a crystal, and it might be really interesting, especially if you're playing with something like Sacrifice. And finally, what we have also seen is the questing system, and I have to say I absolutely adore this, having played it once. From the example quests we have seen from the unboxing, I think it was already clear that these quests do not just hand out stuff to people who happen to be in the right circumstance and get lucky. You do not just get stuff for stuff you're doing anyway. You always have to pay something extra. Be it mana, be it cards, be it actions, be it influence, block up psychic attack. For example, I did get an artifact, and these quests make it really flexible where to get this stuff, but I had to be attacked by a brown enemy twice, the second time even being possessed, and can't kill it in range. And if you compare that to a regular dungeon where you can just kill it at range, with a concentrated swiftness you are lucky and then you have an artifact, I think it's fair to say that this is not overpowered. And I think the same goes for all the other quests. So this is always something that comes on top that you can do instead. It will cost resources, and in this sense, as I said in the beginning, I don't think they are limiting the options. I think they're expanding them, because they are not just making an old option better so that another option falls away, but really it's an alternative, or it makes another option even more expensive. And this is really something you have to weigh off. But I do like the general idea. They seem quite balanced to me. Again, you always have to do something. I can't speak to the competitive aspect, of course. More often than not, if you are working on a quest like this, someone else can continue this. But if you are placing the marker down where you are, then no one else can do this unless you have PvP enabled. But what I love is that this makes the map even more dynamic, because suddenly spaces around the lake that are safe, or villages at a coastline, or mines, they all become suddenly an additional side where you can do something, which did mean that I could actually spend some time here on this, that I went to the Ziggurat to fulfill a quest, went to the Ziggurat, then went back to get an artifact in this village at the coastline, which normally would not be in a place I would actually go. This opens up me healing there or hiring something, for example, as well, which usually, again, I would not do because it's out of position. So far, I have to say, I really like this. I did not read you all the flavor text. That might be an indicator that I am not that fond of making Mage Knight into some story game. I did not want and I did not expect, and it didn't turn out like this, that Mage Knight will suddenly be a campaign story-driven game. So I think both the campaign and the quests should do what they seem to do to really tie into this generic fantasy sandbox and gaming system, and really neatly tie into this balancing-wise. And from what I see here, the quests really fit in quite well. I haven't tried the campaign yet, of course, but I did think I start with a common scenario that I know, but use the new hero, the new tiles, the questing system, and of course the active dummy, which we haven't talked about. And again, I'm quite positively surprised how well this actually worked. It makes an awful lot of sense that the dummy will always go for either an adventuring side, to conquer something or burn down a monastery, or interact, which are the three big categories which also appear in scoring, I think, and which separates all these interesting spots here nicely. So it's competing for units and spells. Spells didn't came into play that much because we only had 2 towers. I'm not sure if I realized that interaction could also mean that he's learning a spell, which did mean I adjusted my control over the offers variant. But I do love this, and blue being a wild card but then forcing the dummy to go away from the portal is, I think, genius. I screwed this up in the beginning that I think I made him higher twice with blue. If he draws white, I think it's fair game because he doesn't have to move somewhere else. So if he just draws white and white and white and it's already on his side, he can hire if the unit is actually available there. But for blue, that doesn't work. It would have needed to move away. But I think it made the game maybe even harder for me. I don't know. It would have been a completely different dynamic. But it's my first game with this, so yeah. And I do like the idea that it's actually speeding up if the target is far away, because it can happen, I think, with a large map, and that he has to cross the map if there's only one place to hire, for example. And with adding shields, it's actually quadratic build-up, so he will move maybe 2, then 3, then 4, then 5, depending on also if it's an advanced action card or one of the 2 special cards in the deck. So this gives us a little bit of a chance to start with 2 instead of 1, which skips a full turn. So instead of 1, 2, 3, you have 2, 3, 4. And it's also a way to reroll the mana, which in a competitive game, of course, will also happen, which I think overall is just very nicely done. Well thought through, and I do like it a lot. This really changes the game, because the dummy can take stuff away from you, but it can also help you by revealing. So yeah, I do like it a lot. But these were the 4 things. So coral, the tiles, the quests, and the active dummy. I hope you enjoyed that, and I will of course play the new scenarios as well, but maybe not the easy ones, the introductory ones. I'm not that fond of diving into stuff like this. This is also why I gravitated towards just doing a solo conquest. I did want to play Volkar's Return again on Legendary Thrilling, but I did not think it was a good idea to combine this with all that new stuff. So this is why I went to a regular scenario. The city levels turned out quite well with 1122. That's a sum of 33. And I'm not sure how large I actually went already. The 1214 was a sum of 26. Yeah, I did play a 1418 double Megalopolis, but it turns out to be 32. So technically with 33 I'm even more advanced now. But I think it's hard to compare this really. As said, when I chose the level 11, going for 5 harder tokens instead of, for example, 8 weaker ones is a decision I made while doing the game. So with the cards I had and no scaling, I thought I rather went for 5 individual tokens. But for the level 22 Megalopolis, it doesn't make a difference, of course, because it's both 10 tokens and hard ones. So I think I can be quite happy. It turned out that Into the Heat, Sacrifice, and Mass Expose worked like a charm. And Into the Heat is a scaling skill, because with 5 units, that's already 15 range attack if you use them all for range, which I did not do. but nevertheless, that's for one card, that's insane. And if you can kill everything at range, then you don't even need to assign damage to your units, so it's not that much of a downside. Alright, but it really concludes this game. I hope it serves you as an introduction to some of the content of the expansion, and let me be clear with this. If this would be all, I would still love this expansion. But there's more scenarios, there's the campaign mode, there are more faction tokens. We have seen only 2 so far. As usual, there are 12 faction tokens, 2 always being the same, so 6 different ones. We have seen 2 only. We have not used this. As said, I think in the beginning it might be useful to speed you up with all these rampaging enemies, but I do not like or love that you have to defeat them in melee. Otherwise you just get a movement, and movement 2 maybe is not the biggest deal in the world. Alright, so let's calculate the score. So that's my starting deck. I managed to not break an artifact, so I actually have 3. I did end up with 5 spells, 1 wound, and 6 advanced actions. We got 5 from level up and bought 1 in the city. Let's remove the city card here. And as usual, we are getting 10 per conquered city, 15 if all were conquered, so that's 35. We are bumping up to 50. We do not have unplayed rounds, of course, but 4 cards in the dummy deck and end of round was not announced, so we get another 9 points from the dummy. Then the spells net me 10, so 5 times 2, and 6 advanced actions, that's 16, so we are up to 75. Then we do have 3 artifacts, that's 6, and 2 pairs of crystals, that's another 2, that's 8. We do have quite an army, 4, 7, 9, 12, 15, so we had 98. We did not burn down a monastery, we have 2 keeps and 1 mage tower, so that's 6 points, 104 in total. And we did conquer this altar, as well as this, that's 2. Also 1 Ziggurat, that's 3. But I think that's it from the adventuring sites. Wolfhawk was really busy with all that stuff here, so we just get 6 points. We lose 2 from the wound, but we do get the 12 points from the questing, where you just get 1 per fulfilled step of a quest, and the leader would get 3, but we are not doing leaders, even though the active dummy would qualify in competing, actually. I think it might actually win some categories, but I do think we are not doing this in solo. So we just get these 12 points. So we are through the board 2 times, which nets us 240 points. Alright, but I think that's really it. Let me know what you think about this new content, and if you think it's unbalanced or overpowered, or what you think of Coral. And as always, please let me know if I screwed anything up. I will review this myself, of course, and I hope I didn't do too badly. I can say that I screwed up my thinking card quite badly, so this will be more work for me, because with the quests and all that stuff, with the quick-witted to decide this, with the active dummy, there's a lot more to keep track of, so it makes it a bit more fiddly. So this is why I would not recommend this to new players right away. But for veterans, this is really more fun stuff. And I think the quests with the active dummy really change how the game is played. But that's it. That was Solo Conquest with Coral 11 2020 Megalopolis. I'm really happy that I could do that. Let's hope it stands up for the review. And as always, see you in the next game.